What's going on, everybody? Um, yeah, this one will be thinking a fast one, a random one, definitely, as there's not too much to talk about. More social issues, shit like that, I guess you could say, or more YouTube bullshit. Um, we're going to be doing the follow up to Mega Man versus Cutman. So we're going to be doing Cutman tonight. Let me pop that up. Eugene, how are you, man? It's good to see you. Actually, it's awesome to see you, brother. Um, right off the rip, I am going to give a shout out real fast to Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Vlog, who, for as long as I've known him, for I don't know, like 2 years now, 2 plus years, has always wanted to be like, his whole dream job is to be a streamer, YouTuber, what have you. And yeah, Friday, I think it was, he achieved monetization. Congratulations to him. I wish him nothing but success in the future. Keep it up, man. And hopefully that continues to grow and grow your way. Be prepared. The trolls are coming, though. Just letting you know that you're going to be inundated with trolls the moment you hit that monetization. So, don't feed them. And all I can say is best of luck to you, man. Best of luck to you. I guess as you might have noticed, this is the other thing that's happening. I got a message probably about 40 minutes ago from Miss Sheree. I am going to be absent. My how should I put this? My control, because Miss Sheree had something going on with the family. I wish her nothing but the best in it. And she was like, "Look, I'm sorry, I'm going to miss the show." Fuck that, man. Your family comes first, always. You know what I mean? Somebody can't be here for a show. Like, look, you. This show is a stupid little show on YouTube that we all enjoy, have fun with, and everything else. But your family will always take precedence, and it's not even about, oh, well, thank you for understanding or anything like that. No, you do what you need to do. And I just thank you for all your support, even up to this point. You are still the greatest mod on these internets. Don't even have a second thought about it. Take care of you. And you know, Sheree comes whenever we see Sheree again. I'm sure she and I'll, like, depending on, it's Sheree's business, so I ain't throwing it out there. But yeah, yeah, we're going to be absent Sheree tonight, more than likely. She may make it, and if she does, God bless her. If she doesn't, God bless her. Fire her ASAP. No, Danny, I'm sorry. Like, there's no such thing as firing. You got to have a paycheck coming in to be fired. She's not my employee. She's my friend, and like I said, that goes for anybody. You got stuff going on with the family, whatever, and you can't make it. It is what it is. It's okay. It's okay. But I will miss her because she always is my voice of reason if I start to go a little bit out of the bounds. Um, and like I said, tonight's show was more not really just impromptu. As a matter of fact, um, if I can figure out, well, I should take the video and bring it over from my phone over to my computer and then stream that shit. But yes, I hardwired my connection. So my router is, God, four rooms away from where I am, like where I'm streaming from. Now I also have a whole back game room. I already wired that, hardwired that right through the ceiling, the whole 9 yards, no problem because it's very accessible. What's up, Steve? This is a fireable offense. God damn, I wouldn't want to work for you, motherfuckers. You guys are like brutal. But yeah, what's up, Steve? Um, but yeah, I went up into the attic. Now the whole thing is, and I even told, I was actually in an Xbox party with Smurf talking to him. I think we were playing Fortnite or something, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna wire my internet tomorrow. I'm going up in the attic." And I was like, I got to climb through air conditioning duct, narrow crawl spaces, all this and everything else. I was like, if you don't hear from me after about a week, like that I'm going to do this, know that my wife has probably stashed my body somewhere and I'm dead, because it means that I misstepped and a foot went through the ceiling, or I have broken the air conditioning. And my wife flat out told me, if you break that air conditioning, I will just pack my shit and leave. And I was like, oh God. Right. So I get up there and I'm looking around, and this crawl space, let's say good old Cutman is the size of me right now. Granted, he's in much better shape, but the space I had to get through was about this big compared to him. This little tiny narrow angle where I had to climb over like three different air duct setups and walk across slats and all this. And it was that narrow. It was so small that I was like, damn it, why couldn't Bina live closer? Because she's so tiny, she could just crawl right through there. I would have to hire a small Mexican child to crawl through that attic. It's about 175 degrees up there, south in the summer, just is what it is. And then even then, I would have to climb under other ducting to drop down the wall I wanted to get to. So my wife came up with the idea. She's like, well, you know what you can do is, because this wall lines up with this wall, you could just drill straight through the wall, drop the wire through it, and run the other room and run to the box. And I was like, okay, cool. I'll do that. I can do that and everything. But, you know, what about that? Like, I'm going to leave the wire on the ground. I'm going to do this, that, and the other thing. I'll run the outside of the room because I had plenty of line. And she's like, no, put it up high. I'm like, fuck that. I'm putting it down low. So we get in a whole huge argument over where this internet wire is going to go. And she's like, look, you're lucky I'm tolerating this bullshit. And I was kind of like, yeah, you're right. All right, I will compromise. I'll do it your way. I'm going to run low here. That's my way. And then I'll go up high here. And she's like, okay, that's fine. So I did it. And the whole thing is, the wire's black. The wall in that particular room, the one wall that it runs up and over, is black. So when I hung the wire up and nailed it in and everything else, it blended. You can't even tell there's a wire there. Like, it's hidden, like, on the wall. It's fucking, you guys, man. You guys are the greatest. I'm not going to lie at all. You guys got me like, hard to stay on topic because I'm catching the chat out of my right eye or what have you. And like, just, oh shit. But yeah, so I hooked it up. I was streaming and everything else. You guys know how I've had, like, you know, the 0.5 stream where the stream just automatically crashes. Not to say that can't happen again, because if the program I'm running on, OBS, crashes, there's nothing I can do about it, right? I can try rebooting it real quick and then catching the stream before YouTube completely terminates it. But as far as like internet connection dropping and all of a sudden it's like, damn, you're lagging, you know, you got the circle on the screen, I shouldn't have that issue anymore. Main reason being that I was at 350 megabits per second going down, 275 going up, and now with this hardwire, I'm at 800 and last I checked, 92 coming down, and 850 something going up. So it's like, it should be a damn near gigabit perfect connection. So we shouldn't have any issues with fucking internets ever again, with any luck. It was good on there, Smurf. I just invoked your name about crawling through the crawl space. But yeah, I sent Smurf the video. I should grab my phone, see if well, no, because then I have to unplug shit and import it and everything else. Send it through email. I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea that I fuck with the setup, right? But basically, I'm stress testing. One of the things that is probably going to happen, though, you guys are going to see me stream a lot more. It won't be painting. And it's going to be something that most of you guys aren't even going to want to watch. I'm not going to lie. Well, you may want to watch it just for the jokes and all that kind of shit. But Smurf and I play through survival games and have been playing through survival games. So one of the things is, when we're playing through it, we have discussions. We talk about stuff because you're just pretty much grinding out on the game, right? And one of the things I plan on doing is Smurf and I will be playing stuff like Valheim, Green Hell. What the hell was the other game, Smurf? We had another game too we were talking about doing, but just starting it off from scratch and then actually playing through the game together to show you, like just because that's what we love doing. Like we have fun doing that kind of stuff. Like Smurf and I have been playing Fortnite together lately, which we're both mediocre at, but we still achieved a victory royale the other night. How's bragging school, bud? But okay. So, and I did tell Smurf. Well, and I've been saying this. I told Sheree Smurf everything else. I've been doing like way ass late night streams and being goddamn foolish with it. Um, because I don't start painting till my mouth stops running, and my mouth runs constantly. So I'm going to try it a little bit different this time and start almost painting right off the rip, and while I'm talking, see if I can't balance the two fucking things. Because honestly, you guys are going to get bored otherwise. Because some people are watching for the painting. Let me bring up all the pictures of what Mr. Cutman looks like versus Mr. Mega Man. Survival of the fittest and the strongest. Nice. That's beautiful. Yeah, I mean, according to this shit, we got like 9 people watching concurrent or whatever right now. It keeps going up 8, 9, right? Somewhere in that range. Um, I appreciate all you guys dropping in. Like I said, this one was more of a stress test. I want to see if the internet actually maintains everything else. As I wired it, I haven't wired shit in a very fucking long time. Is my microphone good? Normally I have Sheree to give me the okay. She's not here tonight. So somebody give me an okay symbol or a one in the chat if my voice is good. Um, and yeah, let's see what we got here. So everything I oh shit, Sheree, you are here. My God, I started the show, like I don't believe in thoughts and prayers, but wishing you well and everything else, saying you had family issues and you probably weren't going to be here. I'm actually like happy to see you here. I'm glad every day. Hopefully everything's okay. But I was even saying, that we all wish you well and all that kind of bit. Like you can kind of watch it. Hey there, Sheree. Happy birthday. Yeah, everybody, happy birthday to Sheree. In December. Yeah, and Danny and Steve were advocating that your absence was unacceptable, so you should be fired. That that was kind of their consensus. Hey, Stranded. I'm not sure yet, but one of the topics, because I really don't have all that much to discuss news wise, any of that kind of stuff. But one of the topics I figured we could have fun with is which Star Trek is the best and why? Like from your point of view, which one do you enjoy the most? And it's subjective, except for if you say Discovery, then you kind of deserve a dick punch, or a uterus punch if you're a woman. But yeah, yeah, yeah. Outside of that, like which Star Trek is the best? Old Trek, Next Generation, Enterprise, Voyager, Deep Space Nine. You got so many of the goddamn things. So it'll be a little bit of nerd talk in there. As a matter of fact, I was an Alien stream actually, and I'll get into that too. Hopefully, Bean is watching as well. She'll fucking laugh her ass off when I talk about it. But yeah, there was a couple funny things from Alien stream. One of them was Moki saying, "You got a very soothing voice and everything." I was like, my wife said I should have done ASMR content or whatever. And she's like, "Yeah, you're like the Bob Ross of video game nerds." And like, I about pissed myself when she said it. And I was like, well, the show is called Happy Accidents for a reason. Yeah, oh, I believe that. Yeah, there was everybody saying happy birthday or whatever. I mean, there is one ABL call that I also want to talk about. Um, and something else he said, and that's the part where, hopefully Beans is in the chat when I go over that part because it was fucking crazy. But I've never seen Sheree type this word in chat ever. And the one caller, Sheree typed in triggered. And I was like, oh shit. Like, but the setup, it was hysterical to me for a couple days, different reasons when the lady called in. Spamming happy, yeah. I saw that everybody spamming happy birthday. I had come in by that point. I came in right on this one call, and this lady calls in, and the lady's like, "I have a different point of view from you," like all this kind of stuff to ABL, and she said she was in Ohio, and ABL's like, "Good. I'm glad you have a different point of view from me." Like, I'm not saying verbatim this is what he said, but this is roundabouts what he says. He goes, "Yeah, I'm glad you have I always enjoy diverse points of view. Maybe I can learn something from you, everything else. And I welcome them on this show." The lady then starts to go off about how black females are the cause of like all these problems. It's always the black female and stuff. And like the moment she said black female, ABL was just like, no, 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 no. And like started turning down the volume on the call. Like you could see him reach forward and hit the board. And when he did it, I was fucking dead because I was like, you wanted a diverse opinion. It's definitely not going to be something that lines up with your opinion. We can clearly see that shit because this lady's either on some racist shit or, she's going to state it from her point of view. Regardless if I agree with it or disagree with it, it's a diverse point of view. You just invited her to bring this, like her diverse point of view to your show and you welcome it so you could debate it or whatever. And you immediately censored her and muted her. I was fucking dead rolling. Tim Pool is a grifter. Wow, he got upset because you called Tim Pool a grifter? He is a fucking grifter. 110%. I mean, I'm still waiting on this huge civil war where we're all like, taking each other out. And then he'll come back and say something like, oh, yeah, well, Antifa took out a Trump supporter in Portland back during the BLM stuff. And it's like, really, dude? That's your one example? A civil war has one casualty to it, and that's it. That was the end of the Civil War. What the fuck? Yes, and there you go, Stranded. That's what tickled my taint, right? Is exactly what you just said. He appreciates diverse points of view as long as they align with his. Like what? But then the lady came back on, like he turned her back up or whatever, and she started going off. And like, yeah, it was kind of a racist point of view, and Sheree was like triggered. Like when Sheree typed triggered in, I was just like, yeah, you have done fucked up because Sheree doesn't get offended easily. So it's like the shit you're saying, lady. And I wasn't even laughing. I was too busy laughing. I wasn't even listening to what the lady was saying. I just knew it was some fucked up shit because as soon as I saw Sheree type in triggered, like game over. Yeah, and I agree. Sure, like he should have said, "Thank you, ma'am. You're delving into kind of racist territory with your talk. We don't discuss that kind of thing. Like we don't do racism on the show. Sorry, I disagree with you. Let's politely disagree. I'm going to go to the next caller. Easiest way to handle it. Instead, he let her keep going, and it was like, but he muted her first, censored her, and then kept going with it. So why don't the other mods show up? They don't show up because they don't give a shit. The only one who takes that job seriously is Sheree, best mod on these internets. Sheree has stuff going on, like I said. It's Sheree's business. She messaged me earlier, said I'm probably not going to make the show. Hey, you go do you. I would, my show is just a goofy little shit show on the internet where we're all gathering, having fun, talking, having conversations, doing randomness, painting, all this kind of stuff, right? Don't even worry about it. That your family is more important to, and I mean, I think we can all agree on this, that family comes first. Take care of family. And I was good, but like that was fine. And I'm actually shocked and like impressed that Sheree is here now. So that just shows me that, like I'm 100% right. Where if I ever get monetized, I'm giving Sheree her cut. Period. End of sentence. Right now, I'm probably going to be a long way off monetization if Alien is any kind of business model to go off of, because I think he's been doing this shit for like what, 5 years or something, and he just got monetized. So that tells me, I have a chance of surviving like a fart in the wind does, Yes, I gave him. That was the first thing I started with. Stranded. I gave him a shout out. I wished him congratulations, future successes, the whole 9 yards. I'm happy for him. He's this what he wanted. Yeah, I heard the call. Like I heard that part of the call too. I just thought it was funny because she's just like looking at the news, and you know what went through my head when she's like, "It's all these black women, blah 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 blah," whatever the fuck she was saying. Right? What went through my head is, no, lady, the biggest fucking block, the biggest problem that causes a lot of the problem are woke, white, liberal women. Period. They're the ones you always see screaming, yelling, and, like maybe their guy doesn't agree with it, but they're going to cut them off if they, cut off the booty basically if they don't go along with it. So like, I'm like, yo, you got the wrong people that you're pointing fingers at here, lady. Moki, hey, how are you? Figures, and I'm happy Moki's here because, like I said, when we get into the which Star Trek is the best Star Trek debate, honestly, it was kind of a suggestion from Moki because we were in Aliens chat and having a conversation, and she's like, "Do you ever cover Star Trek?" And I'm like, "I actually paint models from it and shit." Like, and I was like, "Oh yeah, you know what? We haven't really covered, who's going to argue which is the best." Like, I'm pretty sure for Stranded I think Enterprise is her favorite. You know what I mean? Stuff like this. I don't know what Moki's is. If it's original, if it's next gen, Deep Space Nine, we'll get into all that. Um, but then, and this is a shame because I know Beans isn't here yet, but Beans took this one to heart the way I fucking took it to heart. So, do you guys, and it came in at the end of the show, ABL said something about Bill Belichick and his young girlfriend, right? And he said, I don't want to sing Foo Fighters, but, there goes my hero. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, yo, what are we talking about here? Like, old dude, young chick. What are we talking about as far as young? And I was like, yeah, that was kind of weird. And Beans picked up on it and kind of like, yo, what the fuck? He's your hero? Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry, guys. Stop for a second to read chat. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've ever heard that lady. I don't know. I just know it's kind of fucked up. But yeah, so ABL had said something about that. Well, I went over to Alien stream, and Beana had gone into that stream too, and Beana was like, "Yeah, I can't believe he called Bill Belichick the hero." And I think Alien had read that part of it, and he's like, "Yes." He goes, on his Uncle ABL channel. Now, granted, I went and looked personally, so I'm going off of what Alien tells me. Alien's not usually wrong because he does watch pretty much all of ABL's content except for his latest live shows. But if ABL makes a video, Alien watches it. So I'm going off of Alien. I couldn't find it personally. And maybe you guys have watched the Uncle ABL channel and you can tell me if this is true or not. But what Alien said was, yeah, ABL in one of his videos, and he didn't say it verbatim, but he was like, yeah, I need to find, if I'm going to settle down with somebody, it'll be an 18-year-old because then she can have my kids because I want to have kids, and then that 18-year-old will have my kids. And I was like, I immediately responded. I was like, yeah, I was like, whoa, really? I was like, that's wood chipper territory. Like you're edging on wood chipper territory. So like, Jesus Christ. The whole thing is you can have an age discrepancy in a relationship, right? I know people that their significant other is older than them, women and men. Their spouse is younger than them, right? And I mean, I'm talking a discrepancy of a decade, 15 years, maybe even 20 years. But the other person is like in their late 30s, early 40s. You know what I mean? Like the discrepancy doesn't really matter all that fucking much. But when you're talking, you're like 40 years old and you want an 18-year-old girl, what's the difference between 17 and 18? 12 months? That's not that big a discrepancy. Like, what the fuck? Half your age plus 7 years, right, Eugene? Okay, Sheree. Sheree's saying she's never heard that, and she's watched all the videos too. That's what I'm saying. I went and looked, Sheree. I couldn't find that. So like I said, maybe I'm off base, but I do know he was like last night when he said Bill Belichick's his hero, and then I heard that shit. I was like, bruh. Like, what are we talking about? Why do you want an 18-year-old? You know, as an old man now, like pushing I'd be 50 in a month and some change, right? I'm just I look at it and I'm like, yeah, my wife's older than me by a couple months. So, but we're in that same generation because your partner should be somebody that you have not only just like a physical and everything else connection, but you also have to have that mental connection where you can have discussions and they've grown to the level you are, if not surpassed you. An 18-year-old is not going to even come close to having the same kind of conversation, discussion, anything else as somebody who's like 40. You've seen too much shit at 40 versus the 18-year-old. Okay, Sheree. Thank you. So, Sheree, thank God you're here, Sheree. Clarifications like that. He's always said he'd never go under 24. Okay, that's good. That's fine. 24 is still like, it's nowhere near jailbait at that point. But yeah, like 18, like when I heard 18, I was like, ooh, that's some shit. And I was like, the only thing I could think is the only reason you'd want somebody 18 is because they're easily manipulated, don't understand the world enough, and then you can basically program them to do whatever the fuck you want them to do. Like, oh, well, I was always taught that, cleaning the house and taking beatings on a regular basis is acceptable and that's what I'm supposed to be doing in life. Like you can program their brain because it's not developed all the way yet. Like that's just it. And not just that, I also was thinking this. Have I ever told you guys about my daughter? My daughter was 20 at the time. So she's a year off from being able to legally drink. And she's dating this guy. My son did not like this guy. My wife didn't like this guy. I didn't give a shit. My daughter can do what she wants because she's an adult, right? Unless I see it negatively affecting her, and then I'm going to say something. But I had my son and my wife in my ear for probably about a month. She's dating this guy, and they're like, "Yeah, we don't, like, yeah, he's there's something wrong with that dude. There's something wrong, like they're just saying this shit to me." So one night, it's like 3 in the fucking morning, and I'm a night owl, flat out. I'm usually up way late at night, especially at this point. I was working graveyards, and she's not home. Like 1 in the morning, my wife comes in the back room. My wife goes to bed like 10 o'clock normally, and she comes back. She goes, "Yeah, I messaged her, nothing back, and all this other shit." I don't know where she's at and everything else. So I give her a call, right? Because it's 1 a.m. I said, I'll give her another hour or two. We'll see what the fuck's up, you know? But yeah, it's very unlike her to be out this late. You know, she's just not acting like herself. So now all this shit that my wife's been saying to me, my son's been saying to me about why they don't like this guy is going through my fucking head. So I call my daughter. Say, hey, where are you? Oh, I'm, at this all night Walmart and we're just walking around and looking at stuff or some shit like this. And I'm like, what? I was like, is this going to be a regular thing or like, what are you doing here? Oh, well, like it might be blah, 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 blah. He wanted to, and he this and he that. And I was like, yeah. So let me explain to you what's going to happen. I said, I'm taking a Gatorade bottle that's sitting next to me and empty one out of the trash. I'm going into the bathroom. I'm going to piss in that bottle. When you pull into the driveway, if you don't get your fucking ass home in the next 15 minutes, when you pull into this driveway, I'm going to walk outside. I don't care if the door's locked and he's got the window rolled up. I will put my arms through the fucking window, drag his monkey ass out through it, beat the ever-loving Christ out of him, pour this bottle of piss on him, and just wait for the police to get here. And he's going to the hospital, and I'm going to jail. You are done with this fucking guy. And I was like, 15 minutes, what you got? I was like, takes 10 minutes to get home from where you're at. 15 minutes is what you got. See you when you get here. And also you're done, right? So 12 minutes go by, and all of a sudden the door opens. My daughter comes in the house. Said, okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. Like, you're right. I wasn't acting like myself, blah, 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 and all this other stuff. And I thought she was going to plead the case to keep seeing this dude, and it was going to be an argument. Instead, it was, I'm sorry. I told him I'm not going to see you anymore. And I was like, she goes, no, I got a question for you. Said, what's that? And I've never lied to my kids. She goes, were you really going to, piss in a bottle and then beat the shit out of him and pour it on and all that stuff you said? I picked up the fucking Gatorade bottle that's half full of piss. And I said, what do you think? And she said, okay, just so I understand. And she went to her room and never saw that dude again. Like, never saw him again. But that's what I'm saying is, if she had been 18, I wouldn't even have given the warning. I'd just fucking probably brutalize the guy, right? And that's what I'm saying too, is if a 40-year-old man had come around my daughter like that, I don't see any family going, oh yeah, come on in. Here's some cookies and, like, here's some coffee for you. And you want to drink a shot with the old man? No, fuck that. Like, you're just going to waste them on the spot. If you're an actual good dad. But yeah, like it's one of those things, like, and like, seriously, my daughter was actually like, yeah, you know what? And then she went off to a better relationship, the whole 9 yards, like went off to a better life too, because this guy was holding her back in different aspects of her life. And it had only been a month, but that's just it. What parent is going to accept, oh, you're 40 years old and, oh, you're going to do what now with my 18-year-old? Oh, you want to marry her and have kids? Yeah. Let me show you outside real quick. I got to show you something out in these woods. Sir, why is there a shovel and a bag of lime here? Don't look. Just keep looking straight ahead at that tree, please. Keep, like, what are we talking about here? Yeah, guys, smash that like button. I love you guys. Thank you for the 10 people watching right now. That's amazing on a Sunday. Right. No way would you allow that. And neither would I. And like, that's just it. And, the whole thing is, I have this relationship with my children where I've never restricted them. I've shown them my path. I have videotaping me partying when I was a kid and everything. And I've told both of them, I'm proud you didn't take my fucking route. Yes, did I have adventures? Yes. Was it crazy and everything? Yeah. Could I have died at any fucking point in time? Yes, I could have. Where am I, in life? Where can you be at life? And both of them are successful and everything else, because I won't let them walk my path. Um, you know, not that they would, because they're smarter than I am, to be honest with you, at that age. They're probably smarter than me in a lot of things now. But when it comes to a rough life, stuff like that, I've got the edge. Like, yeah, oh yeah, I fucking dealt in shit that you guys don't even want to know about, you know? And I'm not talking about you, the viewer. I mean, my children, like, yeah, we don't discuss that point in my life. I did this and I was kind of evil at that point, but it was how I made it through. Yeah. Like it it's one of those things as parents, it's not easy because I mean, especially when a child turns 18, they're technically adult. They can pretty much do what the fuck they want. And there's no point in time where I was like, yeah, I'll throw you the fuck out of the house or any of that stuff, right? Um, it was just more of a conversation and knowing that, yeah, she didn't want to see me go to jail, I guess, because she knew I was going to beat the ever loving Christ out of him. And I still got four good ass whoopings left in me, you know, taking them and giving them. In about 2 months, that's going to reduce to three. I'm going to lose one of those good ass whoopings that I can take or throw. Yeah, it's rough. Like it's got to be rough to be a parent nowadays, you know. And somebody in that position or whatever, I'm not envious of them. But if you're, you know, and mothers can be just as even more savage than fathers. I'm not gonna lie, they really can. Shout out to all the good moms in the chat and out in this world because a mother protecting their child is the scariest fucking thing you've ever seen. Um, I mean, just look at you can go over and fuck with a grizzly bear, right? You wouldn't want to, but you can go over and fuck with a grizzly bear and slap it in the mouth and run, or you know, try to run before it mauls you, all that kind of stuff. You really want to get fucked up by a grizzly bear? Have it be a mama bear and have a pair of cubs near her and go over and go try and pet one of the cubs and watch what happens to your ass. It's going to be like getting smacked by a Cuisinart with a supernova nova power in its ass. Like you're just going to get busted to pieces because mama bears don't play. And yeah, I mean that's just it. I'm fortunate too that I established a policy between myself and the children of don't lie to me. Just tell me like it is, even if I don't like it, because I can't give you the advice. I can't give you guidance if I don't know what the fuck's wrong. My next life is bear shit. Yes, yeah. Well, your next life is bear shit. You're not wrong. You're 100% correct on that one. Stranded, like that mama bear is going to chew you up and just spit you out. But and I mean, coming from a guy who you know back when he was a teenager, partied and everything else, I don't think I ever went that great of an age discrepancy. If anything, I went the other way with it, where like there was older women, you know, but not younger girls, like super young under me. Like maybe 3 years would be a difference. I think that would be the biggest discrepancy. But yeah, so there was that with ABL, and I just thought that was funny. I didn't know, and thank you, Sheree, for the clarity, because you know I had like when it was like 18, so they can have my kids, and I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Like I was just like, had me definitely feeling some kind of way, definitely feeling some kind of way. So I do appreciate that clarity, and like I said, that's why Sheree is the greatest model on these internets, and I'm happy that not only did she make it, but that I got her in my corner. As I this thing even yeah, making sure my damn camera didn't freeze because I'm sitting here doing exactly what I said I wasn't going to do and running my gums and not painting. So, unfortunately, with Cutman, I found orange versions and I found red versions. I'm going with the red version. Yeah, I mean, in some cases, but it could also be that, it depends on that age discrepancy, is where I'm at with it, Moki. Like, you know what I mean? If he's like 5, 10 years older than her and she's in her 20s, 30s, like mid 20s, early 30s, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to see, like, outside of having conversations, or interpersonal relationships, it may be a little off, but if you got common ground between the two of them for some reason, like, there are people that are just older souls. I'm, it's fine. They're consenting adults. Consenting adults are going to consent to whatever. But at the same time, you also want to make sure they're not being manipulated and taken advantage of. Hey, Devin, you know, um, is what it is. But yes, that was funny. One little news thing. Apparently, Trump came out and said he's kind of pissed off because they bombed more Ukraine or something, like Russia hit him again, and he's pissed off about it. But he also said that his talks about nuclear with Iran are going well. So let's hope he comes to a peaceful solution. It doesn't turn into a shit show. We'll wish him the best. That's about all the news I got for that. Um, but yeah, let's get into the fun part. The part that Moki and Stranded are going to get into a fist fight in the chat over. Worse than if I had brought in, a Israeli and a Gazan to discuss what's going on over there. Let's get into it. Which Star Trek is best and why? She needs a ding dong zir just like her. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh yeah, happy birthday, Devin. It's everybody's birthday. It's Ray's birthday. It's Devin's birthday. Happy birthday, Devin. Fucking Danny, Revenge of the Sith. Holy shit! There used to be a time in the American lexicon of pop culture where you would get murdered at a con for statements like that, Danny. So you're saying next gen because Captain Picard is the well, we can get into who's the best captain and all that, right? But because Picard is the hottest, even though he's gay, um, and best of the captains. Now, how about original Trek? Who's all for original Trek? Good old William Shatner, and we're not talking about the captain here. We're just talking about the show itself, I guess, and the adventures they go on and everything. But how about original Trek? How many people are for that? How many people are for see, like Deep Space Nine? I didn't really like all that much. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it had some cool stuff. I think they focused too much on Odo on that show, and it was okay. Like, I didn't hate it, didn't love it. Voyager, I actually like Captain Janeway. Seven of Nine, Chakotay, like all that stuff. I like that one. That wasn't bad. How many people are for that? How many people are next gen is always the one that people are like, next gen so much better than everything else. And like that's their hardcore one. And yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go on record and say my favorite out of the Star Trek shows is Enterprise. And legitimately, not just because it was the beginning of everything basically in that universe, but because their second season when they're fighting the Zindi. I want to say it is the Zindi, correct? Um, it man, it's just one long story. So it wasn't just like this adventure, that adventure. Oh, we came across this new alien or whatever. It was like humanity is going to be extinguished. It's up to the Enterprise to save it. And it took a fucking season for them to get through everything in front of them. Yeah, Enterprise was Scott Bakula, Captain Archer. Um, the thing is, and that's my main thing is because you had this one long ass continuous story for Enterprise. Now the first season was fun because it was like, oh, they're going like warp 3 or something. They don't even have weapons on the Enterprise. They're just going out into space and expecting all aliens for the most part to be friendly to them. It was like, what are you guys doing? They had to go get retrofitted. They're coming up with different stuff like Red Alert. Going to Red Alert was originally supposed to be the Read Alert because of the security officer on it, everything else. Um, so yeah, for me, Enterprise was the best out of the shows, right? But that's me personally, and followed by the original series. Probably because when I saw it when I was a kid, I used to like, I loved it. Even though the set design, everything else was cheesier, whole 9 yards. I really liked it. Now Star Trek Next Gen would come in third. Like I would go 1, 2, and 3. Well, yeah. Plus, and like Next Gen, right? One of the coolest things about Next Gen is you had one of the, in my opinion, one of the greatest sets of villains in it, which was Q. And Q, because of Q, that's where the Borg came from. Because Captain Picard was running his mouth to Q, saying, "We can handle anything you throw at us, Q." And Q's like, "What about an enemy that's like this?" And he's like, "We'd figure a way around it. We'd get through it." And next thing you know, Q throws him way off course. It like knocks him into what, like the Delta Quadrant or something like this from the Alpha or Beta Quadrant. Like completely throws the Enterprise way into the deep end of the pool. And they're like, there's a cube ship and all this, and it's the fucking Borg, and it's the first time you're exposed to the Borg, and they're getting the shit kicked out of them, and the Enterprise is about to get wrecked, and Picard has to ask Q to get him the fuck, like, he's like, you were right, Q, I was wrong. There are things in this universe humankind is not ready to handle yet. So yeah, there was cool shit like that on Star Trek Next Gen. Sitting there, I'm sorry guys, catching up on chat real quick. I can't put one eye on chat and one eye on painting. I'm not that skilled. Yeah, so Enterprise, you're not wrong. It honestly, they canceled the show way too soon and they rushed too many things after that Zindi War. Like the Zindi War was great. I don't think they were getting the numbers they were hoping to get. Like they were hoping for next generation numbers, and that's why they canceled it so fast. And they just kind of wrapped it up. I hated the last episode of Enterprise. It was actually seriously fucking disappointing to me because it all turned out it was like, oh, it was just Captain Riker deciding if he was going to take his captaincy and what would Archer do basically. And it was just like you didn't have to wrap it into that. That was, in my opinion, that was a shit way to end the show. They killed Trip on that show, which was disappointing. Stuff like this. After you're watching these characters grow and become better. They definitely ended it way too soon for what the show was. And I'm not going to lie at all. Partially, that's my fault. I didn't watch it when it was on TV. I caught all of it after it was done and wrapped. Like I went and watched it all the way through. And I was like, when I was watching the show, I was like, God damn, the show was amazing. How come I didn't catch it when it was on? Just one of those damn things. Yeah, Stranded's right. The episode that shall not be named. And in original Trek, I always like, granted, granddaddy of them all, they're out in space or whatever, but legitimately, it was Captain Kirk. It was Captain Kirk, Mr. Spock, Sulu, fucking like all of them. Mr. Scott, Bones, um, Uhura. Like, it's that original cast that, even though it's old and cheesy or whatever, Captain Kirk was that guy that would, knock the shit out of the villain or figure some way to win. No matter what the odds were, he always figured out a way to win, which all boomerangs into the Wrath of Khan, of course, where he doesn't believe in a no-win situation. Kobayashi Maru, yeah, well, how did you get past it? Simple, I changed the program so that it was winnable because I don't believe in an unwinnable situation. You know, Kirk always had a smart way about it. And why I say Kirk is the better captain to an extent than Jean-Luc Picard in Next Generation is this. And anybody who's a Star Trek fan, you guys have seen the movie Generations, where it was Captain Kirk basically passing the torch over to Jean-Luc Picard, right? Yeah, well, Shatner's a jerk, but he's amazing to his fans. Like he's actually like really good about fans. Yeah, I can't take Takai's like political bullshit, but Sulu on the show was cool. So was Chekhov. Um, yeah, but the whole thing is, if you ever saw Generations, where it's Picard and they get trapped in like the time loop or whatever, and they have to go. They had to go and grab Captain Kirk to fight the villain in that movie, and it's the one where Kirk dies or whatever, falling off a bridge. Spoiler alert, I guess, for a fucking ancient ass movie. But yeah, he Captain Picard was getting the shit beat out of him. Everything else, Captain Kirk, like soon as he came out, he was just like, "Oh no, that's not how we do this. We're not going to solve this intellectually. Let's knuckle up, motherfucker!" And just starts whooping the bad guy's ass, like Malcolm McDowell, I think it was, played the villain in it, and just starts beating the crap out of him. Like it's like, oh yeah, there we go. That's what we're missing. Like, and Shatner, old man or whatever, but he was still like, "Yep, let's go." This is like you broke Indiana Jones out of the sarcophagus or something, just threw him out there like Captain Kirk. So that's why I say um, Picard couldn't solve it on his own. He needed Kirk to come in and save him. Oh, really? See, I've never heard of a bad fan, like actual fan experience with William Shatner. I've always heard that he was very polite to his fans, very nice to them, take pictures with them, everything else. Actually, to tell you the truth, most of the crew I had always heard when it came to Trek conventions and stuff like this, they were very good with their fans. So I'm actually surprised to hear that. But yeah, Shatner can get a little full of himself too. Wait, there was somebody who was being racist on X? No. you guys are making that up. Geordie, the actor LeVar Burton. Honestly, greatest thing he ever did wasn't Geordie. The greatest thing he ever did was reading Rainbow back when I was a kid. Like, as a matter of fact, when I saw him as Geordie, I was like, wait, that's the Reading Rainbow guy. My big problem with Geordie was, well, here's a couple big problems I have with Next Generation too. You're telling me with all the technology in the world they couldn't cure baldness in the future? That's not good. Like they could cure a man who had cancer. There was one episode in Next Gen when they find like these survivors that were shot into space in like either the early 2000s or late 90s or whatever the fuck it was supposed to be, and they were cryogenically frozen. They thaw them out, and the one guy was like a rich Texan guy, and he had lung cancer, and they shot him into space. And the only reason I really remember the episode is because he lights up a cigarette in his room. Like he gets the replicator to make him a cigarette, lights it up in his room, and all the ship's alarms go off for a fire. And they come in and they're like, nobody smokes in nowadays because it's bad for your lungs, all this stuff. And he's like, yeah, whatever. You guys fix my lungs. So you're telling me that you can repair somebody's lungs and wipe out all the lung cancer, but you can't regrow hair on Captain Picard? What the fuck kind of future are we living in here? Fair enough, D. Fair enough. Good to see you, man. Um, I couldn't get into Buffy. Buffy and Angel were shows that just I've tried too because people are like, oh yeah, like even my wife's like, yeah, Buffy was actually when you first start watching it, you're kind of like, I don't know about this, but it gets amazing, and I'm like, okay, but I can never make it. I make it about halfway into the first season and just tune out of it, completely tune out of it. Just I don't know if it's like that show's not made for me, what the deal is, but I can't get into Buffy. And yeah, what you can call it, Sarah Michelle Gellar, that wouldn't shock me. Um, would not shock me at all, actually, about Sarah Michelle Gellar. She was like actually like seriously woke nowadays. Ah, that's a damn shame, Stranded. Yeah, see, like they were all nerd shows when I was growing up, but you know what else they were? They were stoner shows. Actually, to tell you the truth, original Trek, like, I watched that shit because it would come on TV, and I can't remember what show we used to watch, but it would come on TV after whatever show it was, and I had seen all the different episodes. Same thing with MASH. I've seen every episode of MASH probably like 2 or 3 times because it would be on late night TV or whatever, and it was the only thing on. Back in the day when you didn't have internet to keep you entertained, you would just like, oh, it's just TV, and that's about it. Can't go watch some streaming shit or whatever. I can, rent a VHS tape, what have you. But it's whatever's on TV is whatever is on. And Star Trek was one of those that they always reran. So I had seen it all the time. MASH, like I said, was another one. The Headbangers Ball with Matt Penfield. Wasn't it Matt Penfield? Headbangers Ball? I think it was. Yeah, I never missed an episode of Headbangers Ball. There was somebody else. No, wait. Matt Penfield did. It was Ricky something. Ricky Rackets? Is that who did Headbangers? Matt Penfield did that other one. Smallville? Smallville, I thought was amazing. I didn't watch it until start watching it till the third season, and there's some really fucking terrible seasons in there. But honestly, Tom Welling is still up in the top like three Supermen. You know, I think in legitimacy, it goes Christopher Reeve, Henry Cavill, then Tom Welling as Superman. Those are your three greatest Supermans, in my opinion. Yes, culture did take a serious hit in the late 90s. Um, it didn't die though. It wasn't as the problem was that the 80s just had so much iconic shit happen in it that when you got to the 90s and the 2Ks are really where shit went bad. Um, but the 80s had like, I mean, just look at something like 19, I don't know if it's 84 or 85 for movies. You had shit like Goonies, Ghostbusters, like all these classics, Poltergeist, E.T., like all this kind of shit came out in the early 80s. I'm not even going to say like a specific year, but like from 1980 to 1985, 6 was just, there was so many movies that came out that we go back and reflect on now. And they're like, oh yeah, man, I love the Goonies. I love, Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark. I love Temple of Doom. Star Wars, Star Wars came out originally in the 70s, but then Return of the Jedi is like 83, I want to say. George Reeves, um, he was good for like Golden Age Superman as far as so breaking it down, Christopher Reeve, not only was he Superman on the big screen, but in real life, he was an amazing person. He did everything for charity. Hell, even the worst of the Superman films at this point, well, yeah, I think it was actually worse than fucking Superman Returns. But he like Superman 4 The Quest for Peace, he only agreed to do that movie. They didn't have to pay him his full salary, but it had to be against like Superman denuclearizing the planet, like nuclear weapons, because he was very outspoken about it because he didn't want to see humanity die. Um, George Reeve was more like serial. So it was like, here's an adventure, here's an adventure, here's an adventure, right? And he's iconic because, it's old timey TV and we've all probably seen it. The same thing with the Max Fleischer cartoons of Superman. It was just like an adventure here, adventure there. Fucking Henry Cavill, he looked like Superman. Like you could believe that dude's Superman because super nerd, like in real life. Like he may be buff and everything. Beans said, hey, you and Henry Cavill have something in common. And he was sitting there painting Warhammer minis. And I was like, oh yeah, he's a huge video game pop culture nerd. Like Henry Cavill is in real life. Like he's actually like hardcore into that stuff to the point where the reason he quit The Witcher is he told them ahead of time, and it was in his contract, that if you deviate too far from this character, then I'm done. I'm out. They started to deviate from the character. He said, hey, look, put it back on course, got the scripts for the third season, was like, I'm out. I'm done. Because you are not honoring the books. You're not honoring the games. Like Henry Cavill's and amazing on him because The Witcher is canceled now. And it went to dog shit. But the first season, amazing. Henry Cavill in it, amazing. But he did the same thing with Superman. He couldn't push back on certain aspects, but I think he embodied Superman. Even in the couple movies that he was actually in. The Smallville, Tom Welling, his Superman, we got to watch him go from Superboy to Superman in that show. And it chronicled like everything. Now, some of it was goofy and like, what is this dumb shit or whatever. But for the most part, it was pretty fucking good. Because in the comic books, Superboy, actually, that's what turns Lex Luthor evil in one version of the comic books. He isn't like an all-powerful businessman or anything else. He's a brilliant, rich, smart ginger kid. And basically, he was trying to help Superman, I want to say, overcome kryptonite. I can't remember what he was trying to help him with some kind of experiment to help Superboy. And while he was doing the experiment, something happened. The experiment exploded and made all his hair fall out. And so his baldness, he blamed Superman for turning him into a freak, basically, with a bald head at a young age. And that's what he blamed Superman for and why he hated him. Now, granted, that's some, what, golden or silver age bullshit. And they retconned the hell out of it. But that was originally his motivation was that's why Lex hated Superman, was because when he was Superboy in Smallville and everything else. So it kind of works. I don't know. Limp Bizkit ruined music. You'd have to say Korn ruined music too. Then it's just different. I'm scrolling back up so I can read the chat. Like I said, if I could put one eye one way and one eye the other way, well, then I'd be a googly eyed freak if I could do that. Yeah, I could believe that really did hurt too, Moki. Or no, Stranded. Stranded said that. Moki's right below. Yeah, but Stranded had said they kept moving around the time slot. Yeah, you're not wrong. That always kills things. It's the same way with I don't know if you guys ever watch a show called Firefly. If you haven't, I'm not gonna lie at all. You need to watch it. It's free. It streams free, different places, Tubi, shit like that. If you're a sci-fi nerd at all, Firefly was amazing. Nobody ever saw it. Nobody ever watched it when it was on, and that's why it got canceled so fast. But it was honestly an amazing show. Joss Whedon's, yeah, it was Joss Whedon's run, and Nathan Fillion's brilliant in it. But definitely like one of my favorite shows that I could cry that they didn't, like I didn't catch this shit when it was on. But to be honest with you, I did catch one episode, and it was the first when it first aired, and it was a train heist. That's actually the second episode in the series. They showed the episodes out of order and fucked everybody up because the first episode kind of lays out characters and their motivations. And instead, the executives decided they wanted more excitement. So they put the second episode on, which is a train heist. Yep. What is it? Take my life, take my land, take me to where I cannot stand. What is it? Burn the land and boil the sea. You can't take the sky from me. Something like that. Take me out to the black. Tell 'em I'm not coming back. I can't remember the fucking theme song. But yeah, like it fucking great show. Another one, actually a modern one that people could say like shit's woke in it or whatever. And they're half right in my opinion, but The Expanse. The Expanse was probably one of the best goddamn shows on TV. And then in the later seasons, they didn't have the money, so it was like the second to last. It might even no, it was the second to last season, I think. But they had this whole thing where they focused on the one girl being trapped on the ship and everything, and I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? There's so much more story here they could go with, and it turned out they just simply didn't have the budget to shoot the other stuff. But The Expanse is actually unreal because the science behind the science fiction is correct. Hair metal bands ruined music. I love them, but they actually they killed rock and roll. They were the actual beginning of the end for rock and roll. Take my love, take my land, take me where I cannot stand. Something you can't take the sky from me. Take me out to the black. Tell them I'm not coming back. Burn the land and boil the sea. You can't take the sky from me. And it's something now that I've found Serenity, and Serenity is the name of the ship they're all on Firefly. Like the ship, it's a Firefly class ship, but it's actually called Firefly. So I want to, let's, you want to talk about grunge? We can talk about, like I said, randomness. Um, Grunge, while, trust me, I love my fucking grunge, but grunge really was kind of what the youth in America, I would say, like guys that were like my age, like late teens, early 20s at that time. Grunge encapsulated all the uncertainty that was coming up with Y2K, kind of the depression we all felt about different shit that wasn't going right in the world at that time. Like it was the dark place for an angsty teen. But grunge also kind of led to goth music, in my opinion. So that's kind of a double edged sword. Yes, grunge was good. But I mean, I like grunge, but alternative was good too. You have some serious classics, but I also want you to think about it, right? I remember watching, and I'm going to just use them as an example because I know they did win like video of the year or whatever the fuck that shit was for the time. But REM, they were like an indie band that was played on college rock and rolls, college rock stations, basically. But everything in their music was all messaging. Like it really was like a fight against the man, or losing my religion, um, fucking Orange Crush, even. Like they're catchy tunes, but if you actually break down the lyrics and break down what Michael Stipe has said, like, oh, that song's about, the oppression of this. It's kind of where the messaging started getting into the music versus like left, kind of left wing, like modern day left wing messaging gets into music sometimes. Yes, and I'm not saying REM. I enjoy their music. Like I can take them here and there. I can take them or leave them. You know, and they've endured, so they aren't a bad band. It's just there's messaging behind the music. It was the same thing with what was the bald chick's name? Shaved her head, and that's what made her like everybody notice. Oh, Sinead O'Connor, right? She was on SNL or whatever. Like even her music, which is I want to say is like 88, 89, something like that. It's like mid to late 80s. But she took a picture of the Pope out and she said like end apartheid or some bullshit, and then tore the picture of the Pope in half on like SNL, and it was a whole big scandal. Like her song's great. There's plenty of people. I think they're fantastic. Dude, Robert De Niro. And now his nowadays movies suck ass, but back in the day, Raging Bull, Goodfellas, can't tell me that's not an amazing actor. Like he was a great actor. The only problem is that, like you have to disassociate the politics or whatever from the artists themselves to make them good. Like it's the same thing with music. Fight the real enemy. There you go. That's exactly what that shit was. But let's not forget one of the greatest musicians of all fucking time, Weird Al Yankovic. That man transcended everything. To this day, he has transcended everything. Weird Al Yankovic might just be the greatest music artist I've ever seen. Where's Danny? I want to talk about Blur versus Oasis. All right, maybe this is going to be an unpopular opinion, especially with British viewers, but fuck Oasis. Those guys were so full of themselves and such assholes. The Gallagher brothers. Yeah, it just fuck both of them. We're bigger than the Beatles. No, you're not. No, you're not. As a matter of fact, you got sued because you duped somebody else's song at one point. By the way, guys, anybody who caught the intro, I feel I should probably explain this to you guys. So last time when I did the intro, I used Lunatic Fringe done by an AI. Completely had the AI do it, said make it sound the same, remove the lyrics, blah, 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 right? AI did what I told it. I put that shit up. I got a copyright notice from UMG, which I'm guessing is either Universal or United Music Group, on behalf of their client and asked to remove it. I actually had to edit my last video, and YouTube actually has this new feature to it where it can go and remove copyrighted music from your shit. So YouTube went and removed stuff. But it's funny because I went and watched the video after YouTube did this, and I can still hear chunks of the song where the AI generated it. It's not the original artist shit. So I'm like, wow, that's some pretty bullshit. So this time the intro, flat out, thank you to all the guys in Shed Sessions is the name of the band. Both of the Tims, James, and rest in peace, my best friend, Guido. Guido was their bassist. Guido wrote the song. The two Tims performed with him. One played drums, one played guitar. And when I was first starting my YouTube channel, Guido, it was actually the last thing he gave to me. He passed away 2 weeks later. I said, man, I'm going to start a YouTube channel. And I was like, here's the thing, brother. I need music because everything else is copyrighted. And he said, yo, I got a song you can use. You know, you can use it as a theme. It fits your personality. It's 100% you. I've been writing this song. And I was like, really? I was like, you need me to pay for it? He said, no, it's yours and all that. When Guido passed, I went to his bandmates who were on a band called Shed Sessions. And both Tim's and James said, look, he was your best friend. And yeah, you carry on his legacy through that song. You know, like he wrote it, and if he gave it to you, he gave it to you. We sign off on it. Anybody gives you any copyright problems and anything else, so YouTube, you can go fuck yourself if you want to try and hit me with a copyright strike for using my best friend's song, because I will contact his widow and we will have a fucking throwdown. Yeah, Lunatic Fringe is a great song, fantastic song. But at the same point in time, like I said, the song Guido gave me is called "Get Dead Again," and you know, I guess it's technically GAM's theme now, like parentheses GAM's theme, because I used it on my old videos, everything else, where I was putting on the gloves and putting on the trench coat. It's the same song that runs in the background on those videos, like when the intro is starting up. Um, but yeah, I'm friends with the entire band, and they're great guys. One of the Tims, like I've known him since we were kids. Guido, of course, was my best friend. James, I got to meet him, know him, very very good dude, very tall. Honestly, it's funny. He's like a tall version, and I can't remember the guy's name, but if you've ever seen Vikings, there is the one dude that they end up blood eagling, which is still one of my favorite episodes of Vikings. But James looks like him, except for he's like 6'4". Like he's a really tall, big dude. Um, and then the other Tim, who's always been really, really cool. He was mainly a singer, but apparently, I guess he played guitar on there. I can't remember if he played. No, he played drums because James normally plays drums. Yeah. Oh, and that's just it. Yeah. Weird Al is the fucking man because anybody's song he's ever parodied, like has the song takes off at the same time as his parody will take off, but that main song will take off too. So like I'll never forget one of the biggest beefs with him was Coolio, I think, was pissed the fuck off because he did Amish Paradise instead of Gangster, like a take on Gangster's Paradise. And Coolio, I guess, signed off on it at first and then was pissed off that he did it. Like, you motherfucker. Because Amish Paradise was hysterical. That's funny as hell. Well, hey, welcome aboard, Anunnaki. Good to see you. Oh my god. Well, yeah, we're doing all right. I think it's like I said, randomness and just me painting, talking shit, stress testing network. Right now, believe it or not, I have my Xbox running in the background of my PC just to make sure it's stress testing. And so this way, I'm watching for any drops in stream. My condition has not been anything less than exceptional the entire time, or excellent. It looks like, even though I'm full streaming or have my Xbox kicking at the same time. Normally that would drain on it because of the Wi-Fi. So stress test is going successful. We're looking pretty good, people. And yeah, like some of the like so the whole thing is the 80s is full of pretty much one hit wonders. The 90s was full of two hit wonders. You know what I mean? Some cases they would be like one major hit. Like when I think about it, like what was the Toadies follow up to Possum Kingdom? I don't think they had another hit outside of Possum Kingdom. You know, so you had bands like that, but then you also had stuff like Sugar Ray and oh god, who is it? Smash Mouth, Blues Traveler. That was all '90s bands, weren't they? I don't think they were in the 2Ks. I thought they were '90s. Thank you, Anunnaki. That's awesome. Avengers Endgame. I mean, this may be an unpopular opinion. I didn't like Endgame all that much. I thought the superior movie was actually Infinity War. I thought that was a Empire Strikes Back for this generation. I thought it was much better. Outside of like the end battle in Endgame is pretty damn fantastic. My big criticism with it is that they shoehorned in Captain Marvel, like Carol Manvers, not Carol Danvers, but Carol Manvers, and they had her fly through the ship. How much more? And then like Thanos punches her in the face or whatever. She's like holding his hand, holding on to the gauntlet, and he starts punching her in the face, and she's just like eating the punches. How much cooler would it have been if the Hulk instead leapt out of all the rubble, blew right through the spaceship, like destroys the spaceship, lands, and then right in Thanos' face, just like, oh, and then and does that shit, like grabs Thanos' hand. Thanos is punching him in the face, and he's just like, yeah, whatever, bitch. Like just staring him down all angry. Yes, Steve, I do. And I'll tell you why. Gangster's Paradise, I don't think so as much as Fantastic Voyage, because the beat on Fantastic Voyage was a throwback. You know, slide, slide, slippity slide, do what I do just to survive. Like that song. I thought that would be more gangster than actual Gangster Paradise. Most people that I knew were gangster were listening to Easy E and NWA even at that time. Yeah, and you know what? I don't disagree with you, Anunnaki. Thanos definitely did kick the shit out of him. Although my big problem is they went timey wimey with it in order to kind of beat him. And to me, even though they explained it like you don't understand, like it doesn't cause a paradox, all this other stuff, to me, it did cause a paradox. Because the whole thing is if young Thanos goes into the future before he has the time stone and all that kind of stuff, like he figures out and goes through the portal, That means when he died in the future, he couldn't continue on in the past. It wasn't like he went to the future, fought, escaped, and went to the past and everything played out. He went to the future. So to me, they kind of broke their own damn timeline. Like even though they set out the rules and the logic behind it, it still doesn't play right in my brain. Oh dear lord. Yeah, I mean that happens. That definitely happens, Anunnaki. The 90s were crazy. Like you can see history kind of repeats itself in a way because we had George Floyd happen with the BLM riots. That was huge. That was nationwide. All that shit went down. But back in the day, you had Rodney King getting beat by the LA police. Now, granted, if they had shown the beginning of the video where Rodney King got out of his car, was all high out of his mind and pushing cops around and all that, and then they started kicking, they still beat the shit out of him to excess. But you at least had some kind of clue now, looking in hindsight, why they're beating him up. But they really did go excessive with that bullshit. And apparently, it was always like Boys in the Hood, like how the cops would treat people out in Compton and stuff like this. And that's NWA used to sing about it all the time. But you look at like those riots, they were pretty much localized to LA. I don't remember all the other cities getting involved like they did with George Floyd. Mm. I'm going to say the further back you go, the more violent our society actually gets. Everybody thinks it's more violent now because we can see it happen in real time on YouTube. We can see it happen in real time on the news because if it bleeds, it leads, right? And 24-hour news stations have turned a news cycle into entertainment instead of actual informative news. But I honestly think shit was more savage before it was filmed. Before, like when people had a more survival of the fittest type attitude. Yeah, and like I said, I think we're actually more civilized now where it's just more in your face because people have a camera on them constantly. It's the same way if I were to say like, do kids party harder now than they did back then? No, people partied harder back then, but you kept it underground because you didn't want to go to jail. Nowadays, people film themselves doing all kinds of dumb shit. Yeah, you're not wrong. Drug gang related. Drug and gang related. But that's just it. They were all American gangs too. You might have somebody pushing in on your territory, but most of the American gangs kept the foreign gangs on kind of a short leash. Nowadays, I mean, this is going to sound fucked up when I say it because I'm not trying to call anybody who's in a gang like that soft by any stretch of the imagination. But I think compared to the old days, I think they were harder in the old days. Dude, go ahead, Danny. Fire that shit right through. Let me know when you posted the voice. I'll play it. Like, I mean, we're living in a time now where, like I said, you got people upset on college campuses over Palestine, right? Like what Israel's doing to Palestine. You wouldn't have seen that back in the 80s, 90s. Like you might have seen the shit on college campuses happening like a protest, but they wouldn't have really dove into the story like they do now. And I also think that's one of those things that's kind of changed warfare is if you drop a bomb on somebody in just anywhere in the world, like America does, more than likely, if you look on the internet hard enough, you are going to find video footage of that bomb hitting and decimating people, right? Back then, you just kind of had to take their word for it, and whatever the Pentagon released was what the Pentagon released. I think the more knowledge and everything else we get, the more connected we get, the more we can see visually what's going on in this world, and we don't tolerate it like we used to, if that makes sense. And I'm not saying like, oh, we're woke and all this kind of shit. No, it's just like killing people is wrong. You guys just decimated a grade school. You know what I mean? That it's an example, not a definitive, but something like that. Like, no, we don't want war like that. We don't want to see children dying. Yeah, people getting deleted on live streams. Are you desensitized though? Don't be desensitized. I had a whole flip out last night, and I apologize to the person I flipped out on. And one day we'll discuss that in real time because another one of the kittens died last night, and I had to bury it this morning, like 6 something in the morning. But like I don't get desensitized to death. Like it still it bothers the fuck out of me watching young life get lost. It puts me in a place where um I just see the waste of a young life. I do, and it bothers me. Like it bothers me on a fundamental level to my fucking core. Nothing I can really do about it though either. There's no activism, no none of this shit. Like what am I? You can't stop it. People are gonna do what people are gonna fucking do. Nature's gonna do what nature's gonna do. And shout out to that person too who caught the brunt of that because they stopped me mid flipping the fuck out and raged and said, "You got some shit on your chest. I'm just gonna listen. Get it out of you." And I love them for that and thank you. That's because you're getting older and you're getting used to seeing it. That's the only thing I can tell you. You get desensitized, like from seeing it constantly. That shit's constantly in your face. You can't watch the local news without, you know, two gunned down two emissaries gunned down, for example. That just happened. But everybody was just kind of like, okay, two people died, blah, 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 blah. And then the news cycle goes on because if it bleeds, it leads. It goes to the next story about some kind of violent shit. But like I said, that I want to see the loss of life stop, like natural death or whatever. Okay, but the wasting of young life, it's bothersome to me because I'm older. I had my time and I made it through, luckily, with good people beside me. And if I didn't have some of those good people, maybe I would have bit the farm, or a couple inches this way, a couple inches that way, a bullet would have caught me. And so I look at it and it does. It resonates with me. So I never will become desensitized to it. And I just think as a race, one race, we're humans. We're the human race. We should all go forward and have that understanding with each other of, you know, but we can't. We can't because there's too many people with different opinions that think they're right and don't ever want to concede when they're fucking wrong or when they make a mistake or when they're being fucked up. That's part of the problem with the world is if you don't see it my way, then you're this, you're that, or you're the other thing. And it shouldn't be that way. Poor Moki. She's still waiting on she was like, we started arguing Star Trek and that shit switched. Moki didn't even tell me what her favorite Star Trek Next Generation episode is. But I'm not gonna lie at all. In the first season of Star Trek Next Generation, if you go back and watch it, Captain Picard is kind of a dick. Just saying. Just saying. I'm still waiting for Danny to post his story and let me know too, guys. So we can all give our opinions on it. Dude, Beverly got shagged by a ghost and Captain Picard. And that was like his best friend's girl. And he was like, yeah, he died or whatever, but yeah, I'm going to poke his widow. So basically, that was the setup. So Captain Picard technically is the precursor for Hunter Biden with Beau Biden's widow. That's what I'm taking from that. One other thing about Next Generation that always cracked me up, and you guys can find video of this, is Worf. I would kill you if I wasn't blah blah blah. And then anytime some shit breaks free, Worf was always the first one to get the shit kicked out of him. Yeah, then you had to have loved what was it? Was it Mirror Mirror? Where, like evil Spock and everybody had the beards and all that stuff. All right, Danny, I'll check it now. Um all right, let's see. Let's see. It's me, it's at D O double G. Voice chat. All right, guys, let me know if it's loud enough, too loud, or what.
Hey guys, yeah, I'll try to be really quick. Yeah, warning, it's a little bit graphic, but I'll try to be as quick as I can. So about a month or so ago, my mate who has a German Shepherd, she's a female, she's absolutely huge, but loveliest dog you'd ever meet. But she's trained. I mean, he's got a really trained. She's trained to disarm attackers. She's like a police dog pretty much because he takes her to this dog training now and then, and again she's brilliant with commands. She's extremely sociable dog. Anyway, so my mate takes this dog for a walk late in the evening to this park not too far from me. He normally takes her there quite late at night because there's no one really about then, and the dog can kind of run around off the lead and can stretch your legs. So anyway, about a month or so ago, he goes there. He's sitting on the bench in the park, minding his own business. The dog's running around at the back, chewing a stick or whatever. And obviously, there's a group of guys on the other bench, and he notices
Damn it.
that they're arguing or they're on the phone to someone. There's like a kerfuffle going on. And
A
anyway,
Steve
a little
Kerfuffle?
bit of time passes, and a car pulls up outside the park, and there's a load of guys in there. They get out of the car, and they start chasing those group of boys. So obviously, they must have been talking to them on the phone. They must have been from another area, another gang or whatever. Same old bullshit. And they've chased the other guys off, but then they've looked at my mate who's on the other bench, and they're just thinking maybe because he's kind of wearing the same similar clothes. He's got a big coat on, big jacket. He's got his hood up. They're thinking, oh, he's from the same gang. So they target him. They go up to him, and then my mate's a grown ass fucking man. He's not some fucking teenager in a fucking gang. You know what I mean? So, and he doesn't take. He comes from South London as well. He brought up in that whole lifestyle. He doesn't take any shit from anyone. Um, so they've confronted him. One guy's got a knife. The other guy's got like a metal bar. They're trying to obviously they're trying to sort of like square up to him and, you know, frighten him wherever he's not. And obviously he's not backing down. One of the guys have gone behind him, and obviously the other guy's in front of him with a knife. So obviously he's trying to like figure out what's going on, what to do, how he can defend himself. Like his dog's at the other end of the park. She's not seen it yet. One of the guys has hit my mate at the back of the head with the bar. So he's grabbed that guy. Now the dog's noticed it. Dog's now sprinting across the park. And she's trained to, if you have got a knife or weapon in your arm, she's trained to go for your wrist, go for your bicep to disarm you, to basically just rip your arm off.
Makes sense.
And that's exactly what she did.
Oh.
She jumped at the guy's biceps, ripped his bicep apart. He's obviously dropped the knife. He's trying to run away. He's called the dog off of the guy. He's now called the dog onto the guy he's beating up. So the dog's now biting the other guy's leg. He's like beating the shit out of this guy. Eventually, he calls the dog off. The other guy goes. My mate ends up going to the hospital because he's got like a concussion or something, because he obviously got hit in the back of it with a metal bar. Police have been called. He's given a statement. He's explained to them what exactly happened. And that's how it was left. Until a couple of days ago, he gets a call from the police, obviously saying that guy that his dog bit on the arm to disarm the knife has now passed away.
Oh, shit.
I don't really know the full details, but apparently he went to hospital straight after, and he's been in intensive care because he nearly died basically due to blood loss because his bicep was ripped off. And there was like a surgery or something went wrong and he's passed away. So now the police want to put down his dog for being dangerous.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
And this is the fucking bullshit that obviously I want to ask you guys, that if this same incident happened in your state, what would the police do? But over here, if no matter the circumstances, as far as I know, whether your dog was defending your life or defending its life, if it bit another person or killed them, they deem your dog as dangerous and has to be put down. Even though she's certified, she's trained, she's never done it, she's never like been in sort of trouble before. They now basically want to put her down. So anyway, what my mates has to do, he's basically given up his dog to his German Shepherd sanctuary to look after her, because he's basically going to take this whole thing to court. He's getting his lawyer involved to fight this case.
Well, good on him.
So yeah, that's just me trying to be brief as possible. Don't, go on and on. But yeah, what do you guys think of that? I mean, what would happen if that happened in your state?
Okay. So we got the scenario, right? So there's a couple parts to it, right? And this would come down to law. This is just me. You guys can chime in, say your piece or what have you. My state, they would have a case at that point against the dog because the dog was not on the leash, because you let the dog go free and it bit and everything. Now, granted, they would take into consideration that I was being attacked and my dog was defending me, and the dog is trained to do that. And they would take that into consideration. Now, if I just let the dog out of the house off the leash and it just went wild and just bit somebody for no reason, but if there was actual cause, then in my state, they would consider that and I'd probably win that case. Now, the old state in New Jersey, they would have taken the dog and put it right down no matter what. Down here, though, it's a little bit different. In the South, they're a little bit more understanding about that kind of thing, to the point where the biggest fear is, especially out where I live, people let their pit bulls just run off a leash, and then other dogs that are chained up outside or something, like the owner puts them outside, puts them on a runner or something, and then the pit bull attacks them or attacks a child or something like that, which is, responsible pet ownership. However, in this case scenario where I would side, and I don't know how it works over there, but I would definitely be arguing, look, they attacked me. They tried to kill me. I went to the hospital. I have a police report. I have a hospital record, everything else. The dog was defending my life. They were protecting my owner. It would be no different than that guy carrying a bat to defend himself, right? I don't know what it's like in the fucking UK with their laws, because you guys don't have gun laws, stuff like that. I mean, technically, you could get away with an argument on Second Amendment rights at that point, because you could, well, and that's the other thing. South Kakalaki, where I live, is a constitutional carry state. So, legitimately, if somebody that happened with me, those three guys would probably be executed immediately if I had a gun on me. And I would be all right because I'm defending my life. Like, I'm using escalatory force. They're hitting me with a bat, a knife, and there's four of them attacking me. I'm clearly in fear for my life. And I could probably get away with it on that end. If the dog attacked them, be honest with you, the dog would, it would be a whole thing in court, but probably go away. But yeah, that is fucking ridiculous, stupid, and disgusting all in the same breath. So hopefully your friend wins that case, and they take in all the circumstances of that case and don't just focus on, well, the man got bit and died. Well, why didn't he go immediately to the hospital? Or maybe you said he went to the hospital, but if he lost that much blood or whatever, he had two other guys there. They could have. Why didn't he call the cops at that point? The guy who got attacked. Why? Because they were doing some fucked up shit. And yeah, and that's just it. Like Steve said, your dog, that man's dog did exactly what a dog should do. Dog should protect its owner to the death. Hey, that dog could have. What if that guy turned around and bashed that dog's head in with that pipe? Not to get too graphic, but let's say the dog jumped for him and instead he took the dog out. What would happen to that guy? Would they execute him for that? No, fuck him. So yeah, I don't think the dog's wrong in that situation, but that's just my perspective. That's just my point of view. I'd have to actually look at laws and stuff to steelman that argument. Yes, my dog can tear apart any trespassers, but I'm going to tell you now, when I walk my dog is always on a leash. He never comes off the leash unless I have him in an enclosed pen where nothing can get to him and he can't get out. The reason why is because my dog was a rescue dog he was going to be a bait dog for dog fights. He was already being tortured. He still has a scar right on his chest where somebody cut him with a razor, whatever, because that's what they do to bait dogs. So this way they'll put up a little bit more fight when they throw him in with the bigger dog, and the bigger dog tears them apart. It's to teach the other dog to be bloodthirsty and rip things apart. And this way it doesn't get hurt by the bait dog. And like, I'm not going to lie, my dog still has nightmares about that kind of shit. And they can't imagine things. So I'm not going to lie at all. If I ever caught the person who was going to use my dog as a bait dog, yeah, start digging a hole. There's civil matters. Okay, there you go. Devin saying she's taken depositions, but they were all civil. This one's more sounding like a criminal matter. So, and that's what I mean. My extent of UK law and everything else is even in US law. I'm not sure. I know it varies state to state. Also depends on certain factors. Like I said, down south would be one thing. But yeah, I always have my dog on a leash. He only goes out because if there is another dog, my dog will. Cats, my dog is around all the feral cats. They love on him. He loves on them. No problem. He hears a dog bark across the street or sees the neighbor's dog out. My dog wants to go after him immediately because he thinks he's protecting me. Either that or else he's just pissed off from when he was a pup. I don't know which it is. And sweetest dog in the world, but yeah, I wouldn't want to get bit by him. He's got fucking big old wolf fangs. And he's got the fucking pit bull build where he shakes his head to snap the back and all that kind of shit. Yeah, send another audio, Danny. Send away. But yeah, that's terrible, dude. And like legitimately, I think most people in this chat, except for the people who are like, I don't give a shit about a dog's life or whatever. Um, for the most part, I think everybody here who loves their pets, loves their animals. all see it as the dog did nothing wrong, and we're all hoping the best for that dog, that it doesn't get put down. And you said it was a shepherd too. Shepherd bites, no joke. They hurt. And Anunnaki's got it in one. That is exactly what they say in the South. There, as long as you have to, and I'm not encouraging people to delete other people or anything like this or take violent action, but I am saying that you have to look at your state's laws and regulations here. Find out what's in your right. Are you in a stand your ground state? What's the right for your property? If somebody's breaking in, is it full castle doctrine? Is it half castle doctrine? Like, there's a lot of stuff you got to know. So South Carolina, for example, each corner of my property, and there's no trespassing signs that are visible. There is purple paint used like spray paint and painted on the trees that are there. Because according to South Carolina law, you are marking that. And if somebody steps onto my property, I have to ask them what their intentions are before I ever pull the trigger. If I were to defend my house in that way. And then it's a lawful shoot at that point. Depending on what the person's answers are. Like somebody's like, I'm lost, I'm looking for directions, and I pull it out and, lay it down. Yeah, you're in some fucking serious trouble for that. But if you can clearly see somebody means you harm and everything else, you just yell, what are your intentions, and drop them. Well, like, oh, well, he was carrying a gun. He came onto my property. He was coming to hurt me. He meant to do me, my property, my family, my animals, whatever, harm. But it's South Carolina too. It's New Jersey's is legitimately half castle doctrine, where somebody could break into your house in the middle of the night. You have a window in the room, and they're like, yeah, you shoot the guy because you have a gun. You shoot the person who's broken into your house. The cops will arrest you at that point, take you into jail, and then you have to plead to the judge. And there's a window in that room. The judge is going to say, well, I don't know. You could have jumped out the window to escape harm. Like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, there you go. I think you're right, Anunnaki, about the castle doctrine, half castle doctrine. But that shit's asinine to me. As a matter of fact, I'm going to give credit to D on this one, because D had told me about a discussion he had with somebody about gun rights one time. Why they, and D broke it down to this dude who, I don't know if dude's woke or what, but D was even saying to him, like, look, you got your grandmother. She's living alone. You love your grandmother. Somebody breaks into her house. Would you rather, and she's got a gun in her nightstand. She pulls out the gun. She doesn't even hit the guy. She just fires it off, into the wall. Hits nothing because she can't even see him. Guy runs away or whatever. Your grandmother's still alive. Would you rather that? Or would you rather that, this guy comes in and does unspeakable things to your grandmother? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? And then the guy argued, well, she shouldn't have a gun if she can't see it and all this kind of stuff. And to Bagham's point, he was like, motherfucker, that's not the question. Question is, do you want your grandma alive and with a fighting chance, or do you want her toast with, no chance? It's simple. But that's the gun laws in New Jersey are fucking stupid. A lot of states are like that. All right, I'll check her, Danny. Stranded, you're not wrong on both ends of that right there, what you just said. I'm in fear for my life, and I did it to stop an act of aggression. Just remember, the first thing you always say when the cops grab a hold of you is lawyer. Don't even say, well, he broke in my house, I did it. Nope, lawyer. Let your lawyer fight your case for you. That's what they get paid for, because it's going to court either way. And the cops, you may say something like, he broke in and it happened so fast and everything else. You get the wrong one that, wrong prosecutor that argues it the right way, and you're fucked. Lawyer. Always lawyer. That's one of them harsh lessons that more people need to learn is lawyer. Hey, thanks, Anunnaki. I mean, I'm just doing the base coat right now, and then I'll get into the grays, the silvers, and we'll paint the base on Mega Man and Cutman and call it a show. But I appreciate you, Anunnaki. I'm just happy you're here forever. It's good to see you, man. Good to see you. Make sure you guys smash the fuck out of the like button. I don't know if that helps me or makes me pregnant or what, but it does something. It does something. All right, let's see what Danny's got to say, mate. And oh, by the way, Danny, I do love the fact that when you call in the ABL, you're very polite with your language and everything, and then when you send these voicemails off to me, you're like motherfucker, fuck, fuckity fuck. I love that, dude, because it's like, oh, Danny's talking like real Danny now. He doesn't have to dress it up for the internets. Here we go.
Yeah, honestly, like the law's over again. When I was talking to you guys before about um, self-defense laws.
You are free here,
it's all
Danny.
backwards, all bullshit. Even for dogs as well. It's like I was researching it, and even when they say even if there's an intruder, your dog can use not reasonable force. And it's like we talk about reasonable force. It's a dog. If a dog sees an intruder in your home, your dog's gonna fucking attack the geezer. He's not gonna think, oh, I'm just going to give you a little bite, you know what I mean? And it's like, no,
Not
we're
wrong.
going to try and kill you, man, because we don't know your intentions. We can't just think, oh, we're just gonna slap you a little bit, let my dog bite you on your ankle. I'll teach you a lesson, you know what I mean? No. When you cross that threshold, then you don't have any rights anymore, in my opinion. But and again, it's for outside. Your dog can defend itself, but can use reasonable force, not excessive force. And that's exactly what she did. She disarmed the guy, and the guy left. He didn't. He obviously, he went to the hospital. He tried to get treated, and he died. What's that got to do? What's that got to do with the dog and my mate? I'm sorry, but tough shit. I'm sorry, but actions have consequences, and these people fucked with the wrong fucking person that night, thinking they can go around doing what they fucking do and trying to intimidate people, trying to threaten people, and now he's dead. I'm sorry, but it is what it is, man. And
I mean, shame the guy died.
This is what pisses me off. Yeah, I was talking to my mate about this. Because the dogs use German Shepherds, let's just say there was a police officer on the street and he was walking a German Shepherd dog, and I went up to the police officer and I pulled out a knife and I wanted to stab the police officer. Now, what would that German Shepherd dog do? That German Shepherd would do exactly the same thing our mate's dog did. It would launch from my hands and my wrist and my bicep. It would rip my arm off. It would disarm me, and that would be it. And obviously, if I later died from my injuries in hospital, what you think they're going to put that German Shepherd dog down? No, of course not. Of course they're not. They're going to say, well, you've pulled a knife on an officer, so the dog was obviously disarmed you. That's exactly what my mate's dog did. And obviously, but the police don't again, they don't care. They're just saying it's a dangerous dog. She's broken the animal law or whatever it is. And that basically he's got a certain amount of time to give the dog up to them. So my mate's like, fuck you, fuck that ain't happening. So basically now obviously he's going to give up to this sanctuary for the time being to keep her safe and away from the fucking police until he basically goes to court, brings the evidence and fights it, and hopefully it all goes well. But yeah, fingers crossed, man. Fingers crossed it all goes well.
Yeah, fingers crossed, definitely. I will add this, right? And this is just GAM's brain. This is the way my brain thinks. And maybe it's because I think I'm clever when I'm really not. But it would definitely be something I would bring up to a lawyer because, like I said, they know the law much better than you or what have you. That's their job, right? If you got a decent one, that is their job to know the law. So the scenario you just gave me where the dog, guy walks up with a knife, tries to stab a police officer, dog bites him. It's a police dog, right? Over here, and I don't know if it's the same in the UK, but over here, if that dude stabbed that dog, it would count against him in court as he attacked a police officer, right? So if he stabbed and killed that dog, he would be guilty of murder of a police or homicide of a police officer. No bullshit. That's the charge they would press on them, right? So technically, and this is where you need a lawyer to really sort through this mess, but I would argue that if the dog was an ex-police dog and it's trained, therefore it's a retired police officer. And if a retired police officer sees the commission of a crime and goes to stop the crime with a gun, would they go to jail for it? Like they're carrying a legal piece and they go to stop a crime. If you put it in that lens and that scope, and the UK laws are the same where the police dog is considered a police officer, well, then technically it's a retired police officer. It's using its weapon to stop the commission of a crime. Now, I don't know if that would hold up in court or win him a case, but it's definitely something to run past a lawyer, in my opinion. Yes, police horses. Yes, you're 100% right, Anunnaki. That's over here, but I don't know in UK. Like, I don't know enough about UK laws. They're funky. You know, it's the same way they don't actually have real freedom of speech like we do. Like, they don't have absolute freedom of speech where you can argue that in court and win. They lock people up for saying naughty things on the internet over there. So, and then Danny, I'm glad you feel free enough here where you can say whatever the hell's on your mind. Because, yeah, if the UK government ever said, right, who's this Danny boss you've been on about? He's on there all the time talking about Muslims and things of this nature. We're not happy with his vocalization of our priorities. I would just turn around and be like, yeah, you can go fuck yourself. Like, who's Danny boss? But I don't know what you're talking about. Right, we got it right here. You got this recording. I don't know, some random dude on the internet. That's all I know, sir. Now you can go fuck yourself. Anything else? Oh, by the way, sir, go fuck yourself. Yes, and you're not wrong. I've been saying that for a while. They don't need to do it violently, but they need to make the civil protest so noticeable that when they lock them up, they can't take all of them. As a matter of fact, dun dun dun, Gam remembered a news article that I saw either earlier today or yesterday. So apparently in the UK, and Danny might be able to confirm this, apparently there's so much overcrowding in their prison system in the UK that they're talking about letting sex offenders out. But they chemically castrate the sex offender and then let them out. It would free up 10,000 spots, I want to say I read. I think it was 10,000 spots that it will free up, but they're going to chemically castrate them and let them out because their prison population is overrunning the system. You know, but yeah, back to you, Danny, with the my thing. Like I said, that's just me being clever and thinking outside the box, or thinking I'm clever and thinking outside the box. But if you got a decent lawyer and he looked it up and the statutes are kind of similar to the U.S., he might actually be able to win the case, no problem. Like, yeah, well, technically you're right. It's basically a police officer doing their job in the line of, even though they're retired. It's the same thing with Marines. Marines are always Marines. You don't say they're a retired Marine. You can say they're no longer in the Corps, but no Marine ever retires. Hoorah, sympathy. I know that from plenty of Marines that I know. You tell them, oh, you're a retired Marine, they'll smack you, like not smack you in the mouth, basically be like, Marines never retire. We're always Marines. It's kind of the same thing for cops. Doesn't matter. They may be, off the job and no longer with the force, like retired Chicago PD, God rest him. But at the same point in time, they still see the world in that cop point of view, and their cop brethren are going to always watch over them. Well, in most cases. In most cases. Then there's other cases where, that blue line gets broken. Boom Boom Locker story. Oh, yes, you're right. Thank you. I will get into that in a minute. Let me see what Danny wants to send over another story. Go ahead, Danny. Fire away. Yes, once a Marine, always a Marine. Hoorah, semper fi. There is no such thing as a retired Marine, and I understand. I understand. I get it. Get it. Respect it. God bless all of them, because you can, let's take China for example. I know I'm kind of getting off topic here on a little rant on our military, but yeah, China's got us outnumbered on the battlefield, but guaranteed, I'm going to say one American Marine will take down 10 to 15 of their best trained, and that's just a typical Marine, not special forces. Will take down 10 to 15 of them before they got them. The American Marine is one of the most terrifying fighters in the world. Even like the softer ones, they have got no quit in them. They're terrifying. People around the world, they respect them. The Australians, they have an amazing fighting force too, as far as their guys, and so do the Scottish. They're like the three that you don't want to fuck with. You can tell whatever you want, Danny. Like, get it off your chest. Like a friend did for me the other night, last night, as a matter of fact. Get it off your chest. You're good. And while Danny's typing in that story, so that was something else that happened on ABL, and I can't remember. He was talking about like grade school or high school, and violence and all this other shit, right? And when he was telling it, I told Sheree at the time, "Boom Boom Locker story. Remind me tomorrow night, Sheree." And she was like, "Gotcha." Like I said, if I were Tony Stark, Sheree would be Friday. Like Friday, clear my schedule for next week. Friday, blah blah blah. Like Sheree never forgets. Matter of fact, guys, Sheree may not actually be a real person. She may be AI. I'm not sure. I'm still working on that one. But any which way you look at it, she's invaluable. Unless you're a bird, then it's weak. That's fucking great. Um, oh, that's fair. Yeah, exactly. Stranded. But okay, so Tony Stark's original, if we're going by MCU, Tony Stark's original AI that assisted him was Jarvis. But Jarvis became Vision in the MCU. So Tony Stark, his next AI was Friday, was the name of the AI, right? And it was a female named Friday. In other words, My Girl Friday, like the old movie. That's why I said more like Friday than Jarvis. If so, God bless her. Any which way you slice, I don't care if Sheree is a small Asian man in a wheelchair, invaluable to me. Greatest mods on these or any other internets. But anyway, the locker story, locker boom boom. So, because ABL was talking about people being bullied. I can't remember what the hell he was talking about, but he started talking about his classroom, and I was like, oh yeah, Sheree, remind me of this. And like I don't know what brought it up, what snapped it back into my head. I was like, that's actually an interesting story to tell. So back in the day, not my high school, but a different high school, there was a kid, and I won't say his last name. I won't say either of the last names. And I actually knew the one kid. The one kid was actually like an all-star baseball player, right? And his name was Brian. And he was that typical macho jock asshole, like one of those guys who like to pick on nerds. Well, the one kid, his name was Phil, and Brian decided that Phil was going to be a target and started picking on him every day. One day, Brian goes and opens his locker, and that shit blew up and caught him from his jawline to just above his belly button. His locker literally, like, basically, Phil had constructed a bomb and put it in his locker and blasted it out at him. And apparently, the only thing that saved this dude Brian's life was because he initially Phil had tilted that thing up where it should have gone off in his face. But I guess when he closed the locker, the shake from the locker and other people closing their lockers, it slowly decreased the angle on the blast. And yeah, I can't remember what story ABL was telling, but it was a whole big fucking thing. It was like, oh, you pick on nerds. Like, this nerd fought back, but he didn't fight back in the way of, like, he knew he couldn't kick the other dude's ass. No, he just blew him the fuck up and, like, ruined his baseball career, everything else. And Phil went to jail for a little while, but he got it. Well, juvie, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. Did time and all that, and got back out. And I think he went on to become a chemical engineer, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it was just something that struck me because, somebody was talking about, oh, well, so and so got, kids shooting each other. Well, what about this kind of shit? That shit happened in, like, God, early 90s, like 92. I'm going to say 90, between 90 and 92. That shit happened. Yes, Anunnaki. That's why that the female AI on in the MCU, Iron Man's female AI is called Friday. It's My Girl Friday. Go fund me for Sheree's wheelchair. We'll all send it to her with birthday wishes. Yeah, Steve. Like, that's just it. A matter of fact, Bagham and I were talking about this. I was like, inner city is brutal, but out in the redneckville, or the little small town where you had nothing to do but beat the shit out of each other. There was times where I got the fucking, like, four guys jumped me with a baseball bat. And I started laughing. I had blood coming out of my eye, my ear, everything else. I'm like, I get off this ground and I'm going to get that bat from you, and you're all fucking done. And guess what I did? I got off the ground, got that bat, and they all ran home to mama. Now, granted, I was fucked up, but that's the kind of shit we did when we were kids to each other. We just didn't pull out a gun and shoot each other. You know what I mean? But we would fuck each other up pretty goddamn bad. It's Duke Raoul, you cocklooker. Dude, Sheree, did you literally say Duke with a heart pointing to a cock, saying that basically Duke loves the cock? That is fucking epic if you just did that. Oh my god, I think you beat cock looker, cocksucker, like all the other different cocks. That's a great one. Let me see. Did Danny post anything? Did you already post your voice, buddy? Let's see. Oh yes, you did. Okay, next Danny story.
Yeah, with this one, I have to be really careful what I said. I'll try to be really brief, but I feel like it needs to be said. I feel like I need to tell you lot because you need to kind of realize that what's happening in this country is extremely serious and it's not a joke. Now you lot know about the whole grooming gang scandals over here. I'm pretty sure some of you are aware. Well,
You explained
it's
it to
now
us.
hit close to home. My friend's girlfriend has been a victim of it.
What?
She was followed home after work by five men, and she was brutally assaulted.
Holy shit.
Anyway, yeah, cut a long story short, a week after it happened, she's ended her life because of it.
What?
And the police are basically saying that they can't do anything. There is nothing to really go by, and that's just it is what it is. However,
Oh my God.
to be careful what I say here, but her father is someone who has connections and knows people, and so does my friend.
Fair enough.
They've already found out who did it. 5
Oh.
Pakistani Muslims from East London. And now, I'm not going to say anymore.
Yeah, I would cut it off right there, Danny. Cut it off right there.
Happens.
Yeah, there you go. That's better.
You just have to think, what would you do in that situation if that was your daughter?
What would I do? I don't know.
This is the thing about this country, is that what people are not talking about is that is happening all over England with these communities, and they're targeting white English women. And it's all being brushed under the rug. No one wants to talk about it. No one wants to say it how it is. And yeah, I'll just leave it there. I'll just leave it there.
What would I do? I can tell you what I would do. It wouldn't be vengeance. It would, because that's too motivated. It would be punishment. I would be the fucking Punisher at that point. Like, I would just, Jesus fucking Christ. Back in the day, and this one of those movies you might want to watch, and don't watch the bullshit one with Bruce Willis because they remade it. Find a movie, Danny. It's called Death Wish. I would kind of do some shit like that. Like, I think his name was Jack Kersey in that movie. It was Charles Bronson. It's an older movie. It's called Death Wish. But that's kind of what happens in his case. And yeah. I would definitely, I'd become the Punisher. I'd be like, okay, bet. And especially if I knew who it was and where they were, I'd be staking them out for a couple days, and then I would just make my move. And yeah, the guilty would be punished. I'm just going to say it like that. Eugene, he said they were from London. Yeah, but don't talk about what somebody may or may not do. You know what I mean? Because if something happens and they know you knew, then you can become an accessory after the fact. Well, that's American law. I don't know what it is in Britain, but I'm guessing it's probably going to be something kind of close. So you got to be careful. As they say, loose lips sink ships. But yeah, if you want my opinion on it, I would become the Punisher. If it was my daughter, my wife, hell, even if it was like my sister, something like that, my mother, like, yeah, the guilty would be punished. That's just where I'm going to leave that. But that's terrible, and holy shit, dude. It's like redonkulously tragic too at the same time. It's fucking awful. The other thing is, yes, you explained what was going on with the grooming gangs, because I had asked about that at one point, and you're like, yes, because I had gotten it half-ass wrong. Like, was like, I don't know a whole bunch about this, but I had heard about it, and then you kind of clarified it to me a while ago. That's fucking terrible as shit. Like, the whole thing is, you don't want to go after innocent people for something that happens like this. You want to go after the person who did it. So you got to make sure you got the right motherfucker, or in this case, motherfuckers. And, if the law isn't going to help you, well, what are you going to do? Take them to court? Something like this. That ain't going to bring your loved one back. Actually, going and getting vengeance isn't going to get your loved one back either. But I'm not going to lie, that's at that point a matter of honor. And I couldn't even fault somebody. You can say they went out of their mind for a little while. That's all. It's already been sorted. Yeah, I mean, there was a saying back in the day: "Streets will take care of the streets." Um, and I'm not pretending like shit like that doesn't happen over here, but not like that. Um, damn, dude, that's a rough one. I mean, the self deletion at the end there is that's the punch. That's the real dick punch. It's like God damn it, Danny. I was hoping for a happy end. Well, actually, I guess in a way it kind of has a happy ending, but not really. Doesn't have a happy ending for the poor girl. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sometimes shit is what it is. I just, God damn, that's a gut punch. Yep, forever said it. I'm just glad I got a truck because there's plenty of like make that swamp trip. Can't blame them. Yep, that's a good way of saying it too. Um, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Danny. Life will make you question your faith. It's going to make you question humanity as you're going through this journey of life. Um, I said this, and I've said this on so many damn, too many times now at this point. But that's the whole thing with each one of those little cats that dies that I have to bury. Like I get angrier and angrier, but at the same point in time, it's a good thing because I'm still feeling something. Like the moment I start ignoring death, like, well, that shit don't apply to me. I know I've lost part of my humanity, and I'm a weaker person because of it. I don't want to lose my humanity. I want to keep that intact. Now, if you need to, if somebody's out there and taking a baseball to those kittens and that's how they're dying, well, that's a little different. You know what I mean? But if they're just dying of natural causes, that's one thing because there's nothing I can do about it. And that's the worst part is there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do to make things right. I don't understand you guys over there where, well, actually, I kind of can because we did the whole cashless bail thing, even though that doesn't even equate to this. But you had people going free for doing all kinds of crime. And oh no, we are on cashless bail, so they're out already. Like what? Like you're telling me the cops are locking them up and they're getting out as walking out before the cops even done their shift? Yes, and that's the other thing, Danny. If anything, I am like I'll try and you got to have faith in something, and you have to remember, from my perspective, because remember I'm not religious or anything else, and I always say this: without the evil, you can't define good. Without good, you can't define the evil. So it's all a balancing act. And some shit is going to be super evil, but that's how you know what the super good is too. And it doesn't make the situation any better. Like there's nothing I can say that will ever make a situation like that any better. Holy fuck. But like Sheree said, I am happy that you can come here. You can vent that out of you and discuss it before that shit gets built up in you and becomes toxic to your way of thinking and does destroy your faith or um, breaks you. No, yeah, and that's just it. We'll end the discussion on it right after that too, because it isn't something that you really should be talking about, especially if there's plans in place, stuff like this. Like, yeah, that's premeditation. That's a whole lot of legal statutes that, yeah, you want to skip over that part of the tale. You just took it where it needed to go and explained what had happened. And yeah, I think everybody kind of feels you on it. We can leave it there. Jesus Christ, am I painting Cutman or Deadpool? What the fuck is going on here? Trying to get in on those eyes without fucking up too much and blowing them out too much. So when I overpaint them, I don't have to go through so much red. Because red, unfortunately, is one of those pigments that's a bitch to get through the paint. And now I'm going to touch on something real fast here, guys. That I'm actually very fucking happy about. Anunnaki right now is backing up Danny Boss. The two of these guys on my last Sunday stream got into a debate. It wasn't an argument, and they weren't calling names or any of that stuff. They had a debate and were good at the end of it. And right now, Anunnaki is coming out and he's right there for Danny. And this is something I've been saying. If we can be compassionate and kind to each other, even if we don't believe the same things, humanity might just be a better place, and we might have a shot at staying on this green and blue marble for a little bit longer together. Yeah, grown ass man behavior, or an appreciation for one another, and respectfully disagreeing, things like this. It's one thing when you respectfully disagree and can move on and be cool with each other. I love to see it. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Well, the whole thing is when you're sometimes there's evil you can change, and sometimes there's evil that you can't, and it takes age and wisdom to figure out which is which time is which is time for action, which is time to sit back and just take the lumps. It's the same thing, I've said this before. You make a mistake, you fuck up. Be man enough to own that shit. Say, yeah, it's my fucking bad. Apologize and be sincere about it and move on, or try to. And understand that the other party's still going to be feeling some kind of way and kind of pissed off. But if you don't do that, if you're not honest with yourself about you fucking up, then you can't ever fix things. You're just going to repeat that mistake over and over and over again. Right. Playful banter. Is that what it's called? Yeah, it's all good. I'm just happy to see that kind of shit. Like, I really am. I am actually really happy to see the to you guys, like cool as shit like that. Like, out of everybody that came in the chat and said something, and we all, we've known you for a minute, Danny. Anunnaki really fucking landed that perfect. Like, I couldn't say it better. I couldn't even come close to saying it the way he just said it to you. That was amazing. That's a great thing. In my opinion, that's gold right there. It's the same way. Like, I can't believe Sheree showed up. Yep, and you're not wrong, Anunnaki. Yeah, and then poor Eugene. Eugene's always there, and He's always like, good people and chilling and everything else, and then everybody argues around him while he's trying to make peace. He's a man of peace. What's the kerfuffle, Steve? What's the kerfuffle? Okay. So, since we're doing the whole random thing, back to Star Trek. Who do you guys think the greatest enemy of any Enterprise crew was? The Borg, the Zindi, Noonan Singh, or Noonan Singh Khan. That was his name, wasn't it? Noonan Singh Khan. Evil Mr. Spock from the Mirror Dimension. You know, Q from Next Generation. Like, who was their greatest adversary? Do you guys think? Oh, I never doubt you, Ray. There's she makes sure that my ass is in check. She makes sure I don't step over the boundaries and say some dumb shit like the woman who called into ABL the other night. She's just like, yeah, Gam. You're going a little extra now. You're going a little heavy and heated. Don't talk about white people that way. Don't talk about Whitey the Blue-Eyed Devil in the cockman oppression of feminist worldwide. Like, don't do it. The writers is Star Trek's greatest. You're not wrong. In modern Trek, yes, it is the writers. It's the showrunners and the writers. Yeah, all right. You guys win. I lose. Good call. It wasn't the makeup and effects guys. It was the fucking writers that fucked this shit up. But yeah, I mean the balance on the blue rock. We're all spinning around on. Well, Thoth was Egyptian, god of knowledge, right? I think he was the god of knowledge. On that Thoth's whole bit with the book, he was like god of knowledge. He was basically like Prometheus, if I remember correct, for some reason. I can't 100% remember, but I thought he was like Prometheus, basically in Greek myth, where he gave knowledge to humans, where Prometheus brought fire, stole the fire from the gods and gave it to the humans. Not entirely sure. I haven't dove into mythology in a long ass time. I told you that's what I'm saying. Am I painting Cutman or am I painting Deadpool? I mean, I think once the gray starts landing on him, it's going to look a lot different. But yeah, right now, as I'm thickening out some of this red before I get into doing gray, that's exactly what was going through my. I was just like, he looks like Deadpool, like he's black and red. Good lord. It's crazy to me that Deadpool was actually a serious character at one point in time. Like, he wasn't all slapstick. He was actually like supposed to be a serious assassin in the original like X Force comics. And then he switched over to fourth wall breaking and chimichangas and all that kind of shit. With your thunderbolt charms, nice. Lore? Eugene said lore in He was because you didn't know if you were dealing with data or lore. Um, Enterprise, when they introduced Doctor, was it Doctor Singh? What the hell was the name of the doctor that created Data? Whatever that doctor's name is, they had him in Enterprise, and it was like basically because he had done the they go over the eugenics war with Khan, and they had him in there, and it was like actually Doctor Singh song, whatever the fuck his name was. Actually, it's Doctor Song. I'm thinking River Song. From Doctor Who, but what the hell was his name? And it was Brent Spiner playing him too. But he was actually, it turned out he was also the one who created like lore, I want to say, or not lore, Khan. Soong, that's it, Soong. Noonan Soong. Yeah, Noonan Soong. So, and then what was Khan's name? Wasn't it Noonan Khan? Or am I confusing both names together? Oh yeah, Paramount Plus. I'm not gonna lie. I actually thought the first season of Discovery was kind of interesting, and then they made Spock dumb and dyslexic, and made his quote unquote adopted sister, Michael, whatever her name was, the like the genius, and that's where I was like, oh yeah, you guys have fucked the shark right up. Michael Burnham, I want to say, is that the girl's name? Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I need to paint the bottom of his. I'm like, why did I grab this big ass thick brush for some reason? Just to paint the bottom of old cut man's feet. Clean up his toesies, as it were. But yeah, I think the stream is we're flowing pretty fucking smooth, guys. Khan Noonan Singh. That there you go. Perfect. Thanks, Beans. Go figure Beans would know that. I don't know why Beans would know that, but of course she knows it. Why? Because Beans has been to a fantasy island along with Mr. Rourke and Tattoo, and that's where she learned that information. Okay, cool. No worries. No worries at all. Very cool, Beans. No worries. Look forward to it. Oh, the ones with the bald guy, that would be Patrick Stewart, aka Jean Luc Picard. So next generation. Like I said, next generation. The first season, it was like I swear they were trying to find their footing in it. Um, I mean, original Trek is original Trek. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is the best version of the Enterprise the one that Will Riker was on in the future? Like the one he's like, we're going to warp 20, and you're like, what the fuck? Warp 20? You're going to ludicrous speed. We've gone past ridiculous speed. We're going to ludicrous speed. As long as I was waiting for somebody in the chat to be a smartass and be like, Actually, the best Star Trek's the one where they're on the Ewok planet. That episode goes in the trash bin. Yeah, Firefly. Dear Lord, I remember watching it, and actually, absolute true story. I skipped it. I had seen it on TV. I started to watch the train heist episode because that was the first one they had put out, and then I got a little bit into it and turned it off and went and either went after a girl or watched something else or played a video game or something at that time. And, maybe even just smoke bongs with my buddies, whatever. And I was just like, and dismissed it. And then later on, I was working at GameStop in Blackwood, New Jersey, and I worked with this guy. His name's Jesse, and he was like, I was an assistant. He was a shift lead, and it was right before I had moved stores. But me and Jesse actually got to be pretty good friends, and Jesse had a, like we were talking sci-fi or what have you, and he was like, well, actually, what got us talking about it was the scariest goddamn thing we ever saw as a kid was this claymation and the Adventures of Mark Twain. Right, this is how we kind of became friends on the job. And it was like this whole thing with Satan or whatever. It's like, what's your name, Satan? Like he's crushing all the little people and all this kind of clay people, and it's creepy as shit. And it creeped both of us out. We always laughed about it. And then we started talking sci-fi, and he's like, "Oh yeah, man, greatest show ever made was Firefly." And I'm like, "What? Not for me. The greatest sci-fi show ever made was Babylon 5." And he's like, "I've never seen Babylon 5." I'm like, "I've never seen Firefly." He's like, "All right, you want to trade off." So he brought in his DVD box set of Firefly. I brought in my Babylon 5 season 1, and I was like, "I'll give you season 2 after you're done with season 1. There's 5 seasons of it, blah blah blah." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm going to give you fair warning on this." And they hadn't even done the movie Serenity yet for Firefly. He's like, "But I'm going to give you the big warning on this. You're going to say this is the greatest sci-fi show that should never have been canceled. And when you get to the last episode, you're going to be pissed because you're going to be like, how the fuck did they cancel this show?" I'm like, "Oh, really?" I was like, Babylon 5, I'll warn you now, is a great story, but it's a contained story. Don't watch anything after it because they try to do Babylon 5 Crusade and it's fucking hot trash. But Babylon 5, if you watch it, a bookended story, it's amazing, right? So sure enough, I took it home. I watched Firefly, and I 100% agree with him. It was a show that I was like, God damn, how did I not see this? And why the fuck would they cancel something like this? And he watched Babylon 5, and he was like, this is fantastic. Like, if I'm just watching it as this story, it's just an amazing story. He's like, the fifth season, because I warned him, I was like, the fifth season's kind of the wrap up and the epilogue, so you know what happened after all the major events. And it's kind of boring. It's like the decommission of Babylon 5, all this other stuff. Um, I think the TV shows were better than the movie for Stargate, Eugene. That's just me personally. Just because they went to so many different places, you had more time to tell the stories, but only up to a point. It started to go downhill at a point too. The Ballad of Jane, nice. Yeah, I think my big issue with Stargate, I like the fact that you had evil and good ghouls that were in people. I think that's what they were called, if I remember correct. They were called ghouls, weren't they? I watched through Stargate, and then I started watching Stargate Atlantis. I only got so far into it, and then I was like done with Stargate. Yeah, but the movie, um, so the movie disappointed the shit out of me when it came out because I thought it was going to be really cool, and the way they hyped it is kind of what led to my disappointment with it. Because when it came out, they were like, "Oh yeah, Stargate SG-1, basically it is, or not Stargate SG-1, Stargate. It's going to be it's this generation's Star Wars and shit." They were claiming, and I was like, the main villain wasn't all that threatening to me, like all that kind of stuff. Kurt Russell was good in it, so was James Spader, but it just didn't land with me. I was like, it was okay. It wasn't Star Wars, but it was okay. And then the show I thought was really good, where the government's got control of the stargates and they're jumping different planets and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Daniel Jackson. Um, but it's the same thing. Like, did you guys ever see Sliders? Anybody ever watch Sliders? Yeah, and that's me too forever. Like I had seen it way after the fact. Yes, and yeah, that's a good way of putting it. SG-1 was MacGyver going is sci-fi. That's a perfect way of describing that show. Yeah, Sliders. I really like the premise on Sliders. Um, and then when it got to the Cro-Mags and all that, they had it all set up. And then they did the whole thing where you had the main characters, like it was his brother or whatever. And then once those two, Jerry and I can't remember what the brothers' name were, and Reese Davies left. Reese Davies left the show first, I want to say, and then those two left the show. Like the brothers left the show, and it was Kari Wurr, and I was like, yeah, it's gone bad. Like the show just it lost something. So the premise behind Sliders, Danny, since you've never seen it, is that kid develops a thing that opens a gate and you jump into like it's basically multiverse. Like you can go to a different Earth and like say Hitler won the war instead of America, for example, America and Britain. You go to that Earth. You go to another Earth where dinosaurs are in control of the place, right? And eventually they get to a point where Cro Magnons, not Homo sapien, conquered the planet, but the Cro Magnons are going through like basically all the different Earths. Like they jump to an Earth and the Earth's just decimated. Like the whole population's been wiped out, and they're seeing these things about Cro Mags everywhere. They jump to another one. They're like, this is like the fifth Earth we've gone to where it's like this. And it turns out these other Cro Magnons, or the Cro Magnons that had taken over, figured out sliding technology so they can slide to a different Earth, and they're wiping out any Earth that isn't Cro-Mag Earth to take over the multiverse. So they got to kind of battle against them. But I mean, the unfortunate part, it seems like, and man, the one that breaks my heart the most out of all of them probably is fucking Doctor Who. Doctor Who broke my heart at the end of the 12th Doctor's reign. Like when because not because the 12th Doctor was just extra fucking amazing. He's not my favorite out of all the Doctors. Um, it was just they switched over. They made the Doctor female. It wasn't the fact they made the Doctor female. They put an actor in there that didn't give a shit about Doctor Who, and it translated on screen. The writers didn't give a shit anymore. Like they went completely woke with it. It went to shit. You want to go to a different English timeline? I mean, what if you went to a different English timeline where you guys won the Revolutionary War and owned America too? Would you want to be in that timeline? Because that would be kind of fucking crazy. I'm going to do the same thing with his hand too. I'm going to go to a lighter red on it, I think. Question is, I got to look. I got to find my tablet. Where the fuck is my tablet? Where's my tablet? Woman, where's my super suit? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to live in that timeline. But, you know, for you, I could see why you'd want to. Yeah, I already got Cutman pulled up on here. I need to look and see. Okay, so his body, I would almost painted his body a gray in tone. His body is actually white. I just want to make sure that I'm color matching this son of a bitch right. I didn't want to do like, oh, now he's gray. Now somebody did one where he's got like a sparkle to him. I don't think that would look right either. I thought about doing them in metallic, but then I'd have to redo Mega in metallic. Be careful not to goop this shit on there either. Keep it nice and light. Do some happy little trees on his legs. Make him look sexy, like he's jumping through the air, like a chunky monkey, baby. Deadpool cut, man. That could be an interesting combo. Also, there's little rings in here, and I'm seeing on. Actually, you can kind of see it on that. Things on the side of his head. His blades, of course, are like a silver. So try not to hit them with white, so I can keep them pure silver. Get in the arms and get them nice and white. I might actually use a little bit of water here and dilute this white because it's a bit on the chunker side for pigment, like a thicker pigment, so it's not going on super smooth. Almost like I'm painting with white out. Where's my shooter now? If you know, you know. Very nice. Very nice. Joel, whatever media. Woman, where's my sandwich? Like, get off your ass and get it yourself, you fat motherfucker. Hey, girl, you hungry? I always love that part in Half Baked. I was talking to the horse. Always crack me up. Because it just comes out of left field. Like she's just walking by in the background. And he's like, hey, girl, you hungry? Fuck you. He always hated his blue colors. Well, I mean, that's because what colors did you have? Right? Like, we're talking old school Nintendo. It wasn't like they could do a whole range of color. It was a very, very limited range. Actually, to tell you the truth, up to his neck, like right in here, and then it goes black around the neck, apparently. I'm going to have to be mindful of that. And I'm definitely going to have to get a second coat on this white. And when I do it, it's going to have to be diluted because it is going on spotty as shit. Splotchy as shit, rather. Oh, dear Lord. So let me ask you something. At what point in time do you think nerds started taking over the planet? Do you think it was when the movie Revenge of the Nerds came to power? that empowered nerds? Or do you think it was when Bill Gates made his first set of millions with Microsoft? At what point in time did the cultural zeitgeist change? Thanks, Anunnaki. Appreciate you, man. I mean, the fact we can sit here and talk nerd culture, basically, or what was like when I was a kid, you get the shit damn near knocked out of you for liking half the stuff we talk about. Like I'm playing, I'm watching anime. Like what? What do you mean you're watching anime? That shit's gay. Are you old? Or are you like a giant child or something watching like Akira? Like, no, dude, you don't understand. This shit's brutal. Nah, well, you're weird, dude. No, she is exactly what people accused her of. Um, Eugene, I love that question. This is going to throw a lot of people in the chat because Eugene just changed the subject to wrestling, and I'm not going to lie. I'm sure Bagham's going to weigh in on this too if he's still in the chat, if he's still out there. Tessa Blanchard, when so all the so anybody who doesn't know, Tessa Blanchard is a female wrestler, second generation. Her father is Tully Blanchard of the Four Horsemen that used to wrestle back in the day. She was like pushed to mega stardom in the TNA Total Nonstop Action Wrestling promotion. And it came out that when she was over in New Japan before she was like really big time, she was super racist towards like literally called one of her coworkers the N word, another wrestler the N word or whatever, and like treated them a certain way and all this kind of shit. And she actually was racist. None of that was a lie because too many female wrestlers came out, and at first people were arguing if it was jealousy or what have you. Then Tessa Blanchard, basically crazy as it's going to sound, became the TNA world champion, not women's world champion, the world champion, like the men's world champion. She beat a guy named Sammy Callahan for it. She had the TNA title. COVID, I don't know if it was before COVID or right before COVID or during COVID or what have you. But she ended up getting married to a guy in Mexico and then going and wrestling a couple shows in a Mexican promotion like AAA or what the hell's the other one? CMLL, one of them, when all this controversy broke out. And then they're like, hey, you got to make these TV tape. And she wouldn't fly back from Mexico and she wouldn't send them back the TNA title. So they fired her and kind of banned her. Over the past couple months, she made a return to TNA. So it's this whole big controversy, all the fans booing her, the whole nine yards. And what Eugene's asking me about is Alicia Fox. She's an ex WWE wrestler that went over to TNA, who is a black female that just wrestled a tag team match with Tessa Blanchard. And he's basically asking me, like, do you think those accusations from back in the day that she was racist are wrong because she wrestled with her? I don't think so. I think this is a problem in most wrestling, that when somebody's vying to be the top of anything. So you saw a lot of this back in the 80s with Hulk Hogan and Roddy Piper. It wasn't about race as much as it was position on the card and wanting to be the best and all that, right? But with Tessa Blanchard in particular, I do think she was fucking flat out racist because you had too many different women that were individually coming out and saying, yeah, I saw this. I witnessed this incident, including because Tessa tried to play it off like, oh, no, it was a one-time thing. And other people were like, no, you did this incident, that incident, and the other one. She was racist to an extent. But do I think she's moved past it or learned a lesson? Probably after getting canceled and losing her livelihood, changed her fucking mind. You know what I mean? That's the only way I can say it. Does she still have it in her heart? I'm not Tessa Blanchard, so I can't tell you what she has in her heart. I can just tell you that, yeah, I think she deserved to be canceled at that point in time for what she said. Same way I think Hulk Hogan should be canceled for the whole Gawker leak, where he, called the black music producer that his daughter Brooke was sleeping with the N word repeatedly. The World Wide Web. Talking AOL. Really was the first major browser provider for World Wide Web kind of shit. I think that's where we're going back to. I mean, you had BBS before that, but World Wide Web, it had to be 93 for some reason. Either that or else that's the first time I had solid access to World Wide Web, but through AOL, because my buddy Rich at the time, his father passed away, left him money. He bought a computer and was signed up with AOL. I mean, the internet itself, like I said, like BBS has been around for a minute, but I think actual, you know, access to it, all that kind of stuff, because you used to have net. Well, we used to call it Nutscrape, but it was Internet Explorer and Netscape were your two browsers, your two main browsers, and they all interfaced with AOL, America Online, which everybody thought was going to be around forever. And yeah, we saw what happened to them. They merged with, as a matter of fact, they had so much money they merged with Time Warner and then crapped out, like gone. But yeah, hopefully, Eugene, I answered your question too about Tessa Blanchard. Um, I think she's always had that, somebody doesn't just, maybe something makes them racist over time, I would think. But the way she was doing it, she already had that shit in her heart. Like she was already, you got that hate in your heart, let it out, that kind of thing. Because that shit went back a while. Like it wasn't like it happened in all of a sudden out of nowhere. Apparently that was a long time ago. And like I said, maybe she changed, maybe she didn't. We'll see. We will see. But once you lose a paycheck and all that other stuff, yeah, you're gonna have to change your stripes, I would think, or at least hide it better. Something. Ooh, what the hell happened there? That was interesting. I lost my little chat. You guys are all chatting away. Holy shit! Why the hell is that picture up there? I looked at my channel. It was Mega Man. Yeah, you used to have to pay for AOL's email. You're not wrong, Shirai. Yeah, now I'm starting to, my chat fixed itself. Yes, well, that was the big draw to AOL was the chat rooms. What's up, Rebel? How are you, man? Good to see you. Um, yeah, AOL. And that's it. Like I said, that had to be 93, 94. I'm going to say, was when my buddy had it. And like, I'm not going to lie either. I would go over, hang out with him. Actually, I drink coffee with his mom. His mom was always very nice to me. We'd sit there and chat and all that. He was 3 or 4 years older than I was when we'd hang out. Um, but I remember I used to always play a game on his PC. It was called The Seventh Guest. He had Star Wars Battle Chest and The Seventh Guest. Those were the two big games that he had for his PC that we'd jam on because Seventh Guest up until I want to say Panasonic 3DO or Philips Magnavox. That's when they put those games out. I can't remember. It was like Seventh Guest, and they had a couple that were like that. They were like real CD games that you had to interact with everything. Sierra games were phenomenal. You're talking about like King's Quest, Police Quest. What was the other one? Manhunter. Um, I had that shit when I was a freshman in high school. I want to say I had a bunch of those. Leisure Suit Larry. Leisure Suit Larry. I still have like the old school collection of, and think it's on. I think it's on floppy, and it's funny because it's like Leisure Suit Larry 4 or 5. It was Leisure Suit Larry and the Land of the Lounge Lizards, and then it went forward from there. But it was like 3, 4, or 5, whatever Leisure Suit Larry game it was. It was called The Case of the Missing Floppies because the game never released. It was canceled before it ever got released. Space Quest is another one. You remember Oregon Trail? They have that. They remastered that for Nintendo Switch. I actually have that on the Switch now. It's not as good as the old school one, but yeah, that game was kind of cool. You died of dysentery. Like, oh shit. The fuck? What do you mean I died of dysentery? This is just awful. Well, start over again. Look at something real quick. Oof, that's going to be rough. Just had to look at his face to see if I could find where the pupils and the eyeballs are. They're going to be a bitch. Definitely a bitch. Get into the V on his neck. So Lucasfilm, they had that. They had Sam and Max. Another game that was called Full Throttle. Lucasfilm actually had some really decent games. Matter of fact, oh god, what's the game called? Sea of Thieves. They have quest lines set up. They have one that's a Pirates of the Caribbean quest line that you can go on in Sea of Thieves, where they got the licensing from Disney, and then because they're partnered up with Disney or whatever, they just did it recently where there is an Escape from Monkey Island quest line that you can go through. Oh, I'm sure you deleted from freezing and what you call it on the Oregon Trail. That game was simply unforgiving. Yeah, Dreamcast. Dreamcast was an underrated system, but it was too late. That was the problem with that system. You're competing against that was the generation with GameCube and was it GameCube and PlayStation 1? Was that the same generation? And PlayStation 1 just dominated. He didn't shoot himself in the ass or the pocket, Anunnaki. He was done. Like he tapped out on Star Wars. And I hate to defend George Lucas, but he thought he was leaving it in good hands. I can't blame him on that. Disney hadn't gone full on woke when he sold the property off. He wanted to see his baby keep going. They just turned his baby into a horrible monster. They ruined Star Wars. And not gonna lie, J.J. Abrams really is the one who ruined Star Wars. Him specifically, because if you go back and watch like The Force Awakens, I think is the first one of the new trilogy. It's just legitimately almost a beat for beat redo of episode 4. Just passing the mantle. But J.J. Abrams, he didn't come up with anything really fucking original or new in that whole shit. Yep, Star Wars ended on Return of the Jedi. There's only 3 Star Wars, there's only 3 Indiana Jones movies. Indiana Jones to me is the actual fucking heartbreaker. I'm not going to lie. Because I remember when Crystal Skull came out and I was so excited. I was like, oh shit, we get to see it again. And then it was just ass cheeks. And I was like, oh God, I never want to see Indy again. And then they came out with whatever the fucking new one was that I didn't even fucking bother with. No, well, he didn't give it up for no price. He sold it to him for like $10 billion in his fucking pocket. But the other thing is when you create something great, so and this is one of those things, and a warning to anybody who would become, oh, I'm going to be a giant YouTuber. I'm going to be the best actor. I'm going to I'm going to write this amazing story that millions and billions possibly of people are going to fall in love with, do fanfic of, and I'm going to be George R. Martin's a good example of this, right? At some point in time, you have to be careful getting famous because then you always have a spotlight on you. You have super fans that, hey, some may be normal people, some may be nut jobs. You have to be careful. Fame comes with a price, and that price is the loss of your own personal freedoms in a lot of ways. Like, well, I just want to go to the supermarket and go buy something. Well, you can't, because if you do, 900 people are going to show up and be like, oh, you're that dude. Oh my God. And want your autograph and then want to tell you their ideas for stories or whatever. Oh, I got this great idea. Why don't you do this, do that, do the other thing? So be careful with what you wish for, and I think that kind of happened with George Lucas because when he made episodes 1 through 3, and people were like, what the fuck are we watching? I don't think he thought that was going to be the response. I think he was really like, oh, people are going to love these fucking movies. They're going to love Jar Jar Binks. He's going to be the next big fucking thing. And it bit him. And people, just the amount of hate, and in the environment we're in now, which is even worse, where everybody on X has that fucking opinion and they're all right there in your face. Yeah, I think he did the right thing. Just saying, yeah, I'm fucking done with this. I'm getting the fuck out before the crazies come for me. Uh, yep, only 3 Indiana Jones. Um, I like his take on the first Star Trek beans when J.J. Abrams. I thought it was an interesting retool, reboot, however you want to say it. The second one, I hated. So, one of the things that honestly abhors me about people is when they think they're clever and they're really not. If I built a legacy like Lucas did and I wanted it to go on, I would have had somebody, I would have given it to my children to continue on. Kind of like J.R.R. Tolkien, right? That's what I would have done. That's just me. I wouldn't have sold it for a dime because I already made billions off of it. I would have given that shit to my kids and let them run with it, but only if they were interested in it. Or I would just sat back and let it ride. That's why he left it to Kathleen Kennedy. You got to remember, Kathleen Kennedy assisted in the making of films like Raiders of the Lost Ark. I don't know if it was Empire Strikes Back or Return of the Jedi, one of them. Like, she actually had a foundation under. The only problem is when she decided that the Force was female, quote unquote, that was when everything went to shit. Because she was like, oh, well, it's a guy's property. We need to turn it into a little girl's property. And I'm not going to lie at all. Anybody who knows the story of He-Man and She-Ra and what the fuck happened there and how it torpedoed all that should have taken that lesson to heart going into something that's a guy's genre. You could have done spin-off characters. You could have done your own original characters. With Star Wars, the other big thing is when Disney bought it and they said, we're throwing out the entire extended universe. That was a big fuck up. They had so many stories already written. They just had to make them into movies. I know you're a Trekkie, but yeah. '09, it was all right. Wasn't terrible. Yes, well, Sensei Oda-san, he fucking like, no joke. I don't know if you had heard this story either, Anunnaki. Netflix, before they inked the deal, told him, well, we want to change it where there's going to be a relationship on the ship between Nami and I want to say it was either Roronoa Zoro or Sanji, right? Like one of the two. And he said, if you even think about doing a relationship on that boat like that, you lose all rights. I will not sign off on that shit. Game of Thrones is worth watching, Beans, even if you know what the ending is. I would watch Game of Thrones. Watch it up to the end of the seventh season. The seventh season's where it starts to go downhill. The eighth season is not worth the bandwidth to watch it. But everything else it's a fantastic story, really good fantasy world, really well written up until a point. And then it just falls apart. But that's because George R. R. Martin still hasn't finished the stories. Yeah, Oda Sensei or Oda San. Either way, like either Master Oda or Oda or Odo San. And holy shit, here he comes. Rebels got to throw that shit in there. Beats Bears and Battlestar. And Battlestar is fucking amazing. I didn't like the ending to it either. I didn't think they stuck the landing on the ending, but the show is fucking amazing. Are you talking about the modern version or the original version? And Cobra Kai, I'm not going to lie. I didn't mean to rhyme there. Cobra Kai, I completely ignored it. And then the second season was coming out, and they had it because it was on YouTube Red, and they had it up for free. So I watched the first season for free, getting you to sign up for the second season. And my daughter-in-law told me, she's like, you haven't seen it? I said, no. She's like, it's free right now. Watch it. It's amazing. Man, that show is so goddamn good. Now it's a little contrived, but it's a whole redemption arc for Johnny Lawrence. And my God, is it good. Okay, so the the modern version of Battlestar was amazing. Where I started to disconnect from it a bit, and it was like, was when they started making everyone a Cylon. Like all of a sudden, this character that's been against the Cylons the whole time turns out to be a Cylon. Oh, this dude's wife's a Cylon. And then you find out later on, he's actually a Cylon and doesn't know he's a Cylon. Like, shit. You're talking about Starbuck? In the original show, the guy who plays Face, Dirk Benedict, he played Starbuck in the original show, and then they gender swapped him, but it fucking worked. Yeah, and you're not wrong, Rebel. Not only did they pay an amazing homage or homage or however you want to say it to the original Karate Kid, they brought back everybody that was still alive for the show. Like every person got some kind of part. Like, oh, well, whatever happened to the dude that was the villain in Karate Kid 2? Oh, he comes back and he's a good guy now. Like, they brought everybody back. What's still in progress, Anunnaki? Which one? Yeah, so the big switch up between the Battle Stars and old school Battlestar Galactica, they actually make it to Earth, and then they did a spin-off show. It was like Battlestar Earth or something like that, I think it was called. And it was like not a good show. And the newer version, they go to Earth and Earth is destroyed and they end up settling in a different planet and it becomes Earth. Like, yeah, Zabka, he and Johnny Lawrence, he's just fantastic in that show. Like he cracks me up because I hate to say it this way, I fucking identified with Johnny Lawrence in that show. Like I was just like, yeah, dude. Like if somebody came, because I mean the brilliance of the whole show is we always watch Karate Kid and Danielson was the good guy. But what if he was actually a dick who just came to town and stole somebody's girlfriend from him? And then him and his buddies just want to smoke a J during a Halloween party. And then you got this fucking little asshole who shows up out of nowhere, stole your girlfriend, and then dumps water on you in your joint. Like, you'd be fucking pissed. It was like, oh, yeah. And then you get a guy who's way older than you and better at martial arts than you to beat the shit out of you. Like, what the fuck? Like, it was just great, great, great job on that show. Whoever came up with it, brilliant. I think the Karate Kid Legends is going to be kind of hot trash. I'm not going to lie. I think it'll be funny, but I also think it's going to be hot garbage. It has nothing to do with the TV show Cobra Kai either. Elizabeth, well, yeah, Starbuck was a badass in that show. She really was. The way they did her, she was badass. Um, Elizabeth Shue, yeah, it cracks me up because she came back. The like of course she did Adventures in Babysitting. Oh shit, did I just hit his? I did hit his arm bar on that side. God damn it, it's gonna be hard to get the silver on there. Um, Elizabeth Shue, I hadn't seen her for so long, and then out of nowhere she pops up on The Boys, like the TV show The Boys, is like the person who can keep Homelander in check for a minute there until of course, she dies. But yeah, I was like, God damn, that's Elizabeth Shue, and she's still like she aged well. But yeah, she was hot back in the day. Is Allie? I want to say her name was. I think her name was Allie. Wait, what are you going to watch opening night, Beans? I didn't see what you said. Let me see. All I saw was you need a name for a vacuum. Oh, you're going to watch the Karate Kid movie. Um, yeah, my wife does love them, Moki. She does because I do special ones for her. So the whole thing is, my wife is the opposite of me in a lot of ways. We enjoy the same things. Like if I brought her in here right now and got into a nerd fight with her over comic book history and stuff like that, my wife would, in some cases decimate me. Other cases I'll decimate her. But she's right on par with me with that kind of shit. But where we differ is this: where I'm into video games, she's into books, and not just any kind of books, eclectic, esoteric books. So the living room is her domain, like what would be our main living room, and it's a library instead. And in there, she has a whole wall of cryptozoological books, stuff like this, like just crazy shit. Like she's got a manuscript in there from the 1900s, like not 1900s. It's like 1910, I want to say, and it's like doing brain surgery in 1910, how they would do it and everything else, and diagnosing patients and all that. She's got some really eclectic shit. But the big thing she's into is cryptozoology. A guy named Charles Schuker, who is probably the one of the foremost experts on cryptozoology, written a ton of books, everything else. He actually dedicated one of his writings to her at one point. Like she's that big into it. The only thing is, try and find yourself a cryptozoological action figure or statue or anything like this. So later on this summer, when I start prepping her Christmas gifts and everything else, we'll be painting stuff like unicorns, minotaurs, like chupacabras. But yeah, she doesn't mind them at all. And I put stuff like this Mega Man that I did last time, and this Cutman, along with the Donkey Kong. There, I have an arcade in the back. So these guys are classic video game characters. They're going to go up on the shelf above that. The Rake is a creepy pasta. He's actually like made up. He's not cryptozoological animals versus um, stuff like the Rake, right? Or the chupacabra or whatever. A cryptozoological animal is an out of place animal. It either really existed or may have really existed. Stuff like the Rake. I did Siren Head at one point. They're they're creepy pasta. Like somebody wrote a fanfic horror story with them, and then they took off. Like Slender Man is another one. He's not actually a crypto. He's a cryptozoological animal or a cryptid. He's um he's actually a creepy pasta. Like he's kind of a made up thing. Yeah, kind of like pocket monsters, like Pokemon. But yeah, you'll see me do Pokemon for my daughter collects Pokemon, so I do Pokemon and usually Sonic things for her. Uh, my daughter-in-law, she's pretty much into horror, so you'll see me doing like I did a Freddy Krueger for her. I did a Pyramid Head from the game. Oh God, Silent Hill for her. My son's really into Lord of the Rings, so you'll see me doing Lord of the Rings stuff like that for him. But I'll do them, I'll sign them or whatever, and give them to him as gifts. Never heard of cryptids tell the Y files. Hey, you know what though? He brought that into your lexicon at that point, right? Yes. So there are theories about cryptids are portaled in. Actually, to tell you the truth, that's a big case for the Skinwalker Ranch. They say that there is a weakness in like the field of reality around it, and that's why you have UFO sightings, cattle mutilation, all that going on. And the thing is, though, there's no super solid proof of it either. Every time they, no matter what kind of devices they set up there, and there was what's his name? Oh God, what's the guy's name? Somebody help me here. He's been on Rogan, and I'm trying to remember his name. Robert Bigelow. That I think that's his name. Had bought that ranch and then brought in teams from the U.S. government, all kinds of stuff, and they did all kinds of research, but they couldn't catch anything. Like anytime something would happen, magically the video would fail or some shit like this. And that's just it, Moki. I think the stories from it are really interesting and really cool and all that, but they actually did some research and couldn't prove anything. Now, is it just, that goes back to the whole how is it we pick up alien craft on our radar and stuff like this? Like, how do we actually see it? Are the aliens letting us see it? If they are in fact alien, are the aliens like, hey, look at me, I'm over here, I'm dancing around your planes, you guys can't do fuck all about this? Is it that, or is it oopsie, we got caught? Because if you've got enough technology and intelligence to travel across star systems, how the hell are you going to let somebody with a Polaroid get a picture of you without erasing it or blocking it? And you can kind of say the same thing about Skinwalker Ranch. You know, is it that they were making it up so they could get a profit off the land and sell it off to people that are into that kind of thing? Because, like I said, Robert Bigelow probably bought that shit for a good chunk of change. Or are you doing it, like, are the things coming through the portals and everything smart enough to disable all the cameras and do something, Yeah, exactly. One hell of a real estate scam. Because, like, say you bought some land and it's like, oh shit, this was a toxic waste dump out here. And, yeah, what the fuck are we going to do? We can't raise cattle here. Or, oh, well, I got an idea. Let's pretend that aliens are invading it. Giant wolves are coming through portals and, eating our cattle. And then, some guy who's going to be like, I believe in ghosts wholeheartedly, comes in and just buys that shit from you. Or I believe in aliens. I want to prove they're real. Oh, well, we'll sell you this place. We paid $2 million for it. We'll give you a deal at 5 because of all the strange occurrences going on. Oh shit, that is a deal. I got $5 million too. Are you being scammed or did shit really happen? And honestly, we'll never know. Hey, Danny, have a good night, brother. Appreciate you dropping in. Thank you for sharing your stories. And, I think I speak for everybody in that chat that heard them. Best wishes to your friend and the other one, the girl's family, and the other dude. And let's hope that dog is all right. Thanks, Moki. I appreciate that. I think I'm amateur as hell. I'm not going to lie. You'll hear me say this all the time. I'm just an amateur. I get lucky sometimes. Other times I fail. But I don't. I own my failures. And anytime you see one of my streams and it says, because I always put the title of whatever I'm painting in the beginning of the stream. So it'll be like, Happy Accidents 47, for example, Punisher. And it'll say fail in parentheses. It means the final version of whatever that print is that I painted, I failed when I was painting it. And Moki, I don't completely trust Jeremy Corbell. You know why I trust Joe Rogan? Like I don't trust Jeremy Corbell, but I trust Joe Rogan because Jeremy Corbell, and this is a problem with anybody who really is into aliens, right? You have to look at it for what it is. Are there aliens? Well, I would like to think so. Can I prove there's aliens? Well, I don't know. But if I'm looking at all the evidence through the scope of everything's got to be aliens, then all you're going to see is aliens. You have to look at the outside possibilities first and then come to the conclusion of aliens. You can't start at the conclusion of aliens and work your way back through the case. Like, well, if they're aliens, then this. So you got to start at the beginning and work forward, not work backwards. And yeah, I mean, it's cool because if I was when I was a kid, I wanted shit like this. Like if I had stuff like this, I probably wouldn't have gotten half the fucked up trouble I got into. Maybe I actually would have gone to like an art school and learned how to paint like a pro, or things like this. But I got it as I'm older, and it's fun. It's relaxing. I'm creating something original, regardless of anything else. Like my paint job's original. The actual model artist, though, shout out to them. And then being able to build stuff that you see and like, oh shit, I wish I had a figure for that. Well, enough determination and trying, you can get that figure. Like somebody asked me for a Henry Cavill Superman, and I've been trying to do amalgamations from like 3 different prints to try and get that done for them. We'll see. We'll see. It's not as easy as oh, I just do this and there it is, pop pop. It's a lot of going in and messing with structures and 3D environments and turning the environment a certain way. I'm sure I could probably get some expensive program and do it a lot easier, but I'm using free software to do it too. And that's part of it. You could do this, Moki. You could buy yourself a 3D printer. Go. I can tell you the sites. Anybody ever ask me, I'll tell you exactly where to go. You can download the things yourself. The paints I'm using cost $1.29, $1.15 or something each in most cases, except for the metallics are more expensive. But they're just simple craft paints by Folk Art. I'm using $5 for like 10 of them brushes from like a Walmart or whatever. Like I'm doing the cheapest route to show people you can actually do it. And like I said, I'm a complete amateur. I kind of suck at this. I'm not going to lie. I've seen guys that do much, much, much better jobs, layering, skin toning, the whole 9 yards. So I'm honest with things, but I just kind of did this to show you that you can do it too. It's not limited to somebody like, oh, well, you got to be an expert in all this. You can do it yourself. And it's also part of the reason I keep the fails, and keep them on my desk because I've learned from mistakes on different fails. Like, oh, I did this with this one. That's right. I can't do it again. Let's not repeat that mistake. So I want to, plus it also tells anybody that is thinking about getting into 3D printing, 3D, painting them and all this other stuff. You don't need to spend a shit ton of money. You don't have to be an expert, and you too can do it because if a total nub like me can do it, you can do it. If you dream it, you can do it. I agree, Eugene. I don't think so. The thing is with aliens, I've thought about this too. What if, and I'm sure everybody's kind of thought about this that's thought about aliens. What if those are just environment suits or they're just like androids, the grays or whatever, the main like alien that everybody claims to have seen? Because I've never seen one, but what's to say that it's not an environment suit and they look different underneath of it and they're just trying to mimic a human form to not completely freak us the fuck out. I'm such a Gen X nerd and you love it. Nice. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I can do life size. If I wanted to do like a full suit of Iron Man armor, for example, forever, I could do it in 3D print. The amount of resin it would take, I would just take like that Iron Man model I did with him in the hero pose. I would just find one like that, but him standing, and then you could blow it up, hollow it out, and then cut it into pieces. Like you got to figure, Mega Man here is as big as what, like my finger. Let me see, bring him in real quick. Right, so figure he's like my finger. So that tells me right there I would have to measure and then print out the finger, for example. But then everywhere I'd want it to bend, like if I wanted to be able to bend my hand when I put it on me, I would have to put a hinge here on the design, a hinge here on the design, a hinge here on the design, all the way up my hand and do it for each finger. It'd take you a while, but yes, you can print life size. Plus the resin that you would end up using would be it, it might actually be cheaper to just buy one. You know what I mean? Unless you did it out of like cosplay foam or something like this and actually cut the suit together, that might even be the cheaper way of doing it. But yes, you could do life size. They actually have prints for mini game consoles. You're talking about like Super Nintendo or what have you. As a matter of fact, you could probably reprint like a Super Nintendo shell, find an old Super Nintendo with a bashed up like casing to it, and replace the parts into it. Yeah, it would take weeks. You got to figure like Cutman here, right? That's boom, boom. On the old printer, it was like 5 hours. On the new printer, it's like 3 hours to print this guy because you're printing at a micron at a time, like less than a millimeter, like a tenth of a millimeter or whatever. And each layer takes X amount of time to print. So you're looking at like 3,000 layers, 4,000 layers to get the whole figure done. You're one of those short blue guys who works for us. Yeah, I mean, worker bees, drones, it would make sense to me. You know, if you just thinking about it from this angle, if you wanted to go out and explore Mars, right? What's the first thing we did? We dropped a lunar rover. Well, if we're more technologically advanced, let's say AI really takes over, we've got that technological advancement where we can build a robot that can walk like a human, all that kind of stuff, or something similar to us that's going to manipulate the environment, same as us. Wouldn't it make more sense to drop that on there and have it do, like taking soil samples, all that other stuff and processing it? So maybe that's what the Greys are. Maybe they're here to investigate the planet, report back, and say, yeah, this is what we're looking for. And, they've already reported back, like, well, we found these things that we call them Kool-Aid heads. The people of the planet call them Kool-Aid heads. And if we get in good with them, then they will advocate for us to have rights and open their borders and skies to us. Yeah, I could see it. Well, that's just it. Insect race, reptilian race. Um, but then again, are those built on human concepts? Let's say, what if all the aliens are actually silicone based? We always look at everything carbon based because we're carbon based, and we think life was either put there by a god or evolved in a certain way to match us. But what if it's not? What if it's silicone based? Like I said, I mean, I guess it'd have perfect boobs because they're usually made out of silicone. But no, seriously, you know, what if it's like they got motor oil for blood? Like petroleum for blood. We don't know because we look at it, we're biological organisms. What if they're non biological? What if they're mineral? Yeah, truth is weirder than fiction, Anunnaki. But why do they call what? What? Yeah, when I was a little kid, I stepped into a yellow jacket nest, like a ground nest. It was or hornets nest. I can't remember if it was hornets or yellow jackets. I think it was yellow jackets. I must have gotten stung like 50, 60 times. It's fucking crazy. My mom, like, I went running the house with them all stuck to me and shit. My mom threw me in the shower, like turned on the cold water. Reparations. Well, that's just it. So this is one of those things. Like I said, if we base everything else on us, right, on humanity, what happens when a technologically advanced part of humanity meets up with a less technologically advanced part of humanity? What happens? Um, so I'm not using a spool. I'm actually using a resin pool, like a liquid. But a millimeter, it's basically like it depends on the context it's used in. If it's like talking about print speed, it prints X millimeters per second. Then that's how fast it's actually creating each layer. If it's a micrometer or micron or what have you, that's how much of the resin it's usually using in there. There's actually a mathematical equation. You have to get something called a slicing program forever, and the slicing program tells you, um, you used this much resin on this print. It costs this much because you have to enter in how much a full bottle of resin cost you, and then it does the math for you and breaks it down and will tell you the final price on whatever you printed. Moki, you can do that yourself. Just go on the internet and do a search for AI video maker, and you can do it yourself. Yes, and you're not wrong, Stranded. They did. They absolutely did, based up on like it's an energy life form, or it's a silicone based life form, or it's this type of based life form. It wasn't always just human and blood and biologic. Yes, and you're 100% right, Anunnaki. That's what happens when a higher tech race comes and lands somewhere where there's a lower tech race. They wipe them out. We did it, well, not we, but Columbus did that shit when he landed. He wiped out Native Americans, not just through disease, but actually through war. Eventually, we wiped out Native Americans, right? To almost extinction. Um, Anywhere that you've had a more technological race interfacing with a less technological race, that less technological race usually gets wiped out. They conquer them. Wait, do what her damn self? What do you need, Moki? Oh yeah, that can save you $18. Now some of them are rip-offs. They need you to buy credits and stuff, but there's plenty of free ones out there. You just got to find them. Like do searches and honestly, create multiple emails because you can sign up with different accounts. Like they might give you like, oh well, you get your first one free. Just make 3 different accounts and sign up to the same thing. Because whoever's programming the AI isn't smart enough to tell it, hey, for each thing from this IP address, they do it by email. So you can get away with quite a few of them. Not gonna lie. Let me get in these eyes. What the hell? Oh, he's got silver eyelids. Okay. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Yep, Brits to the Aborigines in Australia. Yes. 3D printer for 109.99. My first one cost. I want to say we got it on a sale. That was the Mars 3 Pro, and it was $199 on sale. I have the Mars 5 Ultra now. We got that on sale. That was 300. Like I caught it on like I don't know what type of sale it was, but I caught it. The puppers needs to go out too. He's doing the wine. Let me find some truly tasteless commercials for you guys to watch while I walk them. Unless you guys want just dead air, I'll let you call it. Let me see ads. Can't play that one. They ding me on some of these. All right, yeah. Let me run an ad and you guys keep talking. I will be right back. Let me walk the pup.
Doesn't that actress Nancy Kwan look wonderful? That's because she's bathing with soap made with real pearls. And you can too. We want you to have our remarkable pearl soap free as Nancy's gift.
Have you ever wondered why so many Oriental women have so few wrinkles? For centuries, our secret has been a magical facial cream that actually smooths away almost all signs of lines and wrinkles. It's called Oriental Pearl Cream.
I finally figured out why pearl cream reduced my wrinkles so much. After all, have you ever seen a wrinkled pearl?
Genuine precious pearls are pulverized into a lustrous powder. Special Oriental ingredients are then added to make this incredible skin treatment.
I've tried everything from Avon to Mary Kay, but Pearl Cream has given me the best results.
My family thinks I've found the fountain of youth.
A 30-day supply of Oriental Pearl Cream is only $19.95. Now, remember Nancy's luxurious bath? If you order right now an introductory bar of amazing Oriental Pearl soap made with real pearls will be yours absolutely free with your Pearl Cream.
I'm proud to have helped thousands of American men and women look younger. I want to help you too. Try Oriental Pearl Cream for 10 days. If you don't look years younger, if your friends don't actually accuse you of having had a facelift, just return the unused portion for a full refund. No questions asked. But keep the beauty bar of genuine pearl soap as my free gift to you.
Call 1-800-453-1400. That's 1-800-453-1400. Or send $19.95 plus $4 shipping to Pearl Cream, Box 1313, Burbank, California. That's Box 1313, Burbank, California. But for COD and credit card orders, call 1-800-453-1400. That's 1-800-453-1400. Also available at all General Nutrition Centers and other fine stores.
You gotta love Oriental Pearl Cream. If you guys want to know the hysterical part of it, so my wife, every anniversary, they have elements, right? And like oh, this anniversary is iron, this one's copper, this one's this one's that. So she's got me different elements and everything. We had the one anniversary and it was pearl, right? And my wife had never seen that commercial and I showed it to her and it cracked her up. Well, my wife got me an actual flawless black pearl. That was one of the things, one of the gifts for the anniversary. And then the next gift I opened was Oriental Pearl Queen. I have it in the back. She actually went and found that shit for me. Yeah. Well, that happens on the anniversary too. Yeah, the Mars 5 Ultra is an excellent printer forever. Was excellent. Bottles of resin. I use water washable resin. The other stuff you need isopropyl alcohol to clean it. The water washable, you can fill up the curing and cleaning station, which you want to pick up one of those too if you're going to get it. And they cost like right around $100 for it or whatever. But you can use regular ass tap water to clean your models. Yeah, apparently, I don't know. It wasn't the same one from the commercial. It's like a much smaller thing of it. But it's the same way I show you guys like the Time Life books, Mysteries of the Unknown and the whatever the other one is, the Forbidden World, or I can't remember what the hell it was. The Mystery World or that other commercial. I have all those books. Like I have every one of them in the series out in the wife's library. I actually have dupes on some of the Mysteries of the Unknown. Because, and the funny part is how I found them. Because the wife and I both remember those commercials when we were kids. And we were in a thrift store. And I was like, holy shit, look, it's Mysteries of the Unknown or whatever. So we picked up like the 4 that they had in there. And then online, Goodwill used to sell them like every now and again. Somebody would donate books or whatever, and you could get them super shit cheap, like stupid cheap. So we'd like bid. They do like online auctions or whatever. We'd bid on them and get a whole grouping of them. But we kept coming up with books that we already had whenever we do one of those groupings. Did you get the free phone? Dude, I had, and this is one of those things that's crazy to me because everybody pretty much, you got different types of cell phones nowadays. But I remember when we were kids and no cell phones and everything was a landline and you had all kinds of different fucking cool ass phones. Like you had a um, Mickey Mouse phone. You'd have one in the shape of Garfield. You'd have some that had like neon on the inside of them. So they were like glowing phones. Just craziness. It was, a whole different time. Your phone kind of told your style. Whatever you were into, you could find that phone. Like you wanted a TIE fighter phone, they made one of those, I'm sure. Oh, Come on, be splotchy but good. Damn, that white paint dried out fast. Be a lot easier going over it with the red too than white over red. Yep, phones with big ass buttons. I remember having the receiver, like the part that you put up to your ear and talked into or whatever, the receiver part of it. You would have a cord on there that was like 2 miles long, so you could talk on the phone without your parents hearing. Shit like that. I always kind of had my own phone line though, because it was only like $10 extra a month to have a second line put in, and it uses the same wires. So I had my own phone line. My sister had her own phone line. My mom had her phone line. Just funny shit. Funny shit from back in the day. Yes, and the long phone cord was usually the kitchen phone. You're not wrong, but I know as like a young man into a teenager, I had a very long cord so I could sit there and be on the phone and walk around the room pacing and stuff. I was too busy flirting with hot babes, or what I thought were hot babes at the time when I was a kid. Funny shit like that. I think we've all been there. Well, actually, we haven't, because newer generation doesn't understand any of that shit. They don't understand what it's like to have to, run to a payphone to make a phone call and then find out you're out of change and be like, oh shit, can I borrow like a quarter off you? A dime? I mean, that's the funniest part. How the hell do people translate that nowadays? Back in the day, you said I need to drop, or somebody dropped a dime on you. Like, okay, they made the phone call and called the police and basically turned you in, right? So what's the equivalent nowadays? Oh shit, they dropped a text on you? Doesn't have the same kind of feel to it. Yep, Sheree's got it. You sit there and talk and twirl the cord while you're talking. Drop a DM on them, yeah. My kitchen didn't have a phone because it wasn't in the sitcom family. That's epic. Dude, the kitchen here in my house has a hardline. Has a hardline phone, actually. And I'm not going to lie at all. When we had DSL, we actually had a hardline phone in the house. Now everything just goes through Wi-Fi, like, because we don't get cell signal out this way. Like, the cell signal is for shit. But yeah, now that you mention it, this house has and this house was built in 1999, so not that long ago. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, there's that too, Anunnaki. Oh, and beans. I was talking about what Alien was saying on his stream about ABL saying the 18-year-old thing. And Sheree said, yeah, she's watched all the content and never heard that. So I couldn't find it myself either. Just a heads up there, because I was hoping you were listening when I was discussing it. I knew you weren't here, but I figured, you might be listening out there somewhere. I was like, oh, Beans is probably still at work. I'll just cover it real quick and get it done. Get her done. I fucking hate this brush. blowing out all over the place. Unfortunately, it's white, and I can do the red to cover that shit up. Otherwise, it's going to look like shit. He said over 18. Okay, cool. Just making sure the way I heard it or understood it was he said, I'm looking for an 18-year-old to make babies with. And I was like, oh, that's dipping your toe right into that wood chipper category. Yep, 1999 was actually 26 years ago. Because we're in 2025, right? So 99 plus 1 is 2000. 26 years ago. It's crazy to me. Like I said, the fact that I'm still walking, talking, breathing is a shock. I really think, well, I always did think back then too, I should have been taken out, but luck and a little bit of luck, being clever and skilled at different times. The three combined to get me to an older age. And I'm happy I did live to see it, I'm happy every day I wake up. Still kicking around on this old green and blue marble. Yes, I know he did. I said that too, Beans. I was like, he did call Bill Belichick his hero. Yeah, because he even referenced the Foo Fighters song, which, hey, they're consenting adults, so is what it is. Is what it is. I don't care. Bill Belichick's happy. The chick's probably happy with the money she's getting and spending, so it's not like he, it's like, oh, this girl was 16. We don't have a Jerry Lee Lewis situation going on here. Just because we find it, like you find it or I find it morally not what I would do. They're consenting adults. They can do what they want. Well, yeah, but I mean, well, just think about me. Redneck and all that. Well, yeah, but I mean, now granted, I'm not a redneck, but I'm missing all my top teeth. I had those fuckers ripped out. Why? Because I was hammered all the time and didn't take care of them. So in a way, that kind of holds, but maybe that, and I can't speak to life experience. Maybe that's what he's experienced in his life for poor white people. I think the thing that bothers you more about everything, Beans, is that he's portraying himself as a moral standard. Is that fair? I mean, you're using specific examples. Don't let me shoot them down, but your bigger thing is it's a holier than thou elitist attitude that bothers you. Like, oh, well, I would never, or, what have you. He's, I mean, some people are just the guy that will never go down on a girl. Like, he just, is what it is. Fair enough, Bina. That, you know what? You're 100%. I'm not going to argue. You're right on that. I can understand that. Don't blame me. Like I said, and I'm also not discounting you either. You're allowed to feel whatever way, for whatever reasons. Like, God knows, I've definitely pissed people off in my time. Some of the shit that's come out of my mouth. I'm sure I've pissed people off on this stream with shit that's come out of my mouth. But, you know, that's me. And I always see where if I feel like I'm getting too big for my britches, who can put me back in my place? Well, if it's real, if it's in my regular life, that's my wife to do it. If it's on the stream, that's why I've got the greatest moderator on these internets. Everybody give a shout out to Sheree. She's here to gut check me if I become because I am a habitual line stepper. Actually, that does make sense too, Anunnaki. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and Sheree, you're not wrong either. You're not wrong at all. Like I said, it's the difference between a child and somebody with adult experiences. And Steve's not wrong either. You get what you put out. It just for some reason, all of a sudden, all I thought was, I saw her today at the reception. Yeah, Beans, I understand. I get it. I just never took it like seriously personal because nobody that I know shits on me for the color of my skin. So but then again, you got to remember I'm technically like a hermit that stays away from everybody too. Like I kind of dipped out of society by choice. Like it wasn't like, oh, you can't, be around here anymore. They're honky or some shit like this. I just kind of like, yeah, I really don't want to be around people. Fuck people. There's a couple people I rock and roll with, but for the bulk of it, I'm anti people for the most part. Like as far as like real life goes, like I've kind of gone into hibernation, or just yes, I'm going to leave society behind to deal with society because I don't have time to stay. I'm too old to try and change it, and I'm also too old to even give a shit. Wait, Moki, who the fuck called you a racist? Well, I mean, I would love to hear that story, Moke. Who called you a racist and why? Like, why? It's always the why. Did you not agree with an opinion? Did, you say something that could be perceived as like, why? Because I've seen you be nothing but nice in like every chat I've ever seen you in. He was born in Iraq, Beans, by the way. Dude, really, Moki? Do not take whatever that self righteous bitch says to you as fucking fact. She's the same one who went off and called Danny a Nazi. She started shit with Steve Kerfuffle. She likes to start shit. Like when I was in the aliens chat the other day, I said hi to you. I said hi to Eugene. Eugene gave me the old, yeah, boss. You know, all that stuff. And she said, hi, Gammy. And I just didn't even fucking bother. I was like, I'm not replying to that. One, I am not Gammy. Like, what the fuck is a Gammy? My wife doesn't call me Gammy. What the fuck is this shit, right? Like, no girl I've ever known has ever called me Gammy. Fuck you. You're trying to be cutesy and I don't like it. But every time there seems to be a problem, I always see the root cause. And that one is a root cause because she wants that attention on her. Don't, you know, guys, what do I say at the end of every stream? Don't take shit from anyone. You know what you are. Now, if you are a racist, all right, yeah, whatever. Own it. You know, I abhor it, but if that's who you are at your core, then own it. But if not, don't take shit from anyone. Go fuck yourself, bitch. That's what would have come out of my fucking mouth. You can go fuck yourself. Yeah, well, some people do. She got into it with Danny Boss over religion, and that's just it. You saw Anunnaki and Danny Boss, the one stream, they had a whole thing back and forth over religion and stuff like that, and it ended respectfully. They were nice to each other and everything else. Danny said 2 words to her, and she called him a fucking Nazi. Like, you have to go ad hominem with your attack because you don't actually have an argument to what Danny was saying. You know, I watched those two. I watched Anunnaki and Danny go back and forth. Neither one was rude to each other. They disagreed on their points. They disagreed on their religion and everything else. Respectful, shook each other's hands at the end of it, basically. And like the two of them are cool as shit. And I was just saying, it was a beautiful fucking thing. It really was. So do not put any stock into what that chick says. I think is it a girl or a guy? You know, because Gambit's name's Remy LeBeau. So is Remy a guy or a girl? I don't even know. I just know that when you get self-righteous like that, I'm not self-righteous like that. You know, I think I'm clever at times, but I also think I'm a complete asshole at others. So yeah, don't let that shit ruin your day or affect you, Moke. That's not what that, you know, like don't do that. Cuz I can't see that in you. You don't seem like that person. Be honest with you, everybody in this damn chat, I don't see that. Sheree, do you see that kind of shit in anybody in here? Like honestly? Like F&A, well, our homeless baker friend, I spotted that shit like a mile out. I got a pretty good sense for these things. Um, but I don't sense it with anybody who's like in this chat. You guys all seem like you just chill, enjoy each other, and have good conversations, good debates, and everything else. Everybody seems pretty fucking respectful in here, and I don't really think anybody gives a shit about anybody else's skin tone either. Fair enough, Anunnaki. Yeah, thank you for the answer on that one. So wait, she can't even use her own like real handle, real name or anything like, or like has to go off of rappers. Yeah, see, man, don't let people like that under your skin. Like, just don't. It's the same way if somebody calls you, like I say this all the time about trolls or whatever. You don't know who's on the other side of the keyboard. They come in, they pop shit on you. Like say somebody came in here and called me a toothless asshole. I'd be like, just my top teeth, motherfucker. Like, and yeah, I can be an asshole. All right, so what's your fucking point? Take the piss right out of them. Like, your entire argument's gone. Is that all you got? You're going to have to do a lot better than that. Don't let people ruin your day or define you. You define yourself and let other people make that judgment. And if you're around good people in the chat, not people that are like trendy or want to jump onto a bandwagon of some sort, then they're either going to A, come to your defense, especially if they're good people. Like if I'm in ABL's chat and this has happened before and somebody goes after somebody that I know, I'm going to speak the fuck up. Like my mouth's going to start going. But to an extent in ABL's chat, because I know Sheree will have to do her job, and because she is the best mod on these internets, she'd have to silence me. And your husband's not wrong. You don't know any of these. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I tell you guys personal stories. Like, if you go back over time now, what are we, like 40? What is this? Episode 49 or some shit? I've had plenty of time to get to know people like Bina, Sheree, Steve, Anunnaki. I'm just starting to get to know. He's a really good dude, And I'm not going to lie, Moki. I talked to you in Aliens chat maybe a couple times before I told you, hey, come over and watch my channel or whatever and all that. And I told everybody in here, and they'll even tell you this, and you can go back on whatever stream the fuck it was. I said, yeah, Moki came and subscribed to my channel, and I'm looking forward to getting her in here because she's a good person and she actually brings something to the chat. But, like that's how I perceived you. Just from my interaction with you. I was like, I hope she comes in here because, she's good people. And it wasn't like, oh, well, anything else on it other than I like having conversations with good people that are smart, bring something to the conversation, have their own set of life skills. You have different experiences. Like, dude, Anunnaki and my experience in life, completely apples and baseballs, right? However, can I sit here and talk to him and have a good conversation? Fuck yeah, I can. Steve, Bina, like Sheree, we've all got different life experiences. Some are similar, but we have a lot of different life experiences, and like everybody can interact, enjoy themselves, have a good time. We get a troll in here. We don't need to ban them. We don't need to silence them. We just let them fucking go. Because honestly, thank you for contributing to my channel, you fucking dickwad. Best thing I can do is monetize, get money from you. Right? You're not going to insult me any worse than my friends or my wife has insulted me over the years. So what the fuck? What am I worried about? And plus you're just, some asshole on the internet who gets his jollies from breaking my balls. Whatever. And yes, a good troll, man, if it's a good troll in here, you guys will hear me applaud. You will hear me laughing, and bro, that is fucking outstanding. What amazing ball breaking skills you have. I guess I'm just built different, or I was raised different. Where that shit doesn't affect me. I know who I am as a person. My friends know who I am. My family knows who I am as a person. Why the fuck you can't define me? Like, You know what I mean? Why am I going to let some dude who dropped in here for 2 seconds, hasn't listened to anything I've had to say, define me? And like with that, problem is some people want to be fucking alpha, right? I don't think I'm alpha. I think I'm not a beta, but I'm not a leader. I'm just me. Like I'm just neutral, right? But I'm not a bitch either. But some people want to be that center of attention and all that, and that's great. Go start your own YouTube channel then, that's what I would tell that chick. Like, oh, well, if you want to be outraged all the time, there's definitely a market for it out there. She should go do that. But when she does shit like that, that's going to disrupt Alien's whole flow on his channel. And if it doesn't throw him off, it can be detrimental because now you're turning off people that normally would have watched what you were saying and enjoyed your show. You got to be careful with that. But I'm not Alien. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. Steve just typed in the equivalent of the that song lyric. Sugar, we're going down. Like the one song lyric. I'm watching you two from the closet, hoping to be the friction in your jeans. Well, that's just it, man. And I've had this defensive Alien before when it came to Danny. Sometimes you don't. In Alien's case, you can always tell when he's reading his chat and when he's not. You just got to pay attention to his mannerisms because he doesn't read exceptionally fast. I think we all agree on that. So if he misses something, sometimes he can't even go back up in the chat and see it. I had this whole criticism before though, and I think I explained it just like this. You got 500 moderators, right? I've got Sheree. If I miss something, Sheree's caught it, guaranteed. And if she hasn't caught it, then Steve's caught it, then Beans has caught it, then Anunnaki's caught it, then Moki's caught somebody else in this chat that I know. And well, Moki and Anunnaki are kind of newer, but even then, I'm pretty sure they're going to tell me if something fucked up just came up in my chat. And I trust you guys. I trust you guys. You're good people. Why the fuck are you going to come in here, be chill, and hang out with everybody for, God, how many streams? That 49 streams, and then all of a sudden there's a fucking issue. Like, okay, who's doing the issue? Oh, look, somebody's yelling at the same person again and again and again and again. I don't think it's like the person that's been here this whole time and there's never been a fucking problem. I think it's the person who just came in and put their dick in the mashed potatoes, so to speak. Extra set of ears on the table. Oh, you mean this? I'm like reading Stranded's thing. She's like, how come you got an extra set of ears on the table? I'm like, ears? Oh, yes. This, so he's CutMan, right? They're blades. It's his hand blade. So in the game, you can kind of see it in the middle picture. The way CutMan fights is he produces these cutting blades out of his hand. He throws them in a boomerang around Mega Man and hit him. Dude, there is no appreciation for that. I'm happy you're here, Anunnaki. Like I said, you bring a completely unique point of view. Bina brings a unique point of view. Sheree has brought a very unique point of view. Steve's brought a unique point of view. Stranded's brought a unique point of view. Moki's now here and bringing a unique point of view. Duke's been here, brought up, Rebel. Name anybody that you see in that chat, and they brought their own unique spin on things, how they see the world. And some things we all see the same, some things we see different. We have discussions on it and everything else. It's not you to ever, I appreciate you thanking me, Anunnaki. I really do. It's thank you to all of you. Because honestly, I wouldn't be doing this on a Sunday night. I could be playing Marvel Rivals or catching up with Smurf and running some Fortnite or, walking the dog and playing with the dog, whatever. Instead, I'm on a net streaming painting. I could have done this stress test and made the stream private just to see how my shit held up. But it's because I have good people that watch me that want to, hang out and do something. I understand. I get it because I've been there where it's like I'm flipping through YouTube and going, what the fuck am I going to watch tonight? Because there ain't shit on. Oh, yay, I get to hear Ben Shapiro bitch about things again. Or, oh, yay, I get to hear, this person's take on this, that, or the other thing. Oh, you could always go to Twitch and watch somebody play a video game. Well, why? I can play my own goddamn video game. So, as much as you thank me, thank you, Anunnaki. Sister Wives? What the fuck is Sister Wives? Moki, you're the only one watching this show. What the hell is it? I gotta ask because I want to know. Yeah, like there you go, Anunnaki. That's what I want to know. Like, what is this? Is this some kind of like, is it a pair of twins that married the same dude and like he just takes turns? Like, what the hell is Sister Wives? I don't understand what the Sister Wives thing is. I agree with you, Anunnaki. Communication is the key to success, and we can misunderstand each other or take things the wrong way or whatever. And then, a lot of times a simple clarifying statement will fix everything in a lot of cases. Sometimes it won't. Sometimes it's going to escalate. And when it does, it does. And you cross that bridge when you get to it. But at this point, everything's just prime, I guess you would say. I still can't believe you're here, Sheree. I was all prepped. I was like, damn, I'm actually going to do a show without Sheree tonight. This is fucked. I mean, I'm happy you made it. I just hope you didn't force yourself to make it. You know what I mean? Damn. Okay, I see where I have fucked up. I'm like looking at it. I'm like, that doesn't look right. Took me a minute, and then I can see where the mistake is. I'm like, that eye is way too damn big for what it is. I actually need to go with a very tiny brush for it. Clean up my mistakes. Hey, you know what? I'm not judging you, Mokes. I'm not judging you. They have the same kind of thing in anime. They call it harem anime. I thought Sister Wives was about Ilhan Omar. Ilhan Omar. Oh my fucking god. That may just be the comment of the night. Oh, well played, my friend. Well played. Very well played. I can't believe I didn't come up with that one myself. Holy shit. Perfect. Flawless victory. Fatality. Damn, that one was right there for the grabbing, and fucking Eugene plucked it right off the tree. Just. I mean, my whole thing is, don't they have to consummate the marriage? Like, that's the whole thing. She married her brother. Like, don't they have to consummate it to make it actually official? Like, it can't just be an on paper thing. They actually, like, ooh, not good. I'm grabbing a different brush because that one brush is starting to piss me off a lot. And yeah, 110%, that is her fucking brother too, that first husband. Shit. Shit. Just fucked. They're Mormons. They had another one like that, didn't they? Like another Mormon show that was like that. Wasn't it called like The Good Wife or some shit? I can't remember. I don't know. I never watched it, if I'm being honest. I just remember there was another show with a premise like that where dude had like a whole bunch of wives. Um, who? Strandy, you're talking about over modding. Um, I don't know if I want to talk about this one. I may talk about it. I don't know if I should. So here's the thing. If somebody comes in the chat and criticizes me, will Charade delete what they say? I'm just asking you guys in general. Charade, no telling them the answer before, they give it. Do you think Charade, like if a troll came in here right now, called me a goofy motherfucker, some shit like this, right? Do you think Charade would delete that chat, or would she let it sit? Steve says no. Stranded is on the other side of it and says in a heartbeat. Okay. Moki's fair and neutral because she hasn't been here long enough, so she doesn't know. Bina says she would let it sit. And Steve says now, I don't know. Bina is 100% right, having been one of my mods. She knows my rules. Right? And Bina's, this is why Bina, was my first mod. Because she's an amazing mod herself. She is, we call her the godmother mod, right? And then we have Sheree, who's the greatest mods on these internets. And Bina's got it in one. I talk about freedom of speech all the time. How you guys are allowed to have a voice and opinion and everything else. So am I. We may disagree, but we can hash it out, everything. If somebody wants to come in here and do some shit like that, I'm going to let it sit unless they go into where it's like a racial slur or something like this, where, okay, look, you tipped over this line, and I can't have that, right? Like something that's just totally abhorrent. YouTube will ban me for your comment, stuff like that. Calling for active deletion of somebody. Something like that. Can't let it sit. I have to get rid of it. I don't care because the criticism's got to hit me, and I should be. Sheree said this one time. You're a big boy. You can take care of yourself. Because I was like, thank you for not silencing me when I was going back and forth with this one troll in ABL's chat. I said, thank you. On a personal, and she goes, no, you're a big boy. You can take care of yourself. You can handle it. You don't need me to like back you up, like she's there to back me up just in case. But that's just it. Sheree would let it sit because she knows I'm a big boy, and somebody came here, you're a goofy motherfucker. Well, thank you very much. Make sure you hit the subscribe button and like this video, you jerk off. You know what I mean? Like I'd fire back like that, like in a heartbeat. The problem with overmodding is, and like I said, I'm going to bring this up, and I kind of hate to, because it was shitty. And I don't know if it had happened earlier on in the night, but it was at the end of the night for one of Alien's streams. He did a stream when he got monetized, I guess, and then did a second stream on his phone. And it was like right at the end, he got 1, 2, 3 trolls that had hopped in and were watching him. And the one said something about Alien's eyes. The one said something about Alien's eyes, and it got deleted before Alien saw it. Like, I mean, it was on the screen for maybe 4 seconds, and then somebody popped it down. And then one of the other people that are mods was like, what the fuck? I can't believe people say shit like this. Da da da. It started to get upset about it. And then, then somebody else said something, but Alien actually read it before anybody caught it and could take it down. And he read it out loud. And you could see the look on Alien's face, like it kind of upset him. Like, I mean, I kind of don't blame him. He's on cloud 9. He just got monetized and somebody's, coming in and trolling him or whatever. But then it got taken down, like, as he was reading it, because there's that delay from me speaking right now to what is going on in the chat. Like, you guys are kind of reacting 10 seconds after or some shit, right? And you kind of see it on his face. And he was like, yeah, I think that's going to be the night. After he read it, he was, yeah, I think that's going to be the end of the stream or whatever. And he got off stream like pretty damn fast. And then somebody in the chat was like, now you got to call me daddy or something like that. And it was too late. Alien had already cut the show. Correct. So that's just it. A racial insult, and I don't care, like if it's 2 black guys in the chat and they're joking back and forth and they're dropping, not a ER, but an A at the end of it between the two of them, that's cool. If it's a white guy in here and he's talking to a black guy and he drops that N word and means it in a derogatory way, not like a conversational way or citing some music lyrics or something, that's fucked up. Because you're basically saying that because it's just to elicit a hate response from the person. You're not doing it, in a matter of conversating. But yeah, this happened, I don't know, I want to say Friday's stream. If you go to the end of it, I don't know if it's still there or if Alien cut it out. But I could tell like Alien got upset. My whole point of this is though, that first one was up on the screen and Alien didn't catch it because his moderators cut that out beforehand. And Alien can handle his stream however he wants to handle his stream. But the whole thing is, if Sheree protected me from any kind of criticism on here, when somebody did criticize me or blast me or whatever, maybe it would have softened me up. You know, you see what I'm saying? Like, instead of taking the insult and learning to be clever and fast on your feet and having an insult ready or coming up with an insult right at the moment, you know, it would soften me where I wouldn't be able to fire off that insult as fast, or it would slow me down. Like my skin wouldn't be tough enough to, you know, absorb that shot and throw it back. Yeah, but it's not good that he has that many mods because of that. I mean, that's just my opinion, but I think those mods insulate you from taking the shot. You know, like taking the punch and learning to counter punch. It's a skill. Like, it's one of those things where you get into a verbal argument. It's something I've always appreciated, and he's not in the chat, but shout out to him, to Mr., is that you can throw something at Mr. and he'll come up with a pun and it's like spot on in the moment, right? He sharpens himself with that. And it's the same thing with somebody insulting you like a troll on the internet. You don't have to go tit for tat with them, but you can like nail them back. Like, oh, you're talking about my eyes? Yeah, your mom didn't mind my eyes when I was staring at her ass when I was banging her last night. All right, next question. You know, like just come up with something on the fly and just blast out. Sorry, guys, reading up on the chat. Like, Steve, is that true, Steve? He actually banned somebody out of the chat for saying he didn't have movie star looks? That's weird. That's actually really odd to me. Yep, shit stirs. Okay, but Stranded, what you just said there about some people, shit stirs is basically what Anunnaki was saying, right? People that come in specifically to start fights and troll you, that's fine. Kick them out. But insult the shit out of them, make them look like an asshole before you kick them out. But if you never even see the comment, in some cases, it's going to feel like you're being protected. And that's not good either, because all that's going to do is inspire more trolls to come in and fire off at you. But yeah, like, you know, and like I said, I'm not attacking Alien, guys. I'm not. And I'm not attacking anybody who's a mod. I'm not. Everybody can run their channel how they want. I'm just telling you that, like Steve said, well, actually, Sheree said it too. Anybody who's been on ABL stream, ABL can have whatever opinions, whatever. We can agree with them, disagree with them, or what have you. I think there's times where he says, I got triggered, and, you know, like, I'm triggered. And that stuff kind of doesn't, you know, it's like, dude, come on now. But there's been times where I've heard call-ins where the guy just comes in, drops the N-word, and bounces. He just goes, wow, really? Next caller. And it didn't even fucking phase him. Oh shit, is that true, Stranded? That's the whole story behind that shit? So you banned the guy because the guy was like, Um, he was trying to put the moves on, basically, is what you're saying. That's fair. You know, like, look, I guess if there was an aggressive woman in this chat that was coming at me, I'd, be like, hey, thank you very much. I'm happily married, blah, blah, blah. And if they kept going, I'd be like, all right, this is now uncomfortable to the point where you got to go. So I can't blame Alien on that one. Yeah, I mean, but that's just it. So somebody making fun of your looks, you just got to kind of, you're putting your face on the internet. People are going to say all kinds of shit. You could be the most stunning person on the face of the, you could be Henry Cavill. Somebody's going to talk shit to you on the internet. It's the fucking internet. That's what people do. Wait, did somebody delete a comment or Bina deleted a comment? Okay, I was just making sure like you didn't get censored there. Cam's gigantic pork missile. Well, thank you, thank you. Um, that it's retired. Sorry, single fire for one person. Game over. But thank you for noticing. Like, does this fucker have teeth? I think he does. Let's see. Put a light on here. But yeah, I mean, the whole thing is be careful. You don't want to do too much protection. You actually end up doing more damage than you do good. And overprotecting yourself. While that's cool, people want to protect them. Don't censor the people that you're, let them run their mouths. Make them look like an asshole. Change the game, flip the narrative. But you got to be able to handle that criticism too. Because I'll tell you what, this is the start of the game. You're getting monetized, all that stuff. Once we get to, you got a couple thousand people in there, that shit's going to change. You're going to get trolls just to have trolls. I didn't delete anything on Henry Cat. What the fuck? Yeah, if the guy's on a chat and getting more and more aggressive with the comments, and causing an uncomfortable situation, then and you address it straight out, like, yo, bro, you got to calm down with them fucking comments, or I'm gonna have to ask you to leave, something like that. That it is what it is, and the guy keeps going. Yeah, you kind of warned him. I can't really fault that there. No, and that's just it, Moki. You're not going to hear me say anything bad about Alien either. Um, I'm always appreciative of him and everything else. I don't say anything to like, oh, da 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 da. It's quite the opposite. It's because I care and want to see him excel that I'll give him advice. There's positive criticism where I'll tell you, like, this is what I see, everything else, you do what the fuck you want. There's the negative criticism of you just do all wrong all the time. That's not constructive. It's not helping anything. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have social skills. I say fuck every other word. Like that's going to be a problem one day if I ever get monetized because I'm going to have to clean up my language and I got a pretty big potty mouth. But yeah, I mean, the whole thing is I want to see him succeed and I want to see him get big. Like, I want to see Alien with 1 million subscribers. Anunnaki, thank you for being amazing, dude. You have a great night and may your god and goddesses smile upon you and your family as well. Yeah, I mean, well, who knows? Maybe he'll rifle that down. Maybe he's seeing that or he knows that and he'll address it. I don't know how you address it or what to change, you know what I mean? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just maybe Moki's right. Maybe I'm just built different like social skills wise or something. Different generations. Hell yeah, Anunnaki. I'll see you next time, brother. Thank you again. Well, no, you're not biased, Moki. You know why? I'm going to tell you why you're not biased about that one. Because that's what I see too. I see the same thing you see. And not just because, it's my friends that have been attacked and people that are viewing me have been attacked. I just watched how a conversation went from, I don't like your food choices to you're a Nazi in a matter of seconds. Now you're sitting there telling me the same person has called you a racist. There was an issue with Steve at one point. Like I said, you got to find a common factor, and there's one common factor. I mean, that's just it, though. It's his stream, and who knows? I don't know what his relationship is with that one person. Maybe she supported him when nobody else did. Maybe she's been around longer than I don't know. I can honestly say that. I'm not going to lie at all. Shout out to her. If Devin was in that chat 24/7, I would know exactly what the deal was. Because she would have sat back, she wouldn't have said anything, and she would have just watched and pretty much written a history book on it, like she did with other chats. Like, but I don't know. I can just tell you from my perspective and what I've observed when I'm in there. Because there's times I'm in there, guys, and you guys don't even know I'm in there. There's times I'm just sitting in the background and listening and watching chat. Sheree did that shit to me the other day until I spoke up, and then out of nowhere, Sheree's like, "Hey, Gam, what's up?" And I'm like, "Oh shit! Like you're in here too? I didn't even know." Because Sheree just wasn't typing on screen. Sometimes I'm listening and not typing, you know? Now, you know what? You're not wrong, Moke, but that's just it. That's why I said it's advice and, positive criticism. It's not a pot shot or anything like this. It's positive. It's a positive. It's not a negative. It's like Sheree said, like Sheree's offering advice too. She said, 2 or 3 solid mods, and then, that's actually a good plan. But the whole problem is, and this is what I'm afraid of, I want to see him succeed. If Stranded's saying stuff and Stranded's watched for a long time, that she feels, like, yeah, I'm watching the chats out of hand. He's a good kid. And I agree with that. That it's out of hand and, there's too many mods and all this kind of stuff. If your average viewer is seeing the same thing, but nobody's bringing it to him either. That's the whole thing. Like maybe I'll private message Alien, and because I have no problem telling him all these things. And if he's watching the stream, he's hearing all these things. I don't care. I'm going to say the same thing to him that I'm saying to you now. I'm not talking out of school. Oh, really? Calls people the old. Just, Jesus Christ. Calls them see you next Tuesdays. But yeah, I mean, the whole thing is, I'm not trying to blast him, but I want to see him make it big. Like, I want to see him pursue his dream and get there. So, any advice I can give him to help him from a Gen X, thicker skin, point of view, I'm going to give him. Because at one point in time when I was starting to stream and shit, he was nice enough to help me out, find the program, and get me started. So, I'd like to repay that favor. Shit, what did Moki say? What the fuck? Why can't I see Moki? And yeah, once again, we're talking about the greatest mods on these internets. Just paying attention. You pretty much hate what people? Oh, goodness. Yeah, well, that's just it, though. So that's the problem. If you're killing off your chat engagement because people are afraid to engage or free to, like afraid to speak their mind or anything, you're killing off your viewership. Because I don't know how the fucking algorithm works, but I'm going to say part of this algorithm is your chat engagements because they track them. They wouldn't track them if they weren't important for some fucking dumb reason. if you got a couple bad eggs and they're killing your chat engagement, next thing you know, your channel goes from monetized to demonetized or never goes to that next level that you want to take it to. So, like I said, anything said here is something that I would say directly to Alien. I want him to succeed, and I'm willing to help him any way I can. Nutty trial people. I don't know. Um, I don't know who's what or anything. I see it as an entire collective, and it's not Dragon Chat either. I think there's just like the only person I've ever observed is one, just one person. That's all I've ever seen that seems like there's a problem every time they're in there, or they have different problems with people. It's more, like if you're telling me that this is the problem, or that this person, this was the problem, which, you kind of did, then I'm agreeing with you. So it's not about dragging a whole chat because honestly, 99% of that chat, whenever I hop in, they're all really good people. And some of them I've talked to for a while now, like Miranda, Sarah. Trying to think who else. Good. Well, no, I brought her there last night. I keep sending people to Alien. Smurf subscribe to him. I send him over subscribers and shit because I believe in him. I want to see him succeed. So don't think it's like criticism of. Don't take it as criticism of the man. It's more to help him grow. It's constructive, not negative. So don't think it's me being a dick to be a dick. Trust me, if I was being a dick, I'd be a dick. But that's honestly not the case this time. I want to see him succeed. I want to see him be big time. I want to see him with 1 million followers. I want to see him get that the AdSense revenue where he can actually like make $50,000, $60,000 a year or whatever. Um, yeah, Miranda is good people. I've had discussions with her and everything else, and that's awesome if she is like Aliens main one. That's just it. Have we does can anybody tell me like maybe that's what it'll take? I'm not gonna lie, guys. But going after like Moki, who from what I can see, what I have seen, very good people or something. Maybe that's what it would take is going after Miranda or somebody that Alien's known forever and has always been a staunch defender of Alien. He'll be like, oh, no, no, no. Now you picked the wrong one. You are the fucking problem, I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know about that, Eugene. I mean, you can put out what you can put out, but it takes a while. Like, how long have you been doing it? That's actually shocking. Shocking. What color is this? Do I want to go gunmetal gray on this shit or silver anniversary? Yeesh. I don't know. Gunmetal gray. It's like a black silver. Yeah, so the whole thing with followers, part of it's your content. Um you mean like subscribers or what have you. Some of it's your content, some of it's other people watching your stuff. Like I said, Alien has suggested my channel on his, and I always tell everybody, make sure you guys sign up to, Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Blog, because he does have a good channel. He discusses interesting things and he wants to make this a life career. And, that's always happened. And as far as I know, Alien's always done the same thing for me. And I'm always appreciative. And he's always appreciative too. To a point where he's actually thanked me, like live on stream. Thank you for sending so and so here. Thank you for this. Thank you for that. So I don't have a problem with that. But you have stuff like that where people help each other out. Then you have your content being good. And I'm not going to lie, like Alien said it when he got monetized. He's like, for some reason, the algorithm accelerated him. He's not wrong. For some reason, Alien went from like 3 people watching him every night to like 18. Now, I think he said it something to do with like trial chat, but he met people in other chats and then brought all the cool people together. I think that's exactly how he put it. So that could be part of it, Eugene. Maybe you got to go to other chats, and they'll subscribe to you. I don't know how, if that works or not. You got to figure a lot of people are here from ABL, but they're also part of the reason why I even started the stream to begin with. Just do straight up. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing the straight up silver. Um, Thank you. Thank you very much, Stranded. Like, Stranded, not going to lie, you've been A1. Like, you were even around for Friday night fuckery. And anybody who can survive that and still watch my shit, I appreciate the hell out of you. Because, God, it was Sheree, you, and me. That was it the entire night. And I was like, oh my God. I knew it was going to be bad. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. And then when the sound cut out every, what was it, like 30 seconds? It was like, doo-doo. Like, GAM, we can't hear you. We know you're speaking. We can see you moving with your hands, talking with your hands. Fucking fix it. Friday night fuckery was a mess. But yeah, you've always been A1 since day one. And thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh shit. Yo, if I see Sheree take her hair and put it up in a ponytail and then start wiping Vaseline on her face, taking off her rings, shit's on like Donkey Kong. Actually, Sheree might even put more rings on her hand. Now I'm thinking about it. Depends on which school of scrap you're talking. But yeah, I would feel bad at that point for someone, because Sheree's watched enough good one-liners, ball breakings, trolling, that I guarantee I put money on her. Fuck yeah, you got to slip those punches off your face. You don't want to get all dented up. Like, yeah, fuck yeah. Well, I've seen it. I've seen that kind of shit. This fucking like, oh shit, this is some real. Good lord, I don't know if I should even be here. I need to go hide. This shit's real. Dude, even if she did know about this stream, um, yeah, this goes back to what I was saying. Coming in this stream and being nasty or whatever, I'd be like, yo, what are you talking about? I can have Anunnaki arguing his point of view on religion against Danny back and forth and watch that shit go on for 2 hours. And the two of them at the end of it thanked each other for their side of the argument, walked out as friends, where you saw tonight where he Anunnaki literally said to Danny, we don't believe the same things in religion, but may the gods walk with you and all that. And Danny was like, thank you. May Jesus walk with, like, bro. Because nobody interrupted the fight. Nobody told him to cut it out or whatever. So if they, somebody coming in here with that attitude of, well, I'm a black and I'm Muslim or whatever. Okay. It's the same as like when ABL said, I'm from the hood. And I was like, what kind of fucking facts are those? Like, what are you talking about here, my guy? Like, okay, so you're from the hood. Doesn't mean that you're fucking tough because you're from a place. Tell me, who did you kick the shit out of? You kicked the hell out of Stevie Richards back when you were like 13. Like, what kind of brawls have you been in? You want to get down to brass tacks? I can show you the scar on my knee from where a bullet hit me. I can show you the scar on the back of my other leg where I was stabbed with a sword. I can show you the cut above my eyebrow where I got blasted in the eye in LA and broke a guy's ankle. I can show you know what I mean? Yeah, the sword. So that was actually a funny one. That was actually a playful one. It was an oopsie. One dude was playing around and he had a ninjato, and like he was goofing around like he was going to stab me or whatever, and I backed up and I tripped, and I started kicking the sword with the side of my shoe left and right every time he was playing like he was going to stab me. He wasn't even close enough to stab me, and I kicked my foot out like that, and the shin the guard hooked on one of my laces like here, and when I pulled my foot in to kick again, I pulled the sword right into the back of my thigh, about an inch. And man, you want to talk about something? I was like, holy fuck. He ripped the sword back. He was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like all that. And I'm laughing about it because it hurt, but honestly, I didn't even really feel it. And then it started bleeding. And that shit would not stop bleeding. I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, no. GAM's wife already knows about all of this. No, I didn't have to walk to school. I rode a bus or got driven. No, this happened. And the guy who did it was a guy named Carl. But yeah, that shit, like it honestly, it hurt for like a second, but the blade was sharp enough that it definitely it just kept bleeding, kept bleeding, kept bleeding. And then I got home and did stitches. This one time at band camp. Yeah, nothing like that. No, it's just like I said, we used to fuck each other up for fun when I was a kid. Like The best was when we'd have the trampoline wars. And I'll never forget, I did, nowadays they call it a hurricane rana, right? And we used to just call it a monkey flip. But nowadays the technical term in wrestling would be a hurricane rana, and I must have been 13, about 13. And this one kid, Billy, I'll never forget, jumped up and caught him with that hurricane rana, and my legs went over the side of the trampoline with his head in between my legs, and he went straight down head first into the ground. The only thing I think that saved his ass, it knocked him cold. The only thing that saved his ass though was when he hit, because it was like marshy area out there. He fucking he didn't break his neck, but his head actually went into the mud. It was terrifying. Like we were like, oh my god, you killed him. Like my buddy Jake was like, oh shit, you killed him. And it was like, it was scary at first, but then when we realized when he started moving, he was like, oh, we were like, oh, okay, you're good. It was funny at that point. Unfortunately, Billy went on to become a police officer and is thick as shit now, and I wouldn't want to fuck with him. I can throw that football over them there mountains. No, dude, true stories, guys. I can't make it up. Like I said, I can just tell you shit that's happened in the past. Actually, to tell you the truth, it's a shame because, my buddy Bubba that's in here every now and again, Bubba would be able to tell you, oh yeah, that happened. He was there for it. Like he was actually at the house where the dude lived. Yeah, the one dude, Carl. Like there was another time, because Carl always had like swords all over the fucking place like an asshole. But Carl had left his sword, like it was actually, now I think about it, it was the black blade, so it was the same sword that had got me. But he had left it on like the landing on these stairs, and the one girl, eventually her husband, but at this point in time he was her boyfriend. He was all drunk and tripped and fell down the stairs and hit the sword, and it fell over and cut his hand like wide open. They had to rush him to the hospital. What's up, Six? Fucking, oh my god, you killed Kenny, you bastards. Yeah, no, it was, you killed Billy. Yeah, that, what's his name? As a matter of fact, I think I told you the story because Billy's brother got in a fight with my buddy Jake. And that fight ended with Jake suplexing his brother, like, on this fucking street. Like, old Brian, Billy's brother, he was putting up a pretty good fight right up until that suplex, and everybody was like, ooh, and that stopped the fight. Fucking brutal shit like that. Crazy shit from a misspent childhood. Like I said, we used to just fuck each other up when we were kids. Jake from a small town called Tabernacle. Maybe one day I'll do that. Maybe one day I'll pull up Google Maps and take you guys on a tour of Tabernacle and explain what's changed and what's still there and everything else. Because, like, so we had this set of hills where it was like leftovers from where they had dug out the road and all this to lay the road down. Like these sand dunes on the side, each side of the road, we used to call them the hills. And that's where you'd go if you had a problem with somebody else in the neighborhood. You'd go there to fight. And we'd ride our bicycles and ramp off the hills and all that. That shit's all gone now. Somebody had built a house there, like had it all cleared and put a house down. But yeah, crazy shit like that. I mean, it's the same way. Like I've told you guys, I got a buddy who's 7 foot tall and all that kind of shit and was going to be a pro wrestler, blew out his shoulder. I think I've told that story before. And then, like, I used to do this with the people that work for me at Blockbuster, where I would tell them stories. And, like, there's a lot of stories that if somebody says, oh, you remember this? Oh, shit, I remember that. And then we'll go into it because it happened so long ago. But Blockbuster, they all, because they were from 3 towns away, a town called Hamilton. And they're like, right, sure, big fish, you know? Like, they always thought I was making shit up until I threw the party at the local bar at Brenton's, it was called at the time. It was originally called Fets, then Brenton's, and now it's called, I want to say, Another Wing Stop or something like that, or Another Wing Bar or something like that. But anyway, my name's up on the billboard out front. So on the big marquee is, you know, my birthday. And like, they show up. And then they come walking in and they're like, yeah, dude, it was like fucking Big Fish. They're like, your buddy Randy, who's 7 foot tall, 7'1", can't teach that, comes walking up because he's working the door that night and is just like, hey, you know, what are you guys here for? And we're like, oh, yeah, we're here for GAM's birthday. And they're like, holy shit. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, right over there. And it's like, holy shit, you really do got a friend that's 7'1", that's like a monster that was going to be a pro wrestler. And they're walking around all my different friends, and my different friends are telling stories, but they're the same fucking stories that I've told them this whole time. And they're like, holy shit, everything he said is 100% true. Like, yeah, you guys thought I was making shit up? Well, yeah, we did. I was like, I can understand why it sounds unbelievable. It's true. Yeah, no torture, Moki. Thank you for dropping in. We appreciate you being here. Yeah, you're welcome here. No worries at all, ever. And unless you say something racist, nobody's going to call you a racist or any of that kind of fucking bullshit here. You just keep being Moki, just be you, and have fun whenever you're on this channel. We appreciate you. Have a good night and enjoy your sister wives. Seriously, Eugene? You don't have to be tall to be a wrestler. Like, average height's usually right around 6'3". Now, back in the day in the 80s when it was like Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant, you had to look something special, like bigger. But if you wrestled in the South, you had people like Dusty Rhodes, where he's a big fat slob if you really break him down, but he had charisma. You know what I mean? It's about charisma and stuff like that. That's why when Eugene's like, yeah, Mickey James, it's like, really? That's cool as shit. Yeah, Big Randy should have been a pro wrestler. But the first time, the wrestling school he was at in New Jersey, the Monster Factory, they had a kid that was about a quarter of his size trying to body slam him because the instructor was trying to show that anybody can body slam anybody else if you're posting right and all that. The kid got Randy about halfway up and dropped him, like started to drop him, and Randy out of reflex stuck his arm out, knocked his shoulder out of the socket, had to go to the hospital to get it put back in. And then during one of the exhibition matches, they do like, you know, you had to sell tickets to your family, friends, and shit like that because it's wrestling school. Randy's in the ring and he was wrestling Pitbull 1 and 2. Like, I don't know if you guys knew who they are, Gary Wolf, and I can't remember the other dude's name is, but they were stiff with Randy, and Pitbull number 2 hit him and knocked his shoulder back out. Randy went into the hospital again, had it put back in, and the doctor said if it comes out again, you're gonna have to have surgery on it. And that's when Randy just he gave up. He was like, "Yeah, I'm done. I can't be a wrestler." Yeah, Bina, you really are. Oh, shame on you. Um, but yeah, Eugene. I mean, I don't know. I like she's an amazing wrestler too. She's had a long storied career, and I think she's done a lot of good for the business. You know, if you're saying it's before she went to WWE, so you're talking back in the day or whatever. Um, but who knows? Who knows what she saw? She saw some kind of talent, or did you just talk like smart language to her? Because that'd do it too. Like if you're just talking, you know, like a smart. Spicy little thing. Dear Lord. Oh, shit. All right. Let's see if I can get these first time out without fucking them up. Gotta fix his pupils. Getting old is a bitch, though. I have to keep lowering down my glasses and I have to pop them back up to read chats. Oh, damn it. Gotta fix his pupils. Oh, yeah. I am an old man. I am. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. My eyesight's never been like 2020, like amazing vision either. It's just gotten progressively worse over the years. Uh, Lord, I must have gotten red on here at some point, and it's all blotchy out. Well, damn, it's only 1:36 in the morning this time. We're not at 3 yet. What the fuck? Oh shit. Well, in that case, so sometimes you'll get what's known as making the money from the mark. And that's where people at a wrestling school, hey, you ever think about wrestling or whatever, knowing you're never going to make it, they just want you to get their money too. So it could have been something like that as well. You never know. Ooh, yo, you serious, Sheree? Like she had that uneasy feeling that something's not right in the world, like something is off and about to happen. Oh, that's awesome, Beans. Yeah, my eyesight's been bad since I was like 6, 7 years old. Oh shit, Stranded. That's awesome. Um, over 130 facilities in their network. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's actually very fucking bad. God damn. Yeah, well, I mean, usually they don't talk about things like that when they've been hacked or whatever, and it's ransom, especially if they're planning on paying the ransom. The only problem is it's just like feeding trolls. If you hit them a little bit, a lot more people are going to hit your vulnerabilities in your network. That's fucking crazy. Your mom's okay though, right, Sheree? She's good. That's the important fucking thing for GAM. And I didn't. I purposely didn't. I just said you had family issues. I didn't say what was going on. Holy shit. Well, you are a trustworthy mod. He was like, I've heard of you. You're the great Sheree, the greatest mods on these internets. And like, was just like, let me tell you all about my issues. And you're like, huh, you don't say. That's craziness. That is just out and out craziness. By cell phone and a lot of paperwork that has to be processed through the computer later, Steve. They didn't hit the power grid. They hit all the internal servers and everything else. That's a fucking, unless you've got like a whole cybersecurity firm, that can be a massive, massive hit. Like a seriously massive hit. Red so I can fix this little blowout. This little blowout went to market. You know something, Sheree? That should be a good thing, though, because it means you're strong moral character, and if people want to tell you things like that. Now, granted, that means you're cursed with the advantage of knowledge that others don't have, but feel good that people can look at you and trust you. I don't know. Nobody ever tells me shit. I got a big fucking mouth. I thought I'm gonna blame it on my big mouth. No, there's, in all honesty, there's still secrets to this day. Like as many stories as I tell and stuff, there's some that I can never tell you guys. I can never talk about them because they're either not my story to tell, or I was, told politely, like, don't repeat this. You know nothing. You know nothing. Stuff like that. But it's not all the time. Actually, it's very infrequently. And I just kind of eat it. I eat it like a Fat Al video, or a Weird Al video, rather. But, it's just it. I definitely hold some cards close to the vest. I think when I was younger, I was a lot better about that. But since I've withdrawn from society for the most part, yeah, there isn't anybody to tell me anything. And who would I tell? All right, let's see if we can't fix these fucking eyes. Like that's just it. My friends and my wife are pretty much my therapist. I don't and actually there's, I had this discussion the other night too. There's a lot less of my friends than there used to be. Well, people that I would hold to that level of friend where I can trust them with anything. Um, I'm pretty good at it. The whole thing is, though, the one good thing I can say, like with you guys with streaming or whatever, I tell you guys straight up how I feel and what's on my mind, or that's why sometimes I just inanely babble or, you know, tell you guys a story from the past randomly. Try to label the chats random when I'm going to talk about random shit, too. She was like, wow, you really like Taylor Swift? What the fuck? Was she putting you on a list, Eugene? Like, oh, you're one of them Swifty people. All right, so now I got to reduce this. I don't look at them dead on. Oh. God damn it. Come on. Hate it when the paint does that shit. Yeah, I mean, truth of the matter is, though, I don't blab when it's not my business. As the old adage goes, snitches get stitches. I'm still blown away. You guys are hearing. Are you guys all having fun? It's getting kind of late. Must be getting early. Clocks are running late. Paint by number, morning sky. Looks so phony. Dawn is breaking everywhere. Draw the curtains, curse the glare. 'Cause 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 This little fucker. I knew I can count on Stranded. I will get by. See, you got your fist out. Say your piece and get out. Yes, I get the gist of it, but it's alright. Oh, touch of gray. Kinda suits you anyway. Of course, Duke's not in the chat. I think that's a cute looking face. Shit, what's the one line? Kid can't read, he's 17. The words he knows are all obscene, but it's alright. Thanks, Shrek. Now, here's the thing. I got the damn bases. See this? That you see that stain on the base? That is actually undry resin from something. I don't know what. Because this shit has been in the closet in a separate box for so long. Because I was supposed to paint these like, I don't know, a year ago. Kind of the same way, like, you know, the Hulk statue and all that stuff. So I don't even know what I'm going to do about the damn base. The base is deformed too. You can tell this shit was on the old printer because look how the base kind of has that lip to it where it didn't print correctly. Let's glue his little am I good on that? Yeah, I am. Let's glue his little blade on here. See how he looks next to Mega Man. Actually, that's me just inserting the thing into the slit. Stayed pretty on there. I'm shocked. Let's see. Give you a little dab, do you? Just a little dabby dab. Make sure that shit's centered. Oh, I will get by. Do. So I just got to paint the bases now. Drop your little ass in there. Come on, get in the slot. That's what she said. And bring them out. Bring them out. So I still got to paint the bases on them. Like I said, cool little battle scene, huh? I don't think they look too bad. Now we got to temper them by painting the damn bases. I'm thinking this is where I'm going to use that gunmetal gray, though. One, because I'm lazy and I already pulled it out. Two, because I think it'll look decent. Maybe do bronze on the ring. I'll actually go with a gold, I want to say, in there. Maybe a sequin black. Could be cool. Let's see what we can do with these bases. First things fucking first. Put you two down. Almost fucked the camera all up. these off real quick. And I'm going to clean this one real fast. I don't know if the black paint's going to come off. Probably. New phone. Who dis? Here you go. Here's a question for you guys. It'll be interesting to see because I'm sure I'm going to say possibly the girls in the chat, the ladies in the chat have seen this movie. And I'm going to say every fucking guy in this chat has seen this movie. Put on your mask, Rock. Oh, you look bloody scary. You look like Mushmouth from Fat Albert. Okay, Rock, you ready to go? I hope we get in there, Rock. It's all going to be OBKB. You guys know what movie that shit's from? Nope, not Rocky Dennis. The guy's name is Rocco, but they call him Rock for short, and it's a pair of Irish brothers. I knew the girls wouldn't get it. I'm thinking the guys may get it. But yeah, they go in and they're about to do this thing, and they both wear like ski masks, the two brothers, and they bring Rocco with them. And Rocco is like their backup or whatever. And they're like, put on your mask, Rock. And he like puts on this mask, but he cut it himself. Like he just had like a normal hat and cut out like the circles for the eyes and all that. And he puts it on and they start laughing. And he's like, oh man, fuck the mask. And they're like, the one brother's like, no, put it on, Rock. You're bloody fucking scary. And he's like, the other brother's like, you look like Mushmouth from Fat Albert. And he's just like, he's like, oh man, fuck. And he puts on the mask and they're like, okay, Rock, I think everything's going to be OBKB. Fucking 6. And there we go. Look at that. Steve, 6. You guys knew exactly, like, yep. Stranded actually nailed it. Dude, when he slams his head, when Rocco slams his hands on the fucking kitchen table and the gun goes off and kills the cat, and like all you see is the blood splat on the wall, and he looks over at the cat, they're like, I can't believe that just fucking happened. And he's like, do you think it's dead? Ah, see, Stranded. Stranded's on fire with that shit. Yeah, Boondock Saints. Still one of the best fucking, like, that movie is just amazing to this day. The first one. The second one's so-so. What's his name is in it? Oh God, Willem Dafoe. And Willem Dafoe plays an FBI agent who's gay. And like, he's like in a gay bar and all that. And like the bartender is just, the bartender's like, he's like, I think he's like, give me another drink. And the bartender's like, yeah, I think you've had enough. And he's just like, I said, pour me another drink, you fairy fuck. Like goes off. Nope, just trying to talk because I don't watch sports. I don't watch sports. I don't have a favorite football team, none of that. This brush has had it too, by the way, guys. That one's getting thrown out. But yeah, I may have ADHD as well. Could be that, or it could be the monster kicking in or wearing off. One of the two. I'm not sure which yet. In nomine patre et filii spiritus sancti. Yeah, they say the Lord's Prayer before they drop people. And they're like, and shepherds, well, it's actually their family prayer. But they're like, in shepherds we shall be, for thee, my Lord, for thee. Power hath descended forth from thy hand, as our feet swiftly carry out thy command, and we shall flow a river forth to thee, and teeming with souls shall it ever be. In nomine patre et filii spiritus sancti. The help I need for my ADHD is weed. There is no help other than that. That's about it. And then it might be dead air for like 20, 30 minutes at a tick. Depends on how good the weed is. So I'm going to use the gunmetal on there. Do the same thing with MegaMan's platform. I think these platforms were about this thick, and I had to cut them, which is why I think the second platform kind of failed. Not going to lie. Shocked at the things I remember. That's just it. The shocking part isn't that I remember them. To me, the shocking part is when they just come out randomly. Like all of a sudden, you'll be thinking about something and remember. I don't even know what you guys were talking about in chat. It made me think of Boondock Saints. Maybe Six is watching it right now, and I picked up on his wavelengths. Just like the lady and her daughter in the Mysteries of the Unknown commercial with the pot burning their hand. God damn. Yeah, at first, I hadn't listened to, cause I don't even, well, I think Steve was here. Steve was here. I don't know if Sheree was here yet. But did you guys, I don't know, did you guys hear me explain what happened with why I'm not using Lunatic Fringe for my beginning song? I know Stranded was here. Pale Queen. It's not the apocalypse. It's nothing like that. I don't feel that in my bones. Something negative is going to happen, like a banking system is going to fail, or something that's going to cause chaos. And honestly, it's almost like there's going to be a war that's going to be had. It's the same way when Trump got shot in the ear. I swear to God, we jumped timelines and Trump was supposed to die for some reason. I mean, yeah, keep riffing away. Maybe we'll nail it down. Yeah, exactly, Six. But the whole thing is, the problem I'm having is this. Like Sheree said, her mom doesn't listen to the shit I say, or has no idea I probably even exist, any of that shit, right? But she said the same kind of thing to Sheree earlier. Like, I feel like something's off, like something's coming. And it's not a good thing. And it's not something that's going to affect her personal. Like, it's going to affect everybody. YouTube kicked you out of the fucking chat? What? Solar flares. We have them all the time. A polar shift would be fucking insanity. But I'll be honest with you, the animals would be going off the chain right now if we were going to have like a polar shift or something in the Earth's magnetic field. It'd be something with the animals. I mean, look, I'm not going to lie. If we got set back to the dark ages, I'm glad I stocked up on pipe tobacco. I've got like, cases of water, and backup resources and everything, like an electromagnetic surge, like flare. Yeah, I mean the whole thing is we can tell by our animals, 6. Yeah, like anybody who owns animals and are around them a lot, animals will act weird. Like my pets went crazy. It turned out there was an earthquake going on somewhere in South Carolina, for example. Stuff like that. It was like, yo, are the pets acting nuts? Yeah, they are. Well, why? And then you find out why. But yeah, it's like I said, it's some kind of shit is going to happen. And I don't know what it is. And I have that feeling. I just got that goddamn feeling. And it's not something that affects me. It's something that affects all of us. Not just like, oh, well, GAM's going to get hemorrhoids or something. It's something that's actually going to be like, oh shit. Who knows? Maybe we'll get invaded by aliens. And not the one that's a friendly streamer. Something out of the ordinary or unexpected. Total chaos. Dogs and cats living together. Democrats and Republicans shaking hands and being friends. Just total insanity. Total bedlam. Yeah, I'll tell you what, a banking system collapsing, though, that would be something that would affect everybody because then you'd have a run on the bank between all the inflationary spending and China and other markets selling off our banknote or our bonds and not buying them, not buying our debt. That's something that could happen. Yeah, what's up, David? How are you? How are you, lad? It's great to see you. It feels just about right. Bina said something didn't come up on my small screen. Let me check. Our nervous system is not made for all the fear mongering. We wake up staring at the news and go to bed with more fear news. Yeah, but that's been going on for a long ass time. I don't think you're wrong in that. I think you're 100% right, Beans. But that's not it. Like, it's something they're not telling us. It's something hidden below the surface that we're not fucking hearing. Hell, it might even be something they think they fixed that we're not going to find out about. And, they don't think we're going to find out about, and all of a sudden it's just going to hit like a fucking ton of bricks, like, oh shit. That's what I mean. It's like, it's hard to fucking define. It's just this uneasiness, like something's in my guts. And not, my dinner. Here's a question for anybody. Does anybody know when the next time they're firing up CERN is? Like next time they're gonna go looking for God particles or some shit. Um, well, the whole thing is with the Chinese, from just Trump's tariffs for that 1 month or whatever, their fucking entire economy almost collapsed. And it only took a month. That's why they came to the bargaining table so fast. Because they have a manufacturing market, but no consumer market. So if nobody's buying your shit, you got nobody to sell it to. You're not making any money. You can't pay anybody. Civil unrest. But I keep, like the whole thing is that was the beginning of this stream actually. I was like, the reason why I'm only covering this is because I've only heard like one or two news little snippets because nothing's going on in the news. It's actually fucking pretty boring. They opened up portals, Moki gave links in aliens chat. Oh shit. Oh, that's when they're firing up CERN next year. So not this year, but next year. Okay. Yeah, it seems like every time they fire up that Super Hadron Collider, shit gets all of a sudden weird shit happens. Like next thing we know, we got a president that isn't even our president. He's just some old dude who's walking around in his Huggies shitting in the Oval Office. And yes, I said shitting. I didn't mean sitting. I legitimately shitting. Weird things keep happening. Like last time they fired up CERN, David was an American citizen. Now he's a British man. It's like weird shit. Wow. July 2030. That's a ways off. So I guess it's not exactly, it wouldn't be CERN then. That's weird. Weird. But yeah, I definitely feel like something's off. Something's just not right. And I don't know. I'm not too terribly worried about it though, because legitimately, I think no matter how bad it gets, we'll always pull through it somehow. I think if we could survive the past 4 years, pretty much everything else should be kind of a cakewalk. Because the past 4 years were a total shit show. I mean, weird, weird, weird. That Rachel Zegler. Wait a minute. The what? The Tool? What happened? Are you guys like getting kicked out of chat or something? Like I know Eugene said he was like, yeah, it just threw me the hell out of here. Oh, the tube. Wait, they're running the CERN collider now, Beans? Is that what you're saying? How dare they kick the greatest mods on these internets out of any chat? Those fucking bastards. You will pay, you sons of bitches. I'm gonna come to your houses and barbecue your dogs. Kicking Sheree out of my chat. Oh, okay, I got you. So they're shutting it down in 2026 and then firing it back up in 20. They're taking a 4-year break, probably to upgrade. No chance they put any kind of AI in charge of any of that shit, right? Nothing like that. Nothing. No tinfoil hat shit for us to like really sink our gullets into. Or as David would say, to dip his bollocks in. Like none of that. Jesus Christ, this platform's taking forever. The top part was so easy. It's this little side bullshit. Everybody have a little accident. Oh yeah, it's a lot. It is a bunch of countries, isn't it, Beans? I mean, look, we kind of need that in the world. Like they go to space, we need a lot of people in the space programs to make it work nowadays. Damn. How long? Well, you know what? It's happened to me too. And the only thing I can think is if I started streaming at 8 o'clock, that's 4 hours. It's 2:15, which would be 6 hours 15 minutes. So maybe at 6 hours, YouTube wants to make sure that somebody isn't just like falling asleep on their computer, watching some asshole do a 24-hour stream to boost that person's numbers, and they're kicking people. And then this is how they know if you're still awake. Um, I don't know about creating the Flash, but fucking with things that maybe we weren't supposed to be fucking with just yet. You know, the old saying, don't screw with Mother Nature. Maybe something like that. Oh, this one. What's this? Copper. Wait, what the fuck color was I just using? Oh, radiant copper. So it's a different copper. Never take me alive, copper. Yeah, that's the darker one. Oh, what a pain in my ass. Beans, you can be whatever you want to be. Although I was telling the story about the cabling up in the attic, and I was like, I even said this in ABL's chat when I saw you, or no, maybe it was Aliens. I could have really used you the other day because there is no way I could climb through like this foot and a half wide space on just like studs and all. I'm too big and goofy. I was like, damn, I need either a small Mexican child to climb through here with this wire and feed it down the wall, or I need a hobbit. And I was like, Bina would do it. She'd be able to step through all this stuff and just tiptoe right through and get to the other side and drop this wire down this wall. So you be whatever you want to be, Beans. You know we loved you. Aw, Stranded. It's actually kind of touching. I mean, then again, is it touching or did I bore you till you fell asleep? Because if I bored you, then, maybe not. But if you're just like, yeah, I was enjoying the show and chilling and just fell asleep while it was on in the background, that's touching. But, if not, oh, there is something else Alien mentioned on his stream that I caught. And, because he had said it. And, like, man, that shit caught me off guard when he said it because he was talking about how many mods he had or what have you. And he was like, some channels make their mods pay to be mods. And I know he wasn't lying. Like, but when he said it, I was like, wait a minute. You're telling me that you're making somebody pay you to be their mod? What the fuck is that? Like, did I do this shit in reverse or, like, have you guys heard of anything like this where people have to pay to be somebody's mod? I was like, you, what? He was basically saying, like, yeah, the people I really trust and all that, I give them mod status or give them a wrench, which was really nice of him. But legitimately, he said, he's like, yeah, some people charge people to be mods. I'm like, what? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of that. Like, you have to, you make somebody, like, say Sheree wanted to be a moderator or whatever for me, and I'm like, yeah, it'll be $5 a month for you to be a mod or something. Like, what? Who the fuck would do some grimy shit like that? It should be the other fucking way around. You're paying somebody to be your mod. Yeah, that 2.6, or it's an honorary thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it'd be an honor to be a mod for you or whatever, that kind of shit. And Eugene's, you know what, Eugene? Now that you say that, and I'm thinking of the wacky asses on the internet, you're probably right. It's probably stands that would be like, oh, yeah, you can be a mod. It's only going to cost you, $10 a month or whatever to be one of my mods. That's a fucking hustle. What a fucking grift. Shit the poor mods have to put up with to begin with. Well, in most cases. Here, it's kind of a easy ride, I think. We got an easy ride. Well, at this point, anyway. Who knows how hectic this shit'll get. It'll get crazy or weird or any of that stuff. But at this point, everybody's pretty cool. I let shit kind of just stand on its own, Because Because if somebody wants to come in here and be an asshole or whatever, and they put their words up there, well, then anybody reading that chat now knows you're an asshole and not to fuck with you. Like, or, when I say fuck with you, I mean like hang out with you because you're coming across like an asshole. Yeah, stalker fans, a stan. Same way, I don't know. What's the acronym for a simp? It's got to be two words together. I mean, we've determined, I think, last stream that a simp is nothing more than a dude with white knight status, right? Like they're simping. And simping ain't easy. Just like that song goes. Anything goes when it comes to hoes. Hey, pimping ain't easy. Simping ain't easy. Yep, we have free will. We do. Everybody's got free will. That one's an easy debate to settle. You have free will. It's just a matter if you're willing to exercise it or not. Like you even have a choice over your own life and death. Some people choose to prematurely eject from the plane, that's all. But that's them exercising free will. Oh, I can. 'Cause I'm a free will motherfucker. Strange, it's like, I don't know. I'm fucking lost. Wait, what are we talking about again? Doom, doom. Okay, cool. All those highlights are done. Well, I mean, then you have to look at it as, are you running off a plan that somebody else set up for your life? You make choices every day regarding your life. Doesn't matter who you are. Unless you're a coma patient and somebody's got a wire hook for you, but even then, that person's making a choice to keep you alive on that life support, right? So when we really break it down, you do have free will. Because if you wrote in your shit, hey, pull the plug if I'm ever in this state, or, the person who has power of attorney over you is like, yep, it's been 2 months. They wanted the plug pulled, at 2 months in a day. You've already set the standard for your free will to terminate your life. So, yeah. If you mean free will in the fact of certain circumstances occurring that are fated. So, for example, how I used to have the nightmare about a head on collision and an old buddy hit me going 65 miles an hour up a one way street. That was fated to happen. You could look at it that way. But at the same point in time, is that environmental? Is it just happenstance and coincidence? What is it? Oh shit. Was that the nearest Chili's was in the airport or Like, what the fuck? Why would it take you to an airport for a Chili's stranded? Now you are a stranded life form. You're stranded in an airport looking for a Chili's. I forget. Is Chili's the one with the awesome blossom, or is that TGI Fridays? Ooh, that blowout on that one side where the model warped. That sucks. Like now that I'm looking at this thing as a complete piece, I'll be able to paint in here. Then this one I just got like a little nub to paint. That's bucked. But I usually don't worry about the stand that it's on too much anyway. I'm actually taking a lot more time hitting this with all these different metallics. Kidnapped by hipsters, huh? It's an interesting one. I had one. It was actually like a night terror, and I don't know what they're called outside of a night terror. But it's one of those where you're paralyzed and couldn't move. And this happened when, I don't know. Actually, I must have been about 20. And I was asleep and felt like I woke up but couldn't move. I could move my eyes, but not my actual head or my body or anything. And there were a whole bunch of kids that were surrounding my bed. And when I say kids, I'm going to say they were like 17, 16, all dressed in black, black eyes. And I was like, oh, you guys are real fucking scary. I'll fuck all you guys up. And I'm like, as soon as I can move, I can't move. I can't move. And they're just like standing there staring at me. And I remember freaking the fuck out. And in the dream, I'm screaming for my mother, like, you name it. Like, all of a sudden, I got terrified. And then I woke up. I was all sweaty. It was just a nightmare. But man, it scared the shit out of me. No, out of a body experience, it was much different. I had one of those. Um, I had that when I was like 16. You can actually put yourself in that state, but then again, maybe I didn't have an out of body experience, and just because I was trying to project it, it happened. I was like 16 when that shit happened, but it felt completely different. It felt like I was completely weightless, no pain, no nothing. Like it just felt like I was floating in the air. And six, yeah, you've had like a dream like that where you're just, but the terror isn't that. Like I said, I was looking at the kids like I will fuck you up, you know, like I'm even saying it. And like my mouth's able to move, my eyes are able to move, but the rest of my body was like locked in place. Like it was almost, I guess how a quadriplegic would feel or something. You know what I mean? Like I had no motor function outside of my mouth and my eyes. And that's the terrifying part of it, was being paralyzed and locked into place. Like, oh shit, I'm gonna get fucked up. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back to, let's go with the silver. I think that looked the best. Ooh, that shit came out like water. That's not good. Slip separating from the pigment. Things like that. I don't know, weird, creepy ass dreams and stuff. And it wasn't like, I was dreaming of people I knew or anything like that. It was like people that I had never seen before that my imagination just kind of made up. It did. It terrified the fuck out of me. Yeah, you can't escape. You can't move. Like, if I wanted to get up and actually beat the shit out of somebody, like, it was like, you're telling your hand, like, move, swing, get on your feet, get out of bed, get to the sword next to your head, get to the gun, under the pillow, like, whatever. You're unable to comply. Like, your body's like, nope, I'm just going to lay here like a bitch. Kind of felt like I got hot Cosby'd or something. Like, I can imagine that's how those women felt. Like, here it comes. Here comes the Jello pudding pop. Ha ha ha. I'd be all right with that. Having a bad dream, and the worst the dream was is you're on stage naked or something. Be like, oh yeah, check it out, guys. Helicopter. Woo woo woo. Like, I'd be okay. Even now, I'd just be like, you all can kiss my rebellious dick. Um, that wouldn't have bothered me. This one freaked me the fuck out. Yeah, well, that's just it, Steve. Yes, that's exactly what I saw, was myself in the bed. Like, I was hovering above myself. But again, maybe it was that I was tired. I was trying to put myself in that state so hard to feel like, see if I could do it, that I just imagined myself doing it. I can't prove that it was real or not, because it wasn't like I floated down the hallway and, or out the window and went over and saw what the neighbor was doing next day. Like, hey, were you cutting your lawn at like 2 a.m? Why, yes, I was. Well, son of a bitch. But even then, maybe that manifested in the dream because I could hear the lawnmower. It would have to be something more specific. And I don't know. I mean, hey, maybe you're right. Maybe it is just astral projection and I've got them confused. It could have been. But like I said, I can't. I tried to do it again and again and again at other times. And like, I started getting this floaty, weightless feeling, but I could never get back into that. Like, it was just a happenstance that it happened the one time. Like, I just must have gotten lucky or something. If I could do it, I would let you know. I'd go and look, and I would have gotten so much trouble as a kid. I'd have been like, oh yeah, peeping Tom time. No, I'm just kidding, guys. Just kidding. Like, oh yes, I wonder what goes on in there. What happens behind the green door? No, but seriously, if I could figure that out or get to that feeling again as an adult, I'd be able to comprehend it better. But as like a teenager, 20-year-old, yeah. Yeah, Beans. I was going to say, I don't see a link either on the small screen or the big screen. So if you drop one in there, I don't see it. And I don't edit shit. Actually, that's not true. I had a cut last week or Thursday's video because they sent me a copyright notice, and honestly, good on to an extent, good on them because they sent me that notice, tell me that there was copyrighted music or whatever, but said would remove it and you won't get a strike. And I was like, okay, cool. They didn't just like strike my channel and all that shit because then you guys wouldn't be hearing from me on YouTube for about a week. The way I understand how copyright strikes work, like they just completely cut your fucking communication, so you can't tell anybody you even got a strike, not unless you've got something else like Discord or whatever. But it was funny because they hit the lunatic fringe, but Lever Johnny Lever, no issue there, completely good. So worst case, that's something. Six, do you only play drums or do you play guitar and shit like that? Yeah, I didn't see anything about Antarctica either. I do know with Antarctica, that was something else that had happened I thought was funny. Apparently how the polar ice caps are melting and all that, and global warming is a threat and everything. Apparently, the ice caps are like an extra 2 feet thick or something now. Like, it's actually the ice caps are growing. They're not shrinking like they were for a minute, but now they're growing again. It's like, what the fuck? Man, you guys just blame nature for everything. You sons of bitches. Just so you can spend more money. Do, do, do. That's really awesome, Six. Yeah, dude, I would, here's something for you. I don't know if you want to sing, right? But do interment like for YouTubers, like if you go into other live streams or whatever, because like I said, I'm fortunate. My best friend left me the fucking basically the GAM theme, the Get Dead Again song. If I didn't have that, I would need somebody like, yo, man, write me a theme. Maybe I don't know if there's money in it for you, but somebody like Alien, like when Alien fires up his stream, instead of him just going live and write to himself, if he wants to do like an intro or whatever with music, maybe give you like 50 bucks, 20 bucks, 30 bucks, 100 bucks, whatever, and have you write him a theme for a show. That could be something for you, man, like a little side hustle. Because I'm sure there's plenty of people like me. I'm very musically untalented. Like I can't fucking do shit when it comes to music. Oh god damn you fell over, you son of a bitch. You get back on there. Bingo bango bongo. There you go, guys. We got them. Or should I turn them this way? Oh, they're no, because then you'll just see the back of what you call it, man. Cuts, man. That's got it, I think. Oh. Ow. Yep. Well, that was Al Gore back in the day. So that was the whole thing. Actually, an inconvenient truth. If you go watch that shit, was global. Was that global warming or was that global freezing? I thought it was like something to do with polar ice caps, though. Glue you in, buddy. Are these guys fails or are these guys good, guys? You tell me. That they're fails. I'll go back and hit that video and relist them as fails. I think they came out all right, though. Yeah, the hole in the ozone. Well, the hole in the ozone fixed itself, too. But we did blow a hole in the ozone, I'm sure. Yeah, it was something to do with the CFCs. Maybe like that. And I'll move around the fucking pictures. Let me see. I think it was this one. Is it this one? It is that one. Blow you up. I can blow you up. Which one's your favorite character? Oh, Cutman, right? Cuts or Mega? I think you're talking about Cutman. Thank you, Sheree. And Sheree, thank you for just even being here. Like I'm dead serious. I started this show off and I'm like, yeah, for the first time ever, I'm not gonna have Sheree with me. So my control is gone. I was like, oh shit. But honestly, I was also like, you know, just dealing with stuff and worried about you. It sounds like everything's okay, and hopefully it remains that way. But if ever, ever, some shit comes up and you can't make a show or whatever, don't even think twice about it. Don't even feel bad about it. None of that. I appreciate you even just letting me know. That was nice. If you didn't let me know, it would have been okay too. I just would have been even more worried about you, you know? And that's a lot of you knows in there. But, you know, I said, you know, again. I got to stop with the fucking you know. I'm starting to repeat words. Not good. The family, everything else, that will always come first. And I completely get it and I completely understand. And it'll never be like, oh, what the fuck? Why weren't you there for the stream or any of that bullshit? It's always going to be like, okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do more characters out of Mega Man 2, like as time goes. 6, so you know, if Cutman's your favorite, that's crazy. But I think I've got Flame Man. I think I got Elect Man. I got a couple of them. I just got to look and see what they are because I don't know if they're actual screen rips, if they're actual 3D print models, or I've got to convert them. Dude, like Eugene, there is a guy when it comes to Castlevania. He has done every monster from that game in 3D prints. I think his name's like MZ450 or something. He's on Thingiverse. And like, I looked through his catalog. I was like, holy shit. Metroid was always one of my favorites. But I can't find a good Samus in like the regular suit that isn't a pay for model. Like everybody wants money for that shit. And everybody keeps doing the model of her in like the newer gear where she's like in the blue suit with her ponytail out and all that stuff because, you know, the female form or whatever. But I want to see her in her original old school Metroid battle armor. Yeah, but Beans, well, no, I'm not even going to argue with this shit. I'm just going to let you do and do you. Because you're having a conversation. It does not involve me, and I'm not going to get in the middle of it. Um, it's never too late for ice cream. Unless you're lactose intolerant, then it's always too late for ice cream. Yeah, well, I mean, Metroid and Castlevania, like, they still call it that. Metrovania type game. You know what I mean? It's the same thing for like Dark Souls and the nowadays. It was so original for its time. Everybody calls it a Souls like game, you know? Or if it's a battle royale game, everybody calls it a Fortnite game or a PUBG type game. No worries, Beans. Like, you know, you rock and roll. I've learned recently that not everything has to be that fucking serious, Beans. And you just come across like a dick when you get too serious over fun stuff. Actually, Eugene, I have a Cammy statue with her butt cheek showing and she's like looking over her shoulder. I just, she's not one of my favorite characters. I think I also have a Chun Li with her doing like the fast leg kick, the thousand. No, that's the thousand hand slap. I can't remember what the fuck Chun Li's fucking kick is. Where you know, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I mean, my favorite was always Ken back in the day on the arcade. But yeah, there's a couple of them. I found a site and it's got them for free. But if I do them, I'm gonna have to cut them myself in Blender and joint them and everything else. But yeah, it's the same way. I tell you guys the big like oh shit because I wanted to do Marvel superheroes because of Marvel Rivals. That's where I got the Wolverine and all that kind of shit from, right? They had a dude did this beautiful Psylocke model. Like, I mean, this thing is fucking awesome looking, right? And I download it, and it comes with the regular files, and then there's another folder in there called the not safe for work files. What the fuck is this? So I pull up, and the body model, like, yeah, she's naked, and not just the top half, but the bottom half. And this dude modeled it all out in full detail. So I'm like, oh well, fuck that. Like I ain't printing that shit out. I ain't a pervy dude like that. I go to the regular model and I'm about to start setting it up so I can print out like the body. And I'm spinning around the body to see which angle I want to do it from. And yeah, he covered up the top half, but still left the bottom half exposed with that full detail. And I'm like, well, this model's fucked. Yeah, just creepy as shit. Like, I'm like, yo, who the hell prints out these models with these, you know, like they're naked? Like, why would you want to a model of that? Like, what kind of gooner is out there that's just like, you know what I need? I need Kitty Pride fully nude with a dragon on her shoulder. Like, what motherfucker's like, yeah, I'm going to print this model out and display this shit in my house? Like, what? Like, I don't fucking get it. There are definitely people in this world that, yeah, I guess they just, I don't fucking know. I don't even know. I don't even know what to think of those people, you know? They're not putting on fabric clothes. The whole thing is, well, maybe. Okay. Let's say they are stranded. Well, why don't you just make them smooth like a Barbie doll? You don't need to see every intimate part of the female body like that if you're going to put some fabric clothes on there. Like maybe a horny teenager would print something out like that, but nowadays the internet's got free stuff out there that you can watch if that's your thing. Oh, really, Eugene? Did they have any free models or were they all pay for? Because I've seen some really great models, great 3D prints, but they're all pay for prints. Like you got to pay money for them. Yeah, that's what I mean. Stranded. Yeah, like the whole. I mean, I can't even show it on YouTube. They'd fucking ban me for violating whatever community guideline. Um, but yeah, I don't understand why you would want that on your model. Like it's a fucking 3D print. You know what I mean? Unless you're doing it as like a life size statue that you're going to mount things in, but even then, you would just leave a hole to insert like whatever toy. I don't understand. All right, I'll have to look it up, Eugene, and see what Transformers are out there. The only ones I could find that were like decent or whatever, they did. I guess it was like a cross up with some mech game, like maybe Mech Warrior, and they did like Megatron was one version, Soundwave was another one of these mechs, what have you, and I printed out like a mini Soundwave just to see how it would look when it came out, and it was okay, but it wasn't Soundwave. Like it doesn't look like Soundwave. It looks like Soundwave crossed with this mech thing. I don't know. Maybe they're booting you out to inflate views. It's weird that YouTube is kicking people from the channel too. I mean, I'm all fucking like, I'm surprised I was actually able to paint tonight. It's been raining so bad here for the like all day that every joint in my body feels like it needs to be oiled. Like I feel like the Tin Man. Like it's bad. I'm like moving my arm and listen to my elbow and my shoulder crack. God damn, I'm getting fucking old. The Borg cube, what I would want to find if I found a Borg cube online, like for a 3D print, I would want that sucker to be probably the size of both these models together. And, well, actually, like the size of, let me zoom out the camera. Like the workspace these two models are sitting on, like this cardboard, like that big. I would want it to be that big and then print out each side The only problem is I would have to seam them together, and if anything's off by a little bit, it's a lot. It's expensive. I'll see if I can find one that's like smaller, but I don't want to do it where it's so fucking tiny that, yeah, you can see the detail on it, but every detail kind of gets lost. I did download the Enterprise from the show Enterprise, actually. I think I did that because I was going to print that out for you. And I can't remember. I was looking at it and something was wrong with it. I got to see if I can find a better version. Like there was something with the detail in it that just, it like washed out or something. Like, so the whole thing is when you do a 3D model, if you got a good artist, they're doing stuff like his eyes. He actually has a pupil in his eye, and he's got an eyelid. He's got, like a round eye, and it's ridged just a little bit. So when you're painting it, you know where it is. That's how I was able to fix the other eye, because I could see where the ridge is when I dropped my glasses down and really stared at it. But somebody who's just doing a fast 3D model, they'll do like what's known as low polygons in it. And then what they're doing is it's more of an asset. So if I wanted to make a movie in Blender and do an animation with that spaceship, I can just put a texture on it. There's a way that you can take the texture and apply it, but sometimes it still looks, it's like smooth. And when you print it out, it comes out smooth instead of having the texture to it. If that makes any kind of sense. Yeah, well, I think you were on when I found it too, like found that model. I think you were on here. I was going through all the different models and looking through, doing search and finding new models or whatever to do, like new 3D prints. I mean, I still have a Megatron model that I have to build eventually. Like it's not him in a tank form or anything. It's actually a real model kit that I bought from the store when I first got my airbrush. I was like, oh, that'd be really cool to airbrush. Matter of fact, I have the Mach 5 too that needs to get done, like put together and done from Speed Racer. Dear Lord. Yeah, and that's what I thought. I thought I came across the cube or something like that too. But I'll have to check. I have to actually look through the files. I have so many goddamn prints. The problem is I'll come across the site. Like I'll go to a site and just type in, we'll say like Star Trek. And then all kinds of shit will come up. I'll grab like 50, 60 models. Like I think I have almost 2 gigabytes on my external hard drive of just 3D models that I've come across in, surfing the net or whatever, downloaded them and then stored them away and like, oh, I'll print that one out. Oh, I'll print that one out. I'll do this. I'll do that one. And then I forget I even have them. But if it's something like specific, like when I was trying to do the Henry Cavill Superman, that shit, like the face didn't look right. Then I found a face that looked right. And then it's a matter of me blending the two models together. And it's a pain in the ass because stuff was overlapping. Stuff doesn't look right. Stuff isn't fitting right. You got to readjust it, everything else. And I'm not hugely skilled yet with Blender. So figuring all that out, it's actually been a learning experience. Like I've learned a lot. But it's a matter of time. Like the Wolverine, when I did him and I cut him apart, cut him in all the different pieces and everything, I must have had to do that 7 times, starting over again, because I cut too deep, I cut too light, I didn't do this in the right area, so I cut off this piece and it was floating, and then had to either undo the work or redo the work and do it in a completely different manner. Yeah, eventually I am going to do the Enterprise though. Yeah, that is a definitive, like with the nacelles and everything else. And once I once I get that Superman, the Cable head perfect on that fucking body, I'm going to be doing that Superman. I don't know how well I'm going to really have to up my game on the skin aspect of painting or whatever. I might even have to bust out the good paints for that one because I don't want it coming out looking like shit. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right, you know? Like the Punisher, the skin looks blotchy, shitty, or whatever. And I was rush jobbing it. I should have taken my time, but I was angry. And it's my reminder on my desk to not paint angry. That's cool, Beans. I collect little One Piece ships. They make model kits of them. I build them all the time. I've got like a whole wall of them because each ship is completely different from the next, including the main ones like the Going Merry and the Thousand Sunny. Completely different looking ships. Well, guys, we are at 3:04 a.m. on the East Coast. It's not midnight in the desert, even though actually it might be midnight in the desert where Steve's at. I think it's been an all right stream. We were solid, no drops, no issues, no nothing like that. Yeah, brother, that's where I'm at. I'll cue up the outro real quick. Play that bad boy. And I'll do my normal GAM outro. Let me see. Let's pause that. Let's see if this works. I think this is gonna work. I'm gonna make it work, damn it. Let's play my outro real quick. Oops. That is not the outro, guys. This is the outro.
Oh, the work was hard and the wages low. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. I guess it's time for us to go, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, the voyage is done and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. Oh, I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, tomorrow you will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her.
Thank you guys for sailing the high seas with GAM. You guys are the greatest. Sheree, shout out to you again for being the greatest mods on these interwebs. Everybody in this chat, you guys are terrific. I appreciate each and every one of you. And I'll be back on Thursday. Everybody try and have enjoy your Memorial Day off. Sheree, hope everything is all right and good with your mom, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you guys. Hang in there. Enjoy the week. I'll see you Thursday. And just remember, until next time, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, guys.